Heute spielen sie in 4 Gruppen, jeweils 3 Teams gegeneinander. Die besten 2 schaffen es dann an Tag 2 weiterzumachen und um diese 4 goldenen Tickets zu spielen.
Ja, aber es geht natürlich auch ein bisschen Prize Pool. Wir haben insgesamt $100.000 im Prize Pool, aber das ist nicht alles, was du schon erwähnt. Tobi, was gibt's denn noch zu gewinnen?
Ja, der Prize Pool ist natürlich unfassbar gut, aber es gibt noch was viel Wichtigeres heute zu gewinnen, nämlich die Golden Tickets. Dafür sind die Teams hier angereist, für ihre Chance, es noch im Last Chance Qualifier auf die Worlds 2024 zu schaffen.
Und jetzt gehen wir noch ein bisschen tiefer ins Detail. Tado, sag uns mal, wie sehen die Gruppen aus? Die sind sehr, sehr spannend.
Wir haben es gerade eben schon gehört. 4 Gruppen gibt es insgesamt. Als erstes schauen wir auf Gruppe A. Die besteht aus STMNU, Connections und Luminosity. Dann im B-Stream gibt es zeitgleich Reply Totem, Toxic Lotus und Navi zu sehen. Die sind jetzt ja in East Asia zu sehen. Und als nächstes in unserem Stream, in A-Stream, gibt es die Gruppe C, Eclipsa, BC Gaming und Team Queso. Gruppe D läuft gleichzeitig da.
All right, welcome everyone for the Last Chance Qualifier Stream B. Sorry for the German yapping. We are just ready now to get you guys through the show. It's gonna be super exciting. I got great casters in person. We are right now in the SK in Cologne facility, Magenta facility. So super thrilled to be here. Ready, set. How are you doing?
I'm super excited to be here on the B stream over here. We have fantastic games. We're going to be going through the same quantity as that A stream as well. So you'll get to flip-flop through the different streams, check out some of the action. Maybe you have some teams that you want to watch on both streams. You can use the selector on event.brawlstars.com, choose your language, and switch between the 2 streams as you please. But there's going to be tons of action. I can't possibly expect everyone to digest it all at once. So maybe you're also a VOD watcher coming back to look at this one from the future.
Don't worry, guys, by the way. Wiggly's Poo is not just going to stand behind the entire time. It's just for the intro. We'll be casting 2 at a time and just like rotate through the matches. We got 6 matches. They're super stacked. It's Group B and D here on this one. Ready, why don't you walk us through the format? First things first for this Last Chance Qualifier.
Now let's talk about this because this is different from what we've seen for the regular season. Of course, we are going to be sticking with that classic power match format. It's going to be just like your ranked games, at least with that classic modifier at home. This time we're moving into 3-team GSL groups. What that means is that we're going to have 3-team groups. They're all going to play each other, and then we're going to see the top 2 teams from each group advance on to the next stage. Now we're going to be keeping with those best of 3s throughout today, but when we move in tomorrow, it's going to be a different format. That said, top 2 teams from each of these groups advance towards tomorrow, and the first seed will face a second seed from a different group at random. So there's a little bit of RNG coming in day number 2. Day number 1, we already know exactly what to expect, though.
Yeah, and one of the things we'll have to expect is 4 teams to leave the competition at the end of the day. That's like the main thing that every team is terrified of. But secondly, as you mentioned, seeding is going to be huge. You know, if you can avoid facing like a Navi that, you know, it's like to get face seed like first seed, there's a lot of strategy coming into that as well. And making sure you have the highest odds on your side. Ready? The schedule for today. What are the teams? What are the matches for this B stream?
So this is what we were talking about. There's going to be plenty of action happening here on the B stream. It might be B, but it's still pretty darn good. We're going to be starting off with Group B itself. Reply Totem versus Toxic Lotus is going to lead us into the day. We'll then see Totem face Navi, and then Toxic Lotus play Navi. That's all of our Group B coverage. Then we'll move into Group D after that. Foot will face Tribe Gaming, then they'll play V and Esporting, and then finally Tribe Gaming versus V and Esporting. We're going to get a taste of each matchup within each group.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely awesome day. We have such unbelievable teams here that are playing in those super stacked matches. Any particular matches that you just really appeal your eyes?
Look, as someone who has really enjoyed watching some of these scrims from the mainland China region, which to most of the Brawl Stars esports world is actually a black box. We don't really know what's been happening. The coverage of the region has been limited. They've had a truncated season. That said, I want to see what Toxic Lotus has to offer. They're mainland China's #1 prospect to make it out of here. They did fantastic at Worlds last year. We're also going to sort of tee this up with our first match of the day. But aside from Toxic Lotus, as an NA guy, I'm excited to see Tribe Gaming play. I think it would be strange if we didn't see Tribe Gaming make it to a World Finals. So this is going to be where they will have to get their start if they plan on keeping with that 4-year streak.
Yeah, there are multiple of those teams that, like, it would feel weird if they didn't make Worlds. And the reality is, there's 2 of the teams on your screen right now that are not going to make it through. And when you have like teams like Totem, Na'Vi, Tribe that historically have always performed super, super well throughout the Brawl Stars Championship, it's just, yeah, a weird feeling, I think, in a way. It doesn't feel real, but at the same time, it is what we got here. And we actually got some more information potentially coming on a screen in a bit, as we have some rotating info on this scene. So maybe we'll get back later on to the groups or anything else that production decides to head our way.
It's going to be fun. We're running a bit of the production ourselves, but you know, some things are just keeping in line with what the main stream is doing over here. So I'm excited to see all of our matches. We got plenty of coverage, though it is going to be a bit of a quicker day throughout the entire thing. As we mentioned, we kind of blasted right past it low key, is that these are going to be best of 3s. So in theory, a match could end within just 4 games if it's a sweep.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's best of 3s today during the GSL group stage.
Yes.
Tomorrow, it will be best of 5s. So this is kind of like to weed out some of the lesser teams, but it is a group stage. So it's not like a one match and you're out. Each team is playing at least twice today. But unfortunately, if you're not careful, losing 2 best of 3s can happen very quickly. And it could cause some upsets as well. We saw yesterday, and I think this is one of the last big talking points before we get into the pre-match for Reply Totem Toxic Lotus, is yesterday and Thursday, we had the pre-LCQ Invitational that was hosted by BSEN and Ballas, which hosted the 12 teams that are competing right now. So we have actually some of the results from the last few days that are somewhat relevant today. Now, it's to take with a pinch of salt, because obviously it is a different setting. It's not like the big deal that LCQ is. Some teams might try to hide their strategy or their drafts or whatnot, but there were some interesting storylines.
Yes, not just that, but also I think the format also allowed some of these teams to play a little bit more freely. Didn't want to reveal too much, but one that really stood out to me was that Toxic Lotus actually swept both of the teams that are in their group, which almost seems like a bad omen to me, because it means that Reply Totem, Na'Vi, they weren't really willing to hand over any information at all. Toxic Lotus, this is still a good team. This is the best team in China. We saw what they did at Worlds last year, and given you know, the fact that we haven't really seen them at many international lands, this is the best taste we are going to get of how they face up against other teams on the international stage.
Yeah, certainly so. It's been a very interesting journey for this Chinese team. I feel like last year, we almost saw like the miracle run in their group at Worlds, narrowly losing to, was it LG and Revenant?
Yes.
I think they both went to like the 3rd set or 5th set, and it was just incredibly close. They didn't quite manage to make it through the group stage. However, this time around, I mean, they have a little bit of extra experience since last year, more LAN, like international LAN experience. This is one of the factors, and it's something so interesting to talk about as well, that for some of the teams, especially Chinese teams, this might be their first time in Europe. And it's like a huge, like, different setting to be competing in, playing on a different version of the game. And like, I think it's insane that they're able to adapt so quickly.
That is actually a huge topic, is that the Mainland China Brawl Stars players, they play on a completely different build of the game. So now when you're moving to the global build, you have new brawlers, you have new patches, strategies you may be unfamiliar with. Now, I would anticipate that being the #1 team in China, that they still are finding ways to adventure out of that bubble and find ways to keep in tune with what's going on in the international build. That's what keeps them #1, especially if your main build is behind and you know what's going on in the global one, you know what to expect. You can keep a little bit ahead of the curve. That's what keeps them in here. That said, it's nowhere near the advantage of literally playing the regular build all the time.
Well, this is, I think, one of the reasons that people speak highly of Toxic Lotus as a China mainland team. It's the fact that, like, they are aware of what's happening in, like, every region. And I was joking about it, I think it was yesterday, I was saying, like, they have Twitter, you know, which is not the case for most of the Chinese player. And it makes a world of a difference, because you see the clips, you see the meta, you see the tier list, you see all that information, and like this inclination of studying the international meta, which I think goes such a long way, and was one of the criticisms as well in the early years of China mainland, that they were just so far behind in the meta. They had such a weird, like, sense of the meta in the first place. And now they're just spot on. They really are, and they're very impressive. Toxic Lotus, as you mentioned earlier, like they beat both of the teams in their group during the pre-LCQ Invitational yesterday. Now, again, you know, take it with a pinch of salt, but still, it's impressive. They are a scary team. They've really showed a lot of good stuff. And I think that this is one of the groups with the highest chances for an upset. And that's crazy, saying that Totem and Na'Vi are in that same group.
Well, let's also talk about something upsetting, which is that the #1 team from mainland China has been thrown to the wolves here. This is a remarkably difficult group for them to get out of. Two teams that I can 100% see making it on to the World Finals from the Last Chance qualifier. Two of the strongest contenders. Now Toxic Lotus, mainland China's, in my opinion, best chance at representation at Worlds, is going to have to fight their way through probably the most difficult track. Let's talk about, though, upsets and also how that fared during that pre-LCQ Invitational, because we're, of course, encouraging you as a viewer to take this all with a pinch of salt. But why exactly are we saying that? Well, teams are conserving their strategies. They don't want to reveal too much. They're also playing on different maps. I don't believe I've ever seen the map double locking until that tournament. That
Flank attack.
Yeah, flank attack and double locking. Thankfully, we don't have in the competitive map pool. Just a couple of things to consider, since those are the standings that we have to go by so far. I think also historically what we've seen from scrims between teams that face each other in the round one, I remember distinctly in 2022, there being a ridiculous win rate for, was it Chasmat Gaming BR versus Zeta Division 0? And actually, Chasmat Gaming BR almost took them down in that first round. But in the end, Zeta Division 0, they won the entire World Finals. It was quite wise of them to not give it their all in those scrims and turn over their entire hand.
Yeah, well, there's teams such as Foot that even like forfeited during the Invitational because they didn't want to, you know, keep that time away from practice and showing more of their comps. Which I don't think is a bad decision either. There were a lot of different like perspectives. Every team did compete, but I'm sure that some of them like were taking it more seriously than others. It's still, again, it's something they all took serious to a certain extent because it's Grim Time that's being removed in order to compete in a match arena. However, I think they all kept some of the comps away. You know, they all tried to hide some of the spice to leave that for today. And let's start with our pre-match here. Reply Totem versus Toxic Lotus for our first Group B match. Reply Totem, they are our European team of this group. They have so much experience,
They do. And as a squad, they've had quite a challenging year. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. And they started this year exchanging Joker for iChaos. iChaos coming into this roster, hopefully filling a drafter role that Joker also had. Joker also being kind of the pop-off brawler for the team, with Maru being very talented players in their own respect, but still sort of setting the stage for Joker to do his thing. Now, iChaos, in his own right, is an extremely experienced player, but it just didn't mesh so well at first. Their coach going on the record saying, look, at the beginning of the year, draft, it was the most difficult thing for us. So iChaos had some pretty big shoes to fill in that respect. And their first couple of months also going down to SK 2 times in a row. That turned up in May, though, somehow.
Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward start of the year for Totem. iChaos does not have the same brawler pool that Joker does. He does have like a lot of very strong pop-off brawlers, and he can fit that role that that Joker fits as well, of being just like an incredible carry. But it is, again, a very different brawler pool, and Joker's shoes are just so hard to fill. It's actually insane. I think this year has led us to see some more of Maru and Mauri shining as well, because maybe the weight is a bit more equally divided. But it hasn't been like all bright. I mean, the first two monthly finals, it was a first round exit for Reply Totem. So it started slowly. They did win in May, then they didn't qualify in June, and then they get last place in July. So it's been like super inconsistent across the board. And I think that like they're gonna have to bring their A game, because the difference in skill between Reply Totem at their best and Reply Totem at their worst is like, it's one of the biggest amongst all teams competing.
Well, I will say though that they did finish this season quite strong, not the normal BSC season, but in BBL they did win the entire thing. They beat Humble and SK2 Worlds qualified teams to make that victory happen. And also, let's not forget that, yes, while they did go out super early in the July monthly final, they nearly swept Zeta Division, which was a crazy story in its own right. I remember Meow tweeting, should I let Totem get all the way to match point
And that reverse sweep.
so that they think they have a chance? Which was one of the craziest shots that we've seen called. But this is Totem's story. That said, it is with many trials and tribulations. I feel like we could spend a little more time talking about that mid-season where we saw them achieve the highest heights. They get that monthly final victory. The next month, they lose to Eclipsar in the upper bracket in the qualifier, and they lose to Pale Fox Esports in the lower bracket, which, frankly, folks, it is not a team that they should have lost to.
Yeah, it's just been so inconsistent. Like they struggle to qualify and lose first round. Then they win a monthly final. Then suddenly they don't qualify. Then they don't qualify either for the ECF playoffs, and they just underperform across the board. But then suddenly BBL, they just win it out of nowhere. I think it was a reverse sweep in the grand finals as well. So it's so inconsistent. And I remember I used to call them inconsistent like 2 years ago, and Enzo would hate me for it. They have changed coaches now multiple times since. But I feel like it's back in as a part of the branding for Reply Totem. Now we have another team that's maybe a little bit less known here in the West, Toxic Lotus, that happens yesterday to have defeated Reply Totem in the pre-LCQ invitation. Now again, pinch of salt, but it's still a result that very much went in their favor, and they are, as you mentioned earlier, by far the best team in the Chinese region.
Well, let's talk results too, because we say, okay, but the match arena, it doesn't matter. People don't want to reveal stuff. I would say the same rules apply to scrims. You will hear players say, well, okay, viewers say oh my God, they're winning in scrims. But then the players say, dude, scrims don't matter. And the results actually back that up, that scrims don't matter. What we have seen is that these mainland China teams, by and large, are not doing so hot in their scrims. Now, that could speak to, oh my gosh, the skill gap is just that large. Maybe they're concealing something. I would say that in many cases, the skill gap is quite large. You'll have to excuse mainland China for this happenstance. However, I still think that Toxic Lotus is going to be bringing some serious fire to this battle, given the performance that we saw last year. I think them seeing the kind of results that they can achieve are going to be massive. Now, keep in mind, we refer to one of the all-time GOATs of Brawl Stars coaching, Philip, as being in a large way possibly responsible for their performance there. They don't have Philip anymore. This time they're actually being coached by Star Dragon, who's been across basically every roster. He's bouncing around APAC. Now he's hitched a ride to LAN with Toxic Lotus, perhaps just to attend, maybe to fill a coaching role. Someone's gonna have to correct me on that one. That all said, though, I think Toxic Lotus should bring a good performance today for mainland China's finest.
They absolutely are, and I think that the fact that they have had so many international coaches shows how happy this team is to inspire themselves from others and the greats, because obviously Philip from EMEA coaching an NA team right now, and Star Dragon is an APAC player from, I believe,
Taiwan.
Yeah, so it's been very, very interesting to kind of see the whole development of Toxic Lotus, how they are not shy to kind of ask for help. And also we have to remember, as a China mainland team, you're in the hardest and toughest conditions to compete in the Brawl Stars Championship, because you have the least tournaments and the most isolated meta. And those guys last year were literally this close from qualifying through the World Finals group stage. So I can definitely see them causing an upset. This is one of the teams that I also have my eyes on the most this season. Their results in scrims have been impressive as well, and it hasn't been the case for every team. There are a lot of teams that have been having a tough time. They seem to have adapted very nicely. I think it's Brawl Stars, it comes down to the day off. It's going to come down to this performance here against Reply Totem and Navi in our third match of the stream. But I can definitely see things go both ways, especially since Toxic Lotus, they're not fresh either to the scene, right? They've been here for super long. They're proper OGs. Already in 2021, they had OU playing with Nova China, White playing with TIG Origin. Then in 2022, they also competed as well with similar teams. This time around, it was White on Trick of China. And last year was BC Gaming is when they achieved their peak results. but I have a gut feeling that that's not like the furthest they're gonna get.
No, I don't think so. I think that there's like a pretty good chance that they make it further this year. That said, that was at the World Finals, okay? They kind of got to pass go. They got to go directly from China to Finals. Now they have to go from Mainland China to LCQ to World Finals. So for them to make a similar run last year, they're going to have to get more of that international competition. It's going to be more difficult for them. Do I think they're up for the challenge? Certainly. I hope they have the faith in themselves. The thing is, it's just the teams that they're up against for the most part that troubles me on whether they make it out of this group stage.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that one fun aspect as well of following this Toxic Lotus team is that there's a lot of like records to be broken. Last year, it was the first time a Mainland China team took a set from another team at an international event. This time around, this could be the first time ever that a Mainland China team, first of all, takes a set from an EMEA team or wins a match in an international, like outside of China mainland competition. That would be huge historically, and I feel like things have never lined up as nicely for Toxic Lotus. This is the first time. If we look last year at the World Finals, no one was saying like, watch out for BC, you know? It's not something people were saying, even though they were so close to beating some of the best teams in the region. I mean, LG, they went far in the World Finals. Revenant as well was Surgent on LAN. Like, that is a tough matchup. And they looked incredibly good playing against those teams. Right now, people are not having the same conversation. Like, it's been one of my main questions towards players is like, what do you guys think of the China teams? And they were all saying like, Toxic Lotus, they're good. And I think that's like a super, super strong statement.
Though now they no longer have the benefit of being this unknown enemy because now they have the attention of people. Previously, we even heard in North America people saying, oh my gosh, please give me China in the group stage, which I don't think we generally hear people begging for a certain opponent at the World Finals because every single person, every single team at the World Finals has earned their way there by being the best in their region, by being the best Brawl Stars players. So to hear that sort of discourse about one particular team is unusual, and it is owing to that being an underestimated region as a whole. Now that we have seen that they actually can play upset, and they came really, really close within one set at a World Finals against two separate teams within their group, they have to be taken seriously.
They are a threat, and I think that everyone knows it now. I still think Totem are favorites. I even think later on that Na'Vi are probably going to be favorites as well. However, like, it's not like the previous years where a lot of Mainland China teams, like most of their ratings and matches would be like 80-20, 90-10 against them. I think that here, like, each of their matches are probably like a 60-40. And honestly, it could be closer than that. So I think it's going to be super interesting to kind of see how this group develops. Reply Totem, it's not like they're 2021 or 2022 Reply Totem either. 2023 Reply Totem, as a matter of fact. This is the weakest they have ever been. This is the toughest year they have had ever so far. So I feel like things are lining up here for Toxic Lotus to hit where it really hurts.
We can talk about Totem for a moment too, because you and I actually got the chance to briefly catch up with iChaos and get a sort of idea of how he's feeling about the competition today. And iChaos was very, very humble about everything. And we also seem to get this impression that maybe they weren't so confident heading into this one, which I will actually say is not necessarily a bad team. Having exposure to Brawl Stars players throughout the year, maybe y'all know I've hosted some players at my house for the qualifiers and for some of the monthly finals. They'll play from the other room. And every single time a team does well, they are not confident the day of. The one time that I've seen a team say, yeah, actually, we're feeling pretty good about this, they get first rounded. So there is maybe something to be said. Perhaps I'm noticing a pattern where there's actually no correlation. I think feeling uncomfortable is a good thing because you should against teams of this caliber.
I think that, like kind of everything else, there's this element of the more you know you don't know.
Yeah.
You know, and I think it is particularly strong with games as well, where the more you've been practicing, the more you've been scrimming, the more serious your approach has been towards a tournament, the more you should know that your opposition is a threat and can always be a threat no matter the circumstances. And it was a very inspiring conversation, I thought, with iChaos. We asked him for his predictions as well, and he didn't put Totem through towards day 2. Now, obviously, I think he's expecting it and he's hoping for it, but it just kind of shows the mindset, you know, of which teams he thought were scary, and he put Toxic Lotus up there. So I think this is an absolutely thrilling match we have ahead of us. This Group B is an absolute treat and definitely Stream A worthy.
Well, this is the B stream, and we got our fair share of good matches.
B for
too.
best.
B for best, and A for also pretty good, you know? Though, let's sort of tee up this match now. How these teams fare against each other. We've gotten an idea of how the players feel about this. In fact, actually, the team that we haven't spoken with is, in fact, Toxic Lotus. We don't know how they're feeling about this one. Though, I think what we do know from this team is sort of the mindset that they should be coming into this with. I think for all these Chinese teams, they feel like they have the ability to impress the rest of the world. And they certainly already accomplished that. This particular team did last year. This is going to set the tone for how all of the Chinese teams look like at this last chance qualifier.
They are the main representation for their country. I think that is a big responsibility as well. I think this team is also a testament for their passion for the game. I think it is impressive because, again, I babbled about this a little bit earlier, but they are playing in arguably like the least comfortable conditions out of all the teams, just because, you know, they have less tournaments, there are a few patches behind, the meta is a bit isolated, and yet those guys, for the most part, have all been competing for like up to 3-4 years now, which I think is absolutely mind-blowing and shows just how passionate they are about this game, about competing, and how much this means to them. It truly does mean a lot, and I think that they also are so excited about the opportunity to qualify through LCQ rather than just being given a Worlds ticket, you know, that maybe feels a little bit unwarranted. I think this is just like such a big opportunity for them to just show the world where they're at. Now, maybe, you know, all this hype talk about Toxic Lotus is going to backfire and it's just going to be a massive jinx. But I think those guys got it. And as much as like I am EU biased and I want to see Totem succeed, I also really want to see the miracle story of Toxic Lotus qualifying for World.
I mean, for a spectator, there's no losing here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Totem, Lotus, either one of them making through would be a fantastic story. That's why this is the last chance qualifier. Each one of these teams has had some sort of major struggle or challenge throughout the year. For Toxic Lotus, it is coming off of previous years where China has come to LAN, but we have not seen the sort of caliber that we need to see of a team that is worthy of going to the World Finals. So this is the mark of a true competitor. Toxic Lotus coming in with this excitement that they get to prove that they are worthy of competing on the World Final stage instead of simply being the best of China and by virtue of that, getting to the World Finals. They get to show what they are made of against Reply Totem, win the first match for China. This is the most likely candidate.
I think there's so much lining up for this, and I can't wait to see how this all unfolds. You guys, as much as we have been able to watch the players here, not on the main stage, but playing on the B stream stage for now. So maybe a little bit less pressure, as there's going to be a little bit less audience to deal with. I guess this is one of the like inequalities between being on main stage and on the B stage. I think the players aren't going to be complaining too much right now. They are just going to be completely focused on their match. Seems like players are still getting ready. I'm sure that admins are making sure that everything is absolutely perfect for the teams to be able to compete at the highest level.
Yep, everyone's got to get in that right mindset too. There's such a thing. Actually, we've seen this. It's been a few years, but we've seen the strategy of sort of icing the opponent. In American football, you ice the kicker. You can call a timeout right before an important kick to get in their head. And while there isn't necessarily like a strategy involved, the admins are certainly not pulling any funny business here. If you were in the right frame of mind, in the green room, in the player in the practice room, whatever you may have been in before you came on stage, now you're out here. And are you still in that same frame of mind? Are you losing that buff that you had of the pep talk from the coach, for instance?
No, you're absolutely right. I think this plays on the mental, right? Because the teams, they've been thinking that they would be playing maybe 12 minutes ago or something like that. And now they've been on the stage a little bit lower, a bit longer. Maybe the adrenaline has also fallen down a little bit. And those are all factors to take into account, and I think it plays on your mental. You got to make sure you stay sharp for a long time. I think this is something even like us as casters feel sometimes. You know, like we go for a quick break because we're no longer like on the active caster rotation, and then we come back and it's like almost starting anew in a way. And I think that those like time outs can actually happen like that a little bit sometimes. So yeah, players are gonna have to make sure they are fully focused and they kind of like stay in the zone despite the slow start.
Well, I have to wonder what's going through their heads here for this very first set. Reply Totem, we heard Ikeos in particular actually acknowledge that this was one of his most feared opponents, one of the team's most feared opponents. And let's also discuss what's going on with Totem's year here, where they've acknowledged that one of the biggest struggles that they've had throughout the year, especially in the early part of the season, where their performance was the worst of the year, was the draft. And we saw them even get rid of their previous coach and bring on a new one to fill those shoes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm fixing some tech stuff, and this is a part of doing the show, so I did not listen to anything ready.
All good, I'm just yapping anyway.
You can either repeat or we move on.
Well, yeah, so let's talk about the new coach for Reply Totem.
Yes.
Because we see them now being joined by a completely new coach. They have Seabass instead of Roll. Roll's was almost with them for 2 full seasons. And Roll actually had some choice words, I think, about this. Maybe felt like it was a little unfair. Seabass comes in to fill those shoes. And Seabass is actually joining these guys after having some pretty good success in North America, I believe. But the thing is, he was primarily an analyst over there. Now he's coming in for a coach role. They still have ex-Casta running all of the analytics in the background.
Yeah, I feel like Reply Totem have been maybe like a little bit more trigger happy with the roster changes than I would have liked. I think that traditionally, I mean, as soon as things started kind of going downhill with Soy de Breza, kicked them out for Joker. As soon as they weren't happy with Inzo, they got Roll, then got rid of Roll. They changed the analysts a few times along the way as well. So it's been a bit like, yeah, a bit messy when it comes to their roster and their, I would say extended roster, right, with the staff as well. So yeah, even though they have kept like the core duo of Marimari for like 3 years now, the rest of the slots have been a bit more volatile. And I don't know if it's just like an inability sometimes to just fix the issues, or if, you know, they need a scapegoat, or I'm not a part of that like internal process. So they're the only ones that really know how that goes on. But I feel like sometimes it might be prematurely. Maybe sometimes there is a solution, and if you know you spend just a little bit more time, you could find it. But again, it's their judgment, and if they think this is the way, then so be it. The results speak for themselves. But I feel like the last year it hasn't been as consistent, and I think part of me is hoping that this whole idea of changing rosters and staff so much doesn't come off the fact that they like were struggling with Soy de Breza, brought in Joker, and it like fixed all their problems in 6 months.
Yeah, I think in that case, when you can get a quick fix, when you can get in a new player and it just fixes everything, suddenly you go from being notoriously inconsistent and struggling to being completely undefeated for basically 3 months in any competition, not dropping a single match in a major in a major capacity, then it is probably quite tempting to go for that once again in the future.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we skipped over the draft here for this opening set, but we are in game. It's Reply Totem versus Toxic Lotus. We are in highs, and we see a Frank that was brought on here by Toxic Lotus, was the heals as well, of course, of OU. I think the Frank was probably a second and third pick paired with the Colette. It kind of feels like the only way, as Colette is like such a strong counter against it. And then on the other side, I would assume a Meg first pick, as it's like the best first pick in the game right now.
We've seen some pretty serious Frank drafts as well. When you see Colette and Frank at the same time, that's got to be pick 2 and 3, perhaps a Meg first selection. That's my top-down analysis of how this works. And for this to be permitted for Toxic Lotus shows, I think, supreme confidence for Reply Totem. So far, it's paying off entirely because we have seen them take the advantage in terms of safe damage. We'll see White around the left side get a hypercharged Colette super off. Engine also going to come in for massive damage. Maori back in the mech, but Engine is smacking away at this safe. Here comes OU. They might have overextended going in solo, and now that mid control is surrendered over to Reply Totem.
I mean, he was not expecting to get out of that. He would just wanted to get the gadget on the safe. And to be fair, the health of the blue safe is still dwindling down, 26% left. One breakthrough play, and that game is going to Toxic Lotus. Now, Totem do have map control, so if they can manage to hold on to that, they should be able to slowly catch up. But when you have a 15,000 HP Frank that just keeps pushing forward, keeps getting heals as well from OU pushing through, some more shots onto that safe. White got an elimination on the left-hand side. A super, he does go for it, but he goes down before it connects.
It's dwindling down to nothing. Could just be a couple ticks away. 4% is where the reply totem safe sits for now. And Toxic Lotus are up by a massive margin. Engine charging forward with 15,000 HP, a hypercharge, a super, and a dream. OU with a final shot onto the safe to confirm the kill, and Toxic Lotus set the tone for this match with a Game 1 win.
You gotta learn to respect the Frank. A mistake that so many teams have done the last few months ever since Frank has become so good in the meta. Wow, Toxic Lotus opening up the scoreboard here versus Reply Totem West Game 1. We told you guys they're no joke. Maybe you guys thought in chat that, you know, we're just trying to make everyone look good. We are really not. That's not what we are known for. We're here for the facts, and the fact is that right now, Toxic Lotus is an absolute threat.
And their drafting seems to be quite on point as well. We see a great Frank comp for them. We see this Barry being so troublesome. He's getting that super charged up by spam healing teammates. Frank's going to be taking a ton of damage. He's going to be leveraging his health to stay alive. Bob weave his way forward. I was actually quite impressed by the mechanics of Engine there as he's weaving his way around some pretty large griff shots, juking things out. And this is also a bit of a surprise for me, more than me being impressed, because historically what we've seen and heard is that White and OU are more of the star players of this roster.
Yeah, they can be. I think overall they do have a fairly balanced roster. I don't know quite yet why we aren't jumping into Game 2. It seems like the players are playing, so hopefully production puts us up there. Yeah, apologies for that. We are looking into getting the draft as well for the next set. Unfortunately, with this being like kind of a remote broadcast, there's a lot of like different implications and factors to keep into consideration. But yeah, we can't really do more with that. Everyone is doing everything possible in the background to solve any tech issues that may arise.
Well, we could of course postulate about what's going on if Game 1 or Game 2 is at all resemblant of game number 1, then possibly another Toxic Lotus victory ongoing in the same manner, where we see Frank juke his way forward, break open some of these walls for additional maneuverability. In many instances, we'll actually see Brock selected with a gadget to open up this wall for more efficient passage into mid, remove an area for the enemy to hide and keep control of mid. The thing is, mid control doesn't mean much when you're constantly falling back into these aggro picks.
Yeah, I think the Frank can just be such a threat, and as much as Meg is a super valuable first pick, I feel like they had so many win conditions on that Toxic Lotus comp, because they have to bury his gadgets, deal a ridiculous amount of damage on save. Like, it's just like so much damage. It's unbelievable. Colette, so good at dealing damage on save. Frank, very good as well at dealing damage on save. Yes, he does need to get in range, but with the amount of health he has, it's not that hard to close the gap. And when you combine all of that, plus the heals from the berry, it's a very overwhelming comp.
So based on the reactions here,
we're going to game 3.
Yeah, check that out. You can see it on the screen too. I guess that's a spectating functionality that we have for now. So a win for Reply Totem in game number 2 of set number 1 did not look like a confident one. Reply Totem taking some deep breaths at the moment, staying locked in, but not at all in a comfortable position.
All right, we got our next game coming up. This is game 3. Apologies again for missing on game 2, but Totem were able to come back. We'll have to see if they're able to repeat that success, maybe show us what went different. As I do like that break actually from Arrow with this piggy bank on the right hand side, just removing some of those bushes, making sure no one sneaks up, and they do manage to deal with Engine now. Murray took a lot of damage, but he's still in mech, he's able to heal up, and so far it doesn't look too bad here for Totem early on.
White over here, he kind of went for double against iChaos. Another super in from Maru. This guy's firing off the supers left, right, and center. Engine goes down, but White is still alive. Could be temporary. He's healing as much as he can from the berry shots, and he's staying in the game. Still going for more damage versus Mary. Now OU pushes in from the left side, gets the gadget shot onto the save. Engine now marching up this avenue paved by Barry, but cannot get into an advantageous position. With all this said, White, despite dying, has earned his hypercharge, and he will be able to lock in tons of damage on the save.
Super from my kills, doesn't really find a connection. Engine pushing through with the hypercharge, not in range to actually pop that super. Gadget doesn't find a connection either. He does create a little bit of space for OU, but OU is in a bit of an awkward spot, not really able to reach the safe, not able to reach anyone really, just holding on to those choke points south of the mid. But for now, it is a very, very narrow lead in favor of Reply Totem, but that one shot from OU is going to turn things around already.
We're going to see this safe damage dwindling down for Reply Totem, but they don't care. There's nothing they can do about it at this point. They just got to push forward. They'll pick up a kill onto White on the right side, and massive damage rains down upon Engine. He's going to throw super at it because why not? There's not really much else that he can do with Maori, and Maori staying comfortably out of his range and gradually chipping away his health.
It's not an easy game for the Barry either. Once the walls are completely opened up, it's just so hard to actually push through. However, Reply Totem still needs some damage, but they're close to the safe. A few shots from iChaos and Maru will connect enough to give them the lead. It's 15 seconds left into this game. White does have a hypercharge. Engine has a super as well. Can they pierce through this Totem defense? Can they reach the safe? They can't. The defense holds on here for Reply Totem, and they take set number 1.
Excellently recovered by Reply Totem, but certainly a close one for Toxic Lotus. That was a nail biter. We didn't quite get to catch game 2, but I imagine it went in a similar fashion, where there was simply constant aggression from Toxic Lotus. This was the exact same strategy that they used in game number 1, and it seems like Reply Totem simply deciphered how they were going to do that. They decrypted the strategy and found a way to play fairly consistently. I think in this instance, they placed a lot of their chips on Meg, because that's what that Byron Meg is here to do. You have Meg that jukes her way up the field. You have Byron that keeps her alive. She has a ton of damage in close range, so you're forced to back away. If you stand and fight, you're going to be taking massive damage. This time, though, they were not necessarily getting the aggression of Meg, but more of the consistency that she is able to offer, especially when she's constantly being healed by Byron.
Yeah, I think some of the plays towards the end were also like tough calls to make for Toxic Lotus, because they had the Colette was hypercharge, but not willing to use it. And I get it. You're in heist, you're behind in percentage, you want to use that hypercharge on the safe. But if you're not able to pierce through the mid, you're not going to get to use it on the safe. So it's better to maybe just use it in defense, create a little bit of space for your teammates to get to the safe, or for yourself to just get a super on safe later on. I don't know what the right call was. This one certainly didn't work out, as they were just completely unable to push towards that safe towards the end, and they really needed that extra damage.
Well, I did notice some mechanical errors. I think White is bearing a pretty heavy load here as well, being pretty much the primary safe damage dealer, with that hypercharged Colette being such a massive asset to have. Also being the pop-off brawler for the team, needing to weave his way through the enemy side, but you can't really dodge a Meg. That shot fans out so wide that you can't really compete against that. We see him trying to find his way in to that enemy safe, but when it comes to the eliminations, they simply couldn't secure them. When I talk mechanical blunders in particular, though, I see White going for these Colette supers to possibly demech a Meg. He's going for 2, trying to hit the Byron on the way to the safe. Ends up missing the safe entirely. And based on the outcome of that last game, if those supers had found their way onto the safe, that would have actually meant the game went to Toxic Lotus instead of Reply Totem, because the percentage was just that close.
Yeah, I think a few plays going differently could definitely have favored Toxic Lotus. I also felt from, like, in game 1, I felt like their team synergy and chemistry was just absolutely spot on. Like, they kept pushing together, the Frank creating space for the Barry to get his gadgets on the safe. I feel like there was less of that here in game 3. Now, it may have been Reply Totem also just like adjusting better, being a bit more of a defensive wall. But for now, I mean, if you look at Toxic Lotus, they were still smiling and laughing and giggling like a few seconds ago, despite being a set down in a best of 3. Like, things go quickly from here on. Seems like they're still confident. And by the way, we got an update from Wiggly Spoo that apparently SCMN versus Connections is going to set 3.
Huh? What? Oh man, here we go. And this is also, of course, that's up to the A stream to cover, but to paint a picture for all of you who have been watching the B stream instead of the A stream, Connections is an incomplete roster at the moment. They're missing their most important brawler. They're missing Today, who is a historically amazing player in mainland China. I would say his heyday was more between 2020 and 2022, returned to the Brawl this year, and after not being able to secure his visa for the Last Chance Qualifier, announced his retirement. That's a massive blow for the team's morale and also for the skill cap of the team, because Today is regarded as the best player.
Yeah, he's very, very talented. It's hard to fill his shoes, but they got to do what they got to do at the end of the day, and that's going to be adapting in the moment. I think that's the name for a lot of LAN events, where you just got to adapt to the conditions. Playing on different devices as well is a factor here to be considered here. Certainly something that takes some time getting used to. And we saw different approaches too. Teams scrimming, on their usual home devices, scrimming with the tournament devices. It's always an ongoing discussion as well. But it seems like draft is kicking in by the looks of Maru's screen here. However, we haven't got to draft just yet. So hopefully that is something that gets implemented. Again, it's the first match of the day. Didn't really have any major rehearsals, so we're kind of figuring everything out on the spot, just like you guys at home. So hopefully we get the draft sorted out so we can show it to you guys.
Yeah, we're all playing it by ear over here. I guess we can get a decent view of Maru's device and maybe get a clue. And we can even also look at, I think this is an angle that we don't usually get at LAN, where we can actually see the players utilizing the screens and see the manner in which they play, how the gears turn in their head during this draft. You see Maru swiping back and forth, looking at each brawler, hoping that the profile picture of the brawler will inspire something in his brain to generate a good pick.
Sometimes it does come down to that. There's so many factors to take into account for those drafts as well, whether you want to look at some of your comfort picks or just whichever are the brawlers strongest in the meta or the most meta relevant to this map. If you can take brawlers away from your opposition or have brawlers that will cover the weaknesses of your own or take away a counter. We saw it just earlier. A Meg first pick from Reply Totem that leaves open a Frank Colette, since they were both not banned out. Toxic Lotus more than happy to go for it, and it's pretty much a ranked classic now. Yeah. I feel like, if you have second pick and Frank and Colette are not banned, you go Frank Colette or you go Frank Gale or something along those lines. Obviously, there's way more complex interactions like that, but this is just more like an easy way to make an example.
The draft has so much depth because thing is Byron really ban worthy here? You would expect Meg typically to get banned out. We see some brawlers that didn't make an appearance that would most likely be present on Kaboom Canyon. One that I noticed was missing was Crow, one of the best brawlers on that map. So with that eliminated, you can really get some healing action in there. But to reiterate, Byron's not really ban worthy, but Byron Meg is a deadly combination. So now you have to wonder, oh my gosh, do we let them have the Byron Meg? At this point, by them first picking Meg with the Frank open, with the Colette open, I feel like we kind of have to take that. So now that that has been occupied, Byron's left open, the Byron Meg combination just worked. It didn't game number one, so it was actually a fairly even draft by the looks of things. I think things sort of fell apart there for Toxic Lotus, because I don't believe we saw a significant change in strategy. I think Reply Totem got accustomed to how Toxic Lotus were playing this. They were basically running it down. We saw in particular Frank running it down, getting a lot of damage to the enemy team, was juking a lot better in game number one. Perhaps Reply Totem just mechanically diffed them, downloaded the dodging pattern, were able to make some waves from there.
Well, this is kind of the thing when you are playing a comp that is a bit less mechanically challenging, like a Frank comp. Barry also not exactly the hardest brawler to play. I feel like you're as much as it's easy to do well, it's also hard to do better. You are kind of locked at a certain point to how much you can improve. And this is kind of what we saw earlier as well. Is they did well in game one, but then game 2 and 3, they were just not able to really change much because, there's not much of a mechanical difference you can achieve. There's not much of a stronger strategy you can bring out or any big adjustments. So it really just comes down to your opponent's performance at that point. And unfortunately for them, Reply Totem were doing well. However, time around, we're starting things with a 2-on-2 here on out in the open. Already the 8-bit and the bow taken out. Interesting picks.
I do like the 8-bit bow. I think bow is always going to be consistent. You can pretty much always hit 1,000 damage with that shot if you decide to fan it out. Here comes the action, though. Big pinch on an engine. Maru and iChaos just need a combo onto this RT. OU basically has no moves left. The most you can do is get a bit of damage and avoid giving any hypercharge to the Angelo and that Piper.
I think Observer went out of game a little bit too quickly there. We are back for round number 2. Let's see here if any adjustments can be made by Toxic Lotus. They have a lot of control. They got the first kill earlier too, but it was a very quick trade from, I believe, iKills that brought things back. So let's see if this time around Toxic Lotus can take and keep the advantage, especially since they do have a gene pool now.
They have the gene pull. And Maori on that 8-bit, who usually would actually be a pretty good counter to this gene, is not going to be able to teleport away from any of this. Now, Maori has a way of escaping. iChaos also has a way of escaping. And now Maori is going to throw down that boosted booster. That's 50% damage boost for iChaos. He's looking for one-shots. Bow with a perfect totem, but the yank on the left side. Engine picks up the kill. It's a 3v2 now. Man advantage for Toxic Lotus. No more damage booster to worry about either.
Engine was a massive clutch. iKill's trying to enjoy that damage booster for a few more seconds. If he could connect a shot, that could be huge, but it's out of the picture now. He finds one, but Toxic Lotus straight him out. This one is going to round number 3. However, 2 hypercharges carried over by Totem.
Something that Toxic Lotus don't really boast here unless they can get that gene hypercharge. And even so, do they really have a chance of grabbing anyone here? Maori, once he gets that teleport, can get out of there as soon as he sees that hand fired away. And in this land environment, you will be able to react to a hypercharged magic hand. So far, mid-control. Ooh, iChaos takes major damage. This is looking dangerous. Hypercharge available for Engine. He has the super to combine as well. Maru has his hyper, so does iChaos, and here comes the massive damage booster from Maori.
Does survive is only 153 HP. Still standing for now, hypercharge unlocked for Engine. This is going to be massive, and that endgame damage booster taken out as well is so much value for Toxic Lotus. They need a comeback in this match, and this is the opportunity to do just that, especially if iKhaos can't connect any of those hypercharge shots. Does find one on Engine. If he gets to kill on Engine, that could be huge, but he doesn't find that kill. The pool is there. Maori taken out 3 versus 2. Totem, can they find the kills? They can't. Toxic Lotus wins the game.
Yet another Game 1 win for Toxic Lotus. They set the tone in set number 1. They do it again in set number 2. You gotta imagine the nerves here for Reply Totem. That has to be nerve-wracking for this team. That said, we saw, I think, a misplay by iChaos in that round 3. Perhaps some nerves, perhaps overconfidence. He popped a hypercharge against an enemy that he couldn't even see, and he was just praying that he would hit white. Doing the same again, now hyperchargeless, so not really a bad play at all. Just trying to scout out and pinch white over here on the right side with the assistance of Maori.
Now this time around, and it's a bit different, because in game 1, it really seemed like Toxic Lotus were much better at holding on to control, and Reply Totem were playing it much safer. This time around, a bit more control in favor of Reply Totem. They even managed to break that top wall that's a little bit less cover. The gadget shot from iKhaos will find a connection on the gene, just fight some time, Engine is going to be healing that off, and so far so good here for Reply Totem that have nice control.
They're all over this mid, and they even have a boosted booster to match. There's no way, really, that anyone's going to reach that unless Toxic Lotus pop off mechanically and weave their way up the field. iChaos has that 50% damage boost. He's going to be two-shotting every member of this roster. The final shot for Maori to take down white. Another for Maori onto OU. And Engine knows it's over. Finds his way into that poison to end this one nice and fast. Don't want to feed any super. Don't want to feed any hypercharges to the enemy, but no matter. iChaos is already prepped and ready to use a hypercharge here. The important thing, though, is that Maori doesn't have a turret to throw down off the beginning of round 2.
Hypercharge carried over, and again, very variable. See if Toxic Lotus can pop off. They need it right now. They don't want to get to a match point situation in the hands of Reply Totem. Damage booster placed down. iKhaos still looking for those blind shots, not finding any connections, but does find one. That is going to be so important.
Once again, it'll be able to two-tap basically every enemy on Toxic Lotus. So they have to play this one very cautiously. Just slow and steady gameplay so far. Engine is equipped with a super. He's going to try and surprise Maru. Maru didn't even react to that. No gadget, no nothing. He knew it was that far off and didn't even waste a gadget. That's the kind of economy that we need to see iChaos once again with a hypercharge, but no connections. Vengeful Spirits out, a kill onto White. Maru pinched on the left side. OU closing things in, no kill. The final shot, taking out OU and a game win for Reply Totem.
Match point coming up for Reply Totem. Their chance here. And not quite securing their spot in day 2, but getting halfway there for sure. Getting a win doesn't mean you're through, because there's always the scenario of a 3-way tie that could arise and then going to tiebreakers. But it does really help your case. Let's see if they are able to achieve that massive goal they've got. They want to make sure to at least go towards tomorrow. But of course, I mean, basically, if you lose any of your games, it's going to be very unlikely to be the first seed as well. So they're here for qualification, but they're also here for that first seed. They're the kind of team that has that are of a big enough caliber to achieve that. And right now, they have a chance at ending things right here, right now, before things get messy in the third set.
I'm getting the sensation that it could go to a set 3. Toxic Lotus looked so good off of game 1, but if set 1 is anything to go by, it seems that Reply Totem figure out the strategy of the enemy team, and Toxic Lotus didn't seem to have more than one way of playing their team composition. We also saw off the beginning of round 1 of game 2 that Toxic Lotus almost immediately folded control of that mid zone. They could not hang on to it, and things went pretty predictably.
Yeah, it seems like we're not quite getting into game 3 just yet. Hopefully that gets fixed ASAP, as we want to see how the rest of the story unfolds. The stakes are huge here for both teams, and really want to figure out the end of this opening match here for our B stream. But the Totem play is certainly looking very locked in, and hopefully for them that works out. But Toxic Lotus, they're still a threat. I mean, they showed it in game 1. They showed it in every set so far, that they just stay competitive like through in and throughout.
Judging by the reactions here, it looks like a round has perhaps not gone the way of Reply Totem, and Toxic Lotus are still in the running here. Breaking down kind of their composition here, I wonder what exactly the mentality was behind that bow. There's no question that bow, and an enjoyed brawler by my ranked teammates absolutely everywhere, because he's just that darn consistent in getting the damage. However, I wonder how that super perhaps is playing into this. Maybe break open some walls for sure, but get enemy area control. You can get their bushes broken down, impede their progress into mid perhaps.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how things are unfolding, but what is for sure is that players are going to be giving it their all. We'll try to keep you guys updated. I'm also going to open the game on my own phone, so maybe we can have a glance on our side and let you guys know what's happening. So we'll keep you guys up to date. We reach out to production as well to make sure they fix whatever issue is occurring right now ASAP. It might take a second, and by the looks of it, the clapping from Reply Totem makes me think they won the match.
I would say that's a pretty standard reaction to winning the match, but we don't know with confidence just yet, so we're going to have to wait for that 100% confirmation. Oh, check it out. Okay, that's a victory right there. That's a victory right there. That one's for the audience. We can't see him, but I assume there's some raging fans there in the audience cheering on Reply Totem. Very unfortunate outcome for Toxic Lotus. They got a game victory in both set 1 and 2. They still couldn't take a set win though. And this is returning once more to that vicious cycle that we see the Mainland China teams struggle to escape, where it's difficult for them to get a set win. That said, they were so close 2 times in a row.
It was a great opportunity. It's unfortunate that part of the story was kind of kept away from the light here, as we couldn't quite get into one of the games of both our sets. But Totem did overall look confident in those third games, able to make the right adjustments and just show some great gameplay. So an impressive Totem, I would say, for the most part. pretty much equally impressive Toxic Lotus, but they just weren't quite able to finish the series. I think Totem are staying on stage because they are facing Na'Vi up next, so that is to be taken into consideration. But it's going to be an interesting match as well, for sure. We'll get that to that in a few seconds. Do you have any takes on this before we get into that match, ready?
Gosh, Toxic Lotus are going to be coming off of knowing that they only have one life left in this group. Totem have to be feeling confident now. They know that unless there is somehow a three-way tie, that they should feel pretty comfortable that they secure at least second place in this group, and they advance on to day 2. They get to take a deep breath. Chaos in particular, I mean, he was the voice for the team that we spoke to where he said, honestly, Toxic Lotus are pretty scary. We saw precisely why. So now Totem, they're all warmed up. They have the wind in their sails going against Na'Vi. And Toxic Lotus, I think, honestly have the misfortune of not getting in that kind of warm-up, that kind of, as we said, that momentum that Reply Totem had off of a win when they face Na'Vi.
Yeah, this means that like the only way realistically for Toxic Lotus to qualify now is if Na'Vi loses both their matches, or if we get a three-way tie. Either way, it's going to be a bit of a complicated situation. So odds no longer in their favor. Not that they ever really like were in their favor, but it is going to be a bit of a scuffed run on their end if they want to stand a chance. Now, we are bringing in Na'Vi, an APAC team, and we got a little bit of an APAC expert here to walk us through that.
Yes, indeed. Na'Vi, I just came across from the outside just watching those games, and honestly speaking, if I'm a Na'Vi fan, I am pretty terrified right now. They looked absolutely warmed up. This looks like a different roster from what we expected throughout the year. But talking a little bit about Na'Vi's journey up till this point as well, as you mentioned, they are an APAC team. They are the second LCQ seeded team, but make no mistake, just because they're seed number 2 doesn't mean that they're not strong. A lot of you guys might recognize them as Team Reject from last year, who also made a pretty deep LCQ run where they were bested by Na'Vi, and now they've changed banners and maybe the luck of the yellow is on their side. They've had a pretty tough year, Teddy, and going up against Reply Totem, who's also had a pretty tough journey, this, I think, is the matchup that people on Group B are tuning in to watch.
This is going to be such a fantastic matchup. Let me fix the overlays real quick. Sorting some of the tech stuff out on our side as well. We actually do have a bit of a head-to-head coming up. Hopefully we'll get draft as well in this match. That would be huge. But Maru, Ikeos Maru, you guys just saw them on stage moments ago. Of course on Na'Vi, as you mentioned, X, Reject. A bit of a mix as well from players that have competed together or against each other in the past, as well as last year. We did see a few roster changes across the board.
Yeah, indeed, Suzuki being brought on after the March monthly finals, and ever since then, Na'Vi have had honestly still quite a rough road. Now remember guys, they only made 3 monthly finals this year, winning one of them and getting a decent placement for the other 2, and that just put them only 1 point. They qualified by 1 point extra above the 4th seeded team in APAC. So by no means are they here, and by no means that they have an easy journey thus far, for sure. I mean, but there's one thing that I do have to highlight though. They've already won the hair color game. I feel like with APAC, one of the nice things about Japanese teams is that they always bring these eccentric outfits to bring that little bit of color, and I'm hoping that that will sort of color their gameplay as well. Because if there's one thing that, you know, the Japanese teams are known for, it's that they like to draft extremely aggressive comps. They don't care about what EMEA kind of cooks up. They don't care about the masterminds of NA. They just think, if you give me exactly what I'm good at playing, I will diff you in every possible way. In this LAN environment though, I'm not sure if they will be the most comfortable to play. And yeah, as we spoke of, they are going into a totem that's completely warmed up against Toxic Lotus.
That is very true. I think maybe your analysis here describes exactly what happened last year at LCQ for Reject, which again was 2 out of those 3 players that are currently on the Na'Vi roster, is that it felt like they were just trying to mechanics diff their opponents and at the expense of playing the most meta brawlers or having the best counters or the best drafts. It was just like, we're just gonna diff them. So it doesn't really matter what we draft. And that wasn't a winning strategy because they did not go through LCQ. They did not qualify for Worlds. And yeah, that begs the question of like, is that the right approach? Do they have to change that approach now for this year? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, they surely have to kind of think of it a little bit. It's a bit ironic to say that Na'Vi or Reject formerly, they lost because they were so focused on mechanics, because they lost to Na'Vi, and it was under the helm of Angel Boy, who I think really showed the power of mechanically diffing somebody. I will always recall that Nani performance. It is etched into my mind. But we have some updates from Stream A. Now, if you guys just tuned in from there, SGMN just took one game up against Connections, but it wasn't a 2-0 sweep. Connections actually was able to take one set, which was pretty impressive. A China team actually taking a set already here at LCQ. And as mentioned just now, Toxic Lotus, they came in and everyone's probably expecting that this team is honestly untested. There's a lot of words you can say, basically say that they're gonna lose, and they put up a pretty good fight against Totem. So this truly seems like the group of death. Now you've got Na'Vi who's coming to the table, and even though we mentioned that there might be a tiebreaker, actually I honestly think this is the one group of all the groups that has the highest chance of a tiebreaker. I'm looking forward to seeing it happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's definitely a few storylines unfolding. I think the matter across the board for a lot of those groups, because there's 3 different groups with a Chinese team in them, is like, how do those guys perform? Connections? Well, I don't think too many people would have seen them take a set against Stamina. Again, we didn't quite watch that match. That was on the A stream, so probably many of you guys that are here right now watched that just earlier, or at least glances of it. But it looks like Connections were playing well. If they can be a threat like that to Luminosity, there's still some wiggle room here for them. And on the Toxic Lotus side, I still don't exclude them or the idea of them beating Na'Vi. I can definitely still see that happen in our 3rd match of today. For now, it's going to be Reply Totem versus Na'Vi. Do you have any general thoughts about this matchup before we go into more like, per team analysis?
I think it's going to come down above everything else to the precision of how they execute their comps, because neither of these teams strike me as a team that's really a mastermind when it comes to draft. I don't really remember Totem or Na'Vi really being known as sort of drafting masterminds, but coming in, they've always known to be teams that are excellent at team play, and they're excellent in the execution of any kind of comp that they can think of. Something that I saw earlier when Totem was facing against Toxic Lotus is the comps really looked fairly even. Both teams had a really good strategy going in, but Totem, my goodness, the precision that they executed, especially in that high set, they needed to play to sheer perfection to make that comp work. And I expected if they go into Na'Vi in this matchup with that same amount of perfection, Na'Vi honestly may not be the favorites coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty equal one here. It's very, very tough to call. I think that historically, Reply Totem have performed really well in LAN events. Winning Masters, notably, I think is probably the peak in Japan as well. Na'Vi, it's a bit of a different story. It's like, it's such an inconsistent one when it comes to LAN performance, because on the one hand, you have a Chappie, won Worlds twice. So, not exactly like, a beginner either. I wouldn't say, very, very solid player. However, they didn't go through LCQ last year, and Master as well, Chappie was playing with Help Me. They didn't manage to go through, actually even lost to Reply Totem in set 5, but still a loss. So it's been a bit inconsistent to that extent. I think that Levi and Shizuku also don't have as much LAN experience. And I feel like here, Reply Totem, like, it's more of their, like, home turf, They were known, no one knew Reply Totem until Worlds 2021 because they got top 4 at World in LAN.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Na'Vi sort of curse when it comes to LANs, a lot of it kind of falls, unfortunately, on the shoulders of a Chappie, right? You're coming in with all these expectations. He's a 2-time world champion, formerly the second in command to Tensai, who's on Crazy Raccoon, breaking off, leading his own squad, and then just always seemed to be fizzling out at LCQ. Last year at Masters, as you mentioned, in all these international competitions, they don't really go that far. And that really begs the question of sort of what really is the struggle for them. Is it the lack of LAN experience that they have? As you mentioned, they have Shizuku and Levi, whom they've been to some LAN tournaments, but then again, they've never really gotten that taste of victory yet. You know, that's so important, coming in, feeling yourself and knowing that you can win. We know that from Japanese player camps, they like to play in all kinds of contorted positions. They like to be really comfortable when they play. Whereas if you look at a team like Totem, every monthly final, they're already training at a LAN facility. They're together. Na'Vi, on the other hand, this is their holiday. They're coming here to Cologne. They're trying to have a good time, but they've still got that cheddar that they need to fight for, and that's going to be this ticket to the World Finals. So, honestly, even as an APAC fan, not gonna lie guys, I'm super biased and I'm gonna be the most biased caster. I hope Teddy you'll represent Totem, because every time Na'Vi make a play, I'm gonna make it sound good, because make no mistake, I am truly rooting for them here, and also because I want the three-way tiebreak to happen. But really, I really want to just see Na'Vi break that curse. I think Achapi deserves to stop being called Tensai, but like, I only made it to Worlds because of Tensai. That curse has to be broken. This man has worked so hard and has really brought so much of the Japanese scene up just by himself. I hope he sees some success today.
I agree with you. I love the point you were making about like Na'Vi having LAN experience, especially like Levi and Shizuku having some experience, but not really having good experience. You know, they have what I would call LAN trauma. You know, they went to LAN, got traumatized. And I feel like that is something that they have the chance to change here in this Group B of the BSC 2024 LCQ. Guys, look at that. That's a draft. And it's actually happening right in front of our eyes. Mari going for the first big clans here on Kaboom Canyon. It's going to be a B and a Gil as an answer for Na'Vi. So expecting tanks, I'm assuming.
Yeah, strangely not a Frank first pick coming out from either team, and Na'Vi not picking up Frank themselves despite it being completely open. We do see that Colette is still in the pool, and that might sort of raise some concerns. I think we did see the Toxic Locust did manage to pair up that Frank earlier with the Colette and really showcase just how strong and domineering that comp can be. If you guys came from the A stream, STMN did something similar as well. There was a Frank matchup going into a Colette, so fully expecting that some of these teams have anticipated it. But very interestingly, on the side of Na'Vi, they opted for this B pickup, which is not something that I have seen in ages, and I find that every time that Na'Vi draft, they seem to be leaning into some of these safety picks, right? A little bit more, not really like the S tier meta brawlers, but they feel so comfortable playing their own style that they're just willing to go for it. Now, Totem's gonna pick up this Meg though, which once again, it just seems like Totem's strategy so far is see meta, pick meta, Japan will fold on itself.
We have a bit of a map change, actually. It turns out it's open business. I was thinking the map we had just earlier was from the first set, or the you know, game one of the set one of match one. But we are going to see a Willow being brought in. That is interesting. Now, a lot of the best throwers, especially when it comes to Hudson, are banned out. So no Barry, no Larry Laurie, no Barley. It doesn't leave a lot of openings. I think that traditionally, in the current meta, people do tend to go more for Dynamite rather than Willow. But I don't mind Willow here on open business. I think it can do some work. A little bit curious how that's going to work out, and a Stu is a good answer. I don't think they should try to match it with a thrower. I think that going for something that is aggressive and can deal with the thrower is probably a better idea.
It's a nice idea coming out here from Na'Vi for sure, regardless of whether he goes for that breakthrough or that speed gadget, which I think he'll probably still opt for the breakthrough here and just try and play up against this Willow matchup. I was thinking Na'Vi's probably in a trapped situation. They can't go for tanks, and they don't really have a good thrower unless they want to lean into that Dynamite, which traditionally, Na'Vi don't really have a Dynamite player. So they don't really have that option. Then I think this Stu is sort of a good solution to a problem, but otherwise I still think Totem are looking quite solid in this comp. I think they've got a really good tempo lead. It looks like a very simple style of composition here, whereas Na'Vi, I think, as always, the story is they just seems to have to play so well to make this work.
Yeah, I feel like this draft kind of went with like Na'Vi trying with some ideas here to be like predicting some tanks from Reply Totem, trying to throw them off. And then they saw the Willow pick, and they were kind of just there like, all right, well, I hate this draft stuff. Let's just out-mechanics them, you know, and they go for this too. It is a 0 pings too. It is at LAN, super close to the servers as well here, only like a few kilometers away. So why not? I mean, it is the kind of brawler that you will see a lot at LAN, and I'm down to see it. I'm down to see it.
Yep. Levi is traditionally known as one of the best mechanical players in Japan. He's the playmaker of Na'Vi. He is known to be a phenomenal max player, but Stu is basically, you know, a different kind of max as well, and I think I'm very sure Levi would be able to fill that role completely here. We are waiting to get into the game. We do see the players on camera. They have gotten to the game. Trust us, guys. We too want to watch the game as well. We feel you in the chat. Not to worry right now. We'd love to jump into this. But yeah, looking at this comp, I think the biggest weakness that Na'Vi is really trying to capitalize on is just this sort of awkward Clancy spot. There isn't a sort of clear target that Clancy can go into. If Na'Vi plays with clinical precision, I do expect that this Clancy is not going to be able to get much value. So Totem's plan is most likely still going to be centered around iChaos, on his Meg, just trying to create space for his team and probably just try to buy some openings for them.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I feel like Clancy is very good at punishing your opponents for their mistakes. But if you don't do too many mistakes, it can be hard to find value as well. You know, if you don't get feed stages early on, poor placement, an easy super lineup, it can be a bit scary. It seems like we again skipped game 1, but it was won by Reply Totem. They're jumping into game 2, and yeah, it's a bit more of a radio cast here this time around, as we don't have the gameplay. The only issue is we don't have the gameplay either. So, yeah.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned from the A-Stream and from Uber and his brilliance is that you can sort of cast a little bit based on their reactions. And I think looking at Totem right now, they're dialed in. They're very much focused. The coach on their side, they're not really saying too much there. I think they know what they're doing. They've realized that the Na'Vi comp is in many ways sort of inferior to theirs. And if they just play to their strengths, it's more or less going to be okay. I wish we could see some player cams on the side of Na'Vi, and maybe we can see some funny reactions coming out from Achapi, who generally is a pretty serious guy. The Japanese players on land tend to look like they're basically always under a lot of stress until you start seeing them win, and then maybe you'll see a smile come up or two from Achapi. But looking at this game number 2 right now, as we can sort of see, on this tiny device here, on Maru's side, not really doing too much right now, but the one thing that you can cast from this kind of things is when a brawler drops and dies, you can see the whole screen turns red, and so far I don't think I've seen Maru drop once, so I think in hot zone that probably translates to a win. Oh, he looks pretty frustrated. Okay, that is a kill and a death coming out here. Maybe some signs of life coming out here from the side of Na'Vi. Frustration coming out from the coach here. He flips the pages here, looking at gameplay right now. But we're seeing most likely. And another death coming out here from Maru. You can see the screen turning red over there. Look at the look of frustration, the little hand flick coming out here. God, I wish I could give you more than that. But literally the information, I don't even know what brawler he's playing here. Otherwise, I think we could give you a little bit of some, imaginative action, right, Teddy?
Yeah, I'm speaking with production. We're trying to solve everything. Unfortunately, it's not on our end, so all we can do is, ask when we get in game. And we ask when we get draft. We got draft. I guess maybe we only get one of those two things. At that point, I'd rather get the gameplay.
The gameplay, yeah. Well, I think I just counted the 6th death coming out from Maru. So I would expect to see that this game is going well. Oh, another death coming out from him. He looks a little bit upset by that. I think he's about to put down his device there. I think one more push is coming out here. Now, guys, I wish I could see the game as much as you guys here, but it just looked like Na'Vi is doing well. And okay, another death happened over there. A bit of disappointment. The coach turns around here, and yeah, we're right. Actually, it's going to be Na'Vi that ties up the score 1-1. We caught nothing of that, but we do know it was a bloody back and forth game for sure, because game number 1, it ended really, really quickly. There's probably some spawn trap going on here, probably Willow getting some position, probably Levi just sitting in base and doing nothing, as sometimes he does that. But this time Na'Vi, they seem to have woken up the sleeping giant, already tied it up 1-1. So as we expected, it is going to be a close one.
Very closely matched teams. I have to say, Wiggly Spoo, I have immense respect for your ability to cast nothing. It is mind-blowing to me. Hopefully, we get into one game at some point here. It seems like the camera feed is having its moments as well. Maybe we just bring ourselves back on camera for a little bit whilst I'm sure production is fixing some issues in the background. Now, this is the good thing about the issues. I mean, it's not a good thing, but this is the, not too negative side is that the players are still competing in the same conditions. The issues are not affecting them at all. It's just us not being able to spectate. So, yeah, they're still able to play at the highest level. I'm sure they have no idea. They're not able to watch them. Maybe they're stressed thinking, oh, everyone is watching us right now. No, we're not. But yeah, it seems like it's going to set number 3. I prefer the draft from Reply Totem. I think Navi's draft was very mechanically demanding. Not that they don't have enough to like provide, but I feel like under LAN and heavy pressure, it is hard to like play your in game. And this is why we see a lot of Frank comps as well on LAN, or a lot of those like lower skill ceiling comps, is because with all the nerfs, well, if you don't have to play super mechanically well in order to win, well, that's some nice win conditions to have on your team.
Yep, that's the reason why I think a lot of the EU teams and NA teams just generally fare better. I have to say that APAC has a little bit of over-reliance when it comes to the mechanics, and they're playing in different conditions, right? It's a new device for them. It's a stage that they have to stand on. Reply Totem and Navi, in both cases, they are playing on podiums that are probably like 3 inches too short for them, right? They're basically hunchbacked the entire time that they're playing, and even in their sort of training facilities and stuff, I don't think they are, trained to play in a complete, this kind of positions, right? So all these things all these tiny things can just do so much to affect your mechanical skill. So if you can just opt to play a bit more tactically, which I think the EU teams have the biggest advantage in, then you tend to do better at LAN.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, in general, this is just such a huge advantage of being in EU, is that like it's the place of LANs, right? That's where you have the most LANs out of all of Brawl Stars. You're the closest to it. It's also the most like similar experience between one event to another. So yeah, so far it looks like Reply Totem actually locked in that opening set. It was a close one, not that we saw what happened, but just judging from like how long the games were taking and the fact that it went all the way to game 3, looks like it was an intense battle. Unfortunately, didn't quite get to catch any of that action live.
Yep. We are seeing some waves coming up here from iChaos, who looks handsome as ever in his cap there. I think they are probably looking at the A-Stream feed from the venue itself, looking at how they're looking out. It looks like there's some audio issues perhaps coming from there. I think Maru is asking whether he can be heard or something like that, gesturing out there, probably talking to his coach or manager here. Either way, we did see a little bit of the Japanese players in the distance. I saw a golden head. And, if you guys are catching this at the event, which if you're actually at the event and watching the B stream, oh my god, thank you for doing that. It's crazy to be on site and actually still listening to us here. I know you guys are probably hearing us yap for quite a long time. And this is the B stream. It is what it is. We are seeing the same things that you are. And trust me, Teddy, it's not a skill to be able to talk this much. It's more of channeling a little bit of that frustration as well to say, I really want to watch the game, but it needs to get out in a way that sounds good. So it comes across as I'm super positive, but deep down, trust me, it's stirring as well.
Yeah, we're smiling, but with tears on our face, is I think what you're trying to say. It's rough out there. We are trying our best, guys. We are trying our best. I'm sure everyone behind the scenes is also trying to fix the issues. It seems like the observer account is just unable to get into the spectating view of those matches. So they are working on a fix. That's the ETA for now. Apologies as well if I've been a little bit more quiet, because we've been doing a terrific job at filling. It's just because I'm texting with production, trying to see what's happening on their end, and if any fixes are on the way. Unfortunately, that's as far as there's as much info as we got for now, is that they're working on it, and hopefully the issues will be solved by the time we enter set number 2.
Yep, I think positive way to look at it. Really, really thankful, honestly speaking, that a lot of people in the background are working really, really hard to try and make this arrangement work. This B-Street thing, of course, for us, even we're here in the SK Magenta facility, we don't, pretty much had to find a spot for us to go and make this B-Stream work. We are physically here in Cologne, and we came here by choice, by the way. We could have probably done this from home, but we came down here because we wanted to be part of the action. We want to be as close to the event as possible. So really, really thankful to the folks at SK. I think you guys know who you are. Thanks for basically providing this setup for us here that we can just sit in here and kind of yap a little bit more there. Now, of course, SK is not physically at this event, but they are basically so situated close to the event that they are watching with all eyes and ears. I'm going to just bring your attention to this handsome man on the screen right now. I just want to say, iChaos, is he not the most handsome European you've seen?
It is a tight competition. We have a lot of handsome Europeans in the MEA. He is amongst the top contenders. I would definitely say so. I just love the man. He's so nice. I think that, like, okay, maybe you don't want to like throw in his PL ranked games because then you will get, you know, on his bad side. But I've always had like nothing but awesome interactions with him, and I think he's been doing great as well this year. It's not been easy. I think he had like big shoes to fill with Joker's departure of Totem, and realistically in the MEA, there's no one that can like just magically like solve that, you know, especially when like Joker was playing at his peak. Like, I'm not talking about SK Joker that has been a little bit more quiet, I would say. Not that he's been underperforming, but like 2023 Joker was just like on another level in the MEA, especially the first half of the year. It was its own thing, and maybe Reply Totem got a little bit too used to not needing much more than just him, you know, on the roster. They've had to make some adjustments with their playstyle, with their third player, with staff, a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes. And this is part of the story that like even us that are like very informed about all those processes, we don't have all the details. We don't know exactly what's going through their minds. But what's gotta be certain is that right now, Reply Totem, they've got to be in a fantastic mood because they are just one set away from qualifying for day 2 of LCQ.
Yep, it's a great spot to be in over there. We look like some of the headsets are coming back on. Gameplay might be starting soon there. I just want to bring back to that concept that you mentioned of how Joker was such a big linchpin inside the Totem roster. And I think a lot of EMEA teams sort of have that person. If you look at the side of Humble, Symantec, ever since he joined the Humble roster, he managed to elevate that to just a completely different level. In Totem here, however, you know, iChaos, on screen, I'll be honest with you, whenever I look at him, I get a bit scared because he looks really, really stern. But in real life, when you know, he's such a tall, and so he's really, really chill guy. So I can imagine in the dynamic of his team, he probably has to, as you mentioned, step up to a bit be more that leadership figure. But he also carries this poise and I think a little bit more experience than Joker because he's been in the scene much longer. So in a weird way, the dynamic shifts up in a way that both Mari and Maru can step up as well in their own regards. Here in this tournament, more than ever, they're gonna need it because even if they do make it past today, by the way, because yeah, you can survive the group of death, but there are only 4 golden tickets to Worlds. And Totem, they will have to face somebody that's, I believe, not from their group. It could be anybody from Group A, C, or D. And there are still so many strong teams here at LCQ. And all that action is going to happen tomorrow.
That is very true. And getting that first seed is incredibly valuable because it can eliminate some of those super high danger teams in that second day of the last chance qualifier. Again, if Reply Totem win this match, they are going to be 1 victory away from qualifying for the World Finals. So it is going to be very intense, that's for sure. Na'Vi here, they don't want to make it so easy here for Totem. They will keep fighting. Seems like there has to be some technical issues. Reply Totem speaking with admins, and probably why we haven't jumped into Game 2 just yet. But this might be a blessing in disguise because that gives extra time for production to fix whatever's been going on with getting into game.
Yeah, it looks like it's affecting both sides of players. I think we do see the Na'Vi players on the side headsets of their shuffling back and forth a bit here. Production, not sure if you can see us, but I do want to see my Japanese boys a little bit in the background. If we could just get a little sneak peek onto them, I'm sure it's completely possible here. But bringing that attention, not just visually to Na'Vi, I think we have to discuss a little bit about that last game. I think both of us going into that, we looked at the Na'Vi draft. The moment I saw that second pick, B, come out as the second pick of the game, I was already like raising my eyebrows. Like, if this is Kaboom Canyon, it's kind of bad. And then after that, they switched the map to open business, and I was like, now it's worse. Now it's actually worse. Like, I'm like, Na'Vi, you can't do this. Like, you did this last year. You're gonna do it again. I'm like, don't bring these comps. Start to, I think, not say have give up the ego. I think it's good to have that ego, but I think apply that to your enemies. Know thy enemy. Use their powers
Maybe it's
against them.
respect in a way, you know what I mean?
Correct.
Like respecting that the opponents are also like super scary and threatening, and they know how to draft. We have something happening. Oh, it's gone already. I think they're just throwing merch to some of the audience over there. I think they were showing what the merch was what was written on the t-shirt or whatever they threw. But maybe we get to spot out some more. I got words from admins. They are still working on a fix. They seem to be close to identifying what the issue is. And this is the reason why the match has been momentarily paused, so that they can actually, show us the games. So this is a good thing, to be honest. We don't like delays and we don't like having to wait, but I think it's better to wait to watch the matches rather than just not watch the matches.
Yep, I think it's great that the players, honestly, at least prior to this, they got to play through their matches. But good call, I think, to momentarily just pause the tournament, because if a tournament, as someone famously said, isn't broadcasted or isn't recorded, did it really happen? Is the results real? Are we all just living in a simulation? That's something that honestly I think Reddy would say, and not something that would come out of my mouth here. He is, after all, I think Reddy said, the king of one-liners. He comes up with the most beautiful memes of the tweets.
We need your yapping. Come over here, Reddy.
We need your yapping. Get in here for a moment.
We've been filling for half an hour. Your turn.
Yeah. What do you mean my turn? We filled for half an hour to start the entire tournament.
But you have a PhD
In yapology?
In yapology, so...
Yapology, I did my thesis on yap studies, which most would consider a broad field. You see how I'm just manufacturing stuff on the fly like this? This is why I'm an expert, everyone.
Yeah, he's the thesis in yapology. I will yapologize for his yapping, because
That's a good one. That was a good one.
That was a good one.
I approve.
You've got the PhD. So what do I have? Got the bachelor's degree in yapping.
We've got a 4.0.
We've got a 4.0. And
Yeah,
then, all right.
in a 3-hour class, only,
You're doing research together.
Yeah, we're writing a thesis, right, on how to entertain streamers, like chat in the background. So you guys weren't on it, but the setup wise, in case you're wondering how I was talking to chat earlier, I'm just like on an iPad parked outside. And we are monitoring some of the things, and we're signaling to each other here in the SK Magenta facility. So yeah, certainly all the information is coming through. We are working flawlessly as a team right now. You're gonna be hearing us for probably quite a while longer, but as Teddy has mentioned time and time again, this is for the best. I think if you guys want to go get a snack, go order some Uber Eats, go and get some food, now is the best time, okay? Just shut off
sponsored?
Yeah, not sponsored, Just shut it off for a moment and go get some food, go get some drinks, get some refreshments. That's a cue for you to get
Uber Eats is referring to the cast,
yeah,
by the way.
Yes.
Uber needs
He
to
does.
eat too. Yeah.
We will personally deliver to your door.
And he'll be wearing a flower shirt.
He'll be wearing a flower
As
shirt.
always. What else do you
Wow.
wear?
Yeah, maybe one of his more migraine-inducing shirts. He's got like a large wardrobe of those.
Is this not migraine inducing as well?
You know what's funny is when I saw this in the store, I was like, that looks like something Uber would wear. And so I decided to buy it because he's a fashionable guy and I trust in his sense of fashion.
When you showed it to me, I thought the same thing.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got my hair and I look exactly the same. And all I got to do is pick up like a slightly Australian accent and start.
You have a demonstration to give us?
No, I don't. I couldn't do an Australian accent to save my life.
Fair enough.
I'm doing the blink twice if you need help to the camera, and I'm telling them like, yep, this is what me and Teddy have to put up with. Yep.
We've got plenty to talk about. We've got stuff external to just the games. Have y'all? I mean, we've all been tapped into the social media surrounding LCQ and the buildup. We've seen the players tweeting at each other. One of the funniest things that we've actually seen on social media has been Chino with the now live post, or perhaps it was like call to action, and it looked like he was in a padded room. It looked like he was in solitary confinement, and people are saying, Chino, blink twice. If you need help, is Brawl Esports, is Mr. Brawl Esports holding you hostage in this room?
I was in their basement for like a long time. Or
They were in your
my
basement.
Oh, I got confused there. Yeah, they
Yeah.
were in my basement for a long time. So maybe I'm like the evil mastermind behind
Maybe.
the evil mastermind.
But we won't tell you because that would ruin the plot.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we need those plot twists
Yeah.
in BSC. They're a great thing. I saw a tweet as well from Spen LC that said like, did you guys do it too?
boy, yeah.
Stream A, gameplay and audience should be like, No gameplay, but audio.
Do we have any stream A? Well, not to give the folks too hard of a time, but we got to make light of very difficult situations, so we can actually have a conversation as if it were on stream A.
Is that your stream A impression?
Well, honestly, I think we all kind of nailed it.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because the production there at Stream A, they're doing this from a different studio.
Yes.
They were basically talking. I saw this tweet, I think Ro made a tweet about how the Stream A casters were talking to a wall. And it's kind of like, they don't know. They're casting their hardest. Everything's coming out. The energy is doing that. If you guys saw Ark's tweet about his prep, his entire spreadsheet of knowledge in his
We should all
coming
show our
out.
prep, actually.
Yeah, we should.
Don't we have some stuff to share?
Yeah,
Well, wait, your prep is all mental, though.
Yeah, here's my prep. This is my prep.
Yeah, there you go. Is this in your Brawl?
That's my prep there. Yeah, but I'm sure they're desperately trying to resolve the issues there. Once again, I mean, this is the apology about to come out, but yeah, really thankful that you guys are sticking around here. We're doing our best. Everybody is, I assure you, really, really trying their best to get this off the ground. Nobody wanted this to happen. Production on the back end. We did catch some of production yesterday, even before the show, and they were really, really, really stressed out about all kinds of things. And we have a glorious thing that is coming here, guys. A draft is on the way. The gameplay is coming back. Bans are flying out. It is going to be center stage. And Na'Vi, with the first pick, they're going to be picking up the Sandy. I see a max coming, Teddy.
I am praying that we get the gameplay after the draft as well. But draft is already a good sign that things are underway, especially since they actually paused the competition, right, for this issue to be fixed. Now, we see the Sandy first pick on center stage here for Na'Vi. And Chaos already locking in the Chester for reply totem. Follow pick gonna be coming through. I was thinking already, like, this is such a perfect map for Rico. I think Na'Vi thought the same thing. And when you have Ikeos on your opponents, you gotta ban that.
Yeah, you gotta give some of that respect. And Reply Totem, I think this is really preemptive. It's really intelligent the way they're drafting. They're basically pretending that Na'Vi have already picked up the max. And I think they've picked up two brawlers that are quite comfortable against that max matchup here on center stage. Totem not really leaning into too far of either directions of the comp here. They are still just going for this Chester Amber. It's a good setup, I think, that really just opens up the comp to any kind of real last pick here. And both of these brawlers are brawlers that will already check this Sandy, and if Na'Vi still want to stubbornly commit to a max of sorts, they will be pushed to a corner. They're gonna pick up this Larry and Laurie. A thrower here is nice. I was thinking whether they would consider Barry instead, but they've opted to go for Larry and Laurie instead. Let's see if they do pick up the max as I predict. They still might stubbornly do.
I feel like they need a tank counter though, no? Like if they go for max, you just go like Rosa or something, and then what do you do on Na'Vi? You know what I mean? Like, I think they need to be careful here, not to outdraft themselves. Because if there's not enough tank awareness, there's the Rosa. I was going to say, there needs to be something about tanks here in the last two picks. It's going to be a Rosa. There is room for other ideas on Reply Totem. The Gil is banned, so that's going to be out of the equation. Probably would have been the best solution. I think it's a matter of going tank counter or tank here for Reply Totem.
Yeah, it's an intelligent draft here coming up from Na'Vi. Baiting a little bit of this tank. Rosa is one of the premier tanks here on center stage. And yeah, Totem, they're going to reply with El Primo, something that I think works fairly decently to check this Rosa pick. And it does fare well into Larry and Laurie and Sandy as well. He has to be a bit careful, though, to not feed too many of those Sandy supers.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here to look at as well is that, like, the Primo in theory has a better matchup against the Rosa, but I feel like the matchup of Primo versus Sandy and Larry Laurie is better than the matchup of Rosa against Amber and Chester. Not that it's like a bad matchup for the Rosa. It's just I feel like overall the tank has more value on Reply Totem than on Na'Vi and by a long mile.
Yep. It looks like Levi really has a lot on his back here. Every single one of those slows are gonna have to really make an impact here to allow Shizuku to just run in there and work. Fingers crossed, both of us, 4 fingers crossed now, coming out here that we will indeed get a game and not have to imagine it in our mind how it can go. Because looking at this kind of a map, I think a lot of it's going to come down to sort of the immense prediction and game sense playing around this middle bush. Totem do have, I think, a big late game advantage in the sense that they can control terrain a lot better with this El Primo, with this Amber. If they open up the map entirely, Navi's comp honestly might just completely fall apart. Once again, Navi draft themselves a comp that they have to execute with clinical precision to make work.
Yeah, potentially a comp as well where they need to settle things in early game in order to stay competitive. Overtime doesn't look promising for their comp at all. Once the map gets more and more opened up, it also looks like their matchup, like they're all just dwindled down with every wall that gets removed. Seems like we're still not getting into game. So, yeah, that is still an issue, I guess.
Yep, and once again, frustration comes out here from Maru. Instantly, he knows something's gone wrong. He's the first to drop here. Very difficult from this camera angle for us to actually make some intelligent assessment here. So once again, apologize. You're going to have to bear with the Yapasaurus Rex here, that is myself, to figure out what is going on. I see frustration coming out here from the side of Maru once again. You know, the moment the hand comes off the device there, Teddy, you know something's gone wrong. And if the hand goes onto the head, you know they've lost the round there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that has been going too well so far for Applied Totem. Again, speaking with everyone behind the scenes to see what can be fixed. I don't know how there can be so many issues observing. I know there's some spectating bugs. Sometimes they don't show in the lobby. Like, there are issues that arise, but like, this is the most important moment. In all fairness, I'm checking on my phone. I can't spectate them either right now. Now, maybe I can in the next game. But so far, so bad, as I would like to say. And I don't know who won game one, but honestly, Totem not looking super thrilled about it.
It's hard to tell here. Looking at, the frustration, if the hand wipe there, that could be either like we won, but like it wasn't clean, or that could be like, Navi kind of shit on us there. And as you mentioned there, Navi are playing a very early game-centric comp. Judging from the time of how long that game lasted, I don't think Totem managed to reach the timing that they wanted. I'm just imagining that Navi is winning, by the way, because for the sake of the storyline, Navi kind of needs to win right now. Pardon the bias yapping here. But I do hope that Totem is not faring as well as we hope.
Yeah, we'll find out. I'm trying to spectate on my phone as well. It seems like I'm having the same issue as production are having on their observer account, which means that it is an in-game bug, most likely, just like a server issue with the spectating system. So, I don't really know what to say. I mean, it's been an issue for the last year, and it still is an issue, and unfortunately, it's not something that has been fixed here for LCQ. Yep,
we are doing our best here. And another death going to be coming out here. I think that's the third time. Yep, adjusting his headset. You know, every time that happens, all these, these are comfort reactions, guys. I have a PhD in psychology here. I'm telling you, when it comes to the esports psychology, all these are telltale signs of stress, of mistakes, of potential losses here. The beauty of Brawl Ball is that there is a moment whereby, somebody scores, and you can tell when they score because everybody just kind of just rests a little bit, shrugs their shoulders. So I assume if Totem have actually scored a goal, they would be a bit more relaxed right now, but they look really stressed to me, Teddy.
Yeah, it's not looking too comfortable right now for Totem. They look incredibly focused, and again, I would assume they're a game behind here in this set. But again, there's no 100% proof to be had here just yet. Unfortunately, we can't even check in game on our side, as again, it seems like it is a spectating issue here. So I guess we'll just wait and see what happens next.
Yep, I saw a thumbs up come out from iChaos. He went up, thumbs up to Maru. I think that's a sign that they probably scored a goal, but they are looking still into this game right now. There's no Cordelius on this map, right? So I don't know why the screen's turning purple there. I'm trying to interpret a little bit what that means. Could be a slow coming out or something here. Apologies for trying. And okay, claps come out, guys. Claps come out, and the headsets have come down. It's actually a 2-0 from Reply Totem. I don't know how I'm getting so excited at people putting down their devices because I didn't get to see a damn thing. But okay, Totem just cleaved their way through Group B, and that leaves no tiebreaker in the mix. It means that Navi are gonna have to go head-to-head with Toxic Lotus if they want to keep their tournament dreams alive. Was this expected, Teddy?
No. I mean, I expected this one to go to set 3. Now, I'm gonna be honest. Didn't like the draft from Na'Vi. I think I made it pretty clear that I felt like the Primo had 3 favorable interactions. The Rosa, it doesn't really counter a Chester, you know. Yes, if it is in the face of an Amber, it will take down the Amber, but like for the most part, it just didn't seem like a really good pick. And the reason for that is because they had to do something. They had to be aware that it was probably going to be a last pick tank on Reply Totem. And I think it was just like an absolute choke of a draft from Na'Vi. We didn't see the gameplay, we didn't see the execution, so I don't know exactly how it actually unfolded, but I think Reply Totem had a far better draft in both sets, and it showed in the results. I mean, you know, that's all we can look at anyways. So
It is the weakness of the side of Na'Vi here. Now, they don't really have a coach of sorts. Yep, we're looking at the Group B scores right now. Reply Totem is guaranteed to make it into the day number 2. So if you're a Totem fan, you can rest easy now knowing that they're going to be moving forward. Bear in mind, guys, they're not through all the way yet. The golden ticket is still on the line for them. But right now, we're going to be turning our focus to Na'Vi and Toxic Lotus, who will be playing shortly after this for tournament life here. Strangely, I even dare to say, Toxic Lotus drafted better than Na'Vi. In both series that we saw, Toxic Lotus actually picked comps that were a bit more coherent, whereas Na'Vi, I think, coming to the table today, the lack of that coach on the team and putting all that pressure on, I believe, Achapi to draft may not be boding too well for them. And unfortunately, really, this looks like the curse of the APAC region and the Japanese teams in general. There are very few coaches in the region that actually can draft, and there's a very few Japanese players out there that are, you know, willing to step away from being a player and say, okay, I want to try out being a coach. So once again, EU dominance.
that is very true. EU looking on top here for Group B. We might have some updates as well for some of the other groups. That's going to be super interesting to kind of follow the action along. This does mean that the next match of Group B between Na'Vi and Toxic Lotus will decide for certain who will make it to day 2, whether it's going to be Na'Vi or Toxic Lotus, entirely based on the winner of that next match.
Yep, I think we could see some upsets here for sure. Looking at these two, honestly speaking, Reply Totem, they played, we can't say how they played against Na'Vi, but just based on the way that they played against Toxic Lotus, a lot of respect has to go for them for sure. And here in Group A, some of the results have come out here. This is a surprise to me as well, because I predict the Luminosity to do well against STM and EU. But here, yep, STM and EU, Bobby, Angel Boy, and Drage, they have snatched revenge from Luminosity as they will be progressing to day 2 as well. Connections in Luminosity, though, they are going to go head-to-head, and I think it wouldn't be unfair to say that Connections have a huge opponent to go up against. Luminosity, former world finalist team that they have to contend with, and Connections is a team that basically has never seen a LAN event up till this point.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough journey for them here. They did play decently by the looks of it. Was that first match against STMN. They're gonna have to settle it against Luminosity in what is, I'm sure, gonna be a very, very tough third match of the group. But only you know, the actual watching the matches unfold on stream A is gonna show us how that all goes. We have a bit more of the schedule here for stream B. Again, we just watched our second match, or at least tried to, as Toxic Lotus versus Na'Vi is going to be our next one. We'll still have Foots matches against Tribe and VN afterwards, and then Tribe Gaming versus VN Esporting to close out Group D, and was that the day?
Yep, plenty of matches still underway. Hopefully, we're only sort of 1/3 of the way through right now. We are making a little bit of a swap here, inviting my fellow friend Ready Set back to the desk right now. Ready, we're gonna be going into a matchup that honestly, it should be casted by two of me, because it's Toxic Lotus, which, come on guys, China is basically part of APAC, right? Totally,
Yes.
that's the way we're gonna pretend it. And then it's Na'Vi, my baby girl, baby boy team here, the only APAC team that has actually made it out of the clutches, and they're gonna be going up against Toxic Lotus here. Feelings-wise, Ready, where are you at?
Look, man, I'm going to believe in Navi here, personally. I think that despite that being quite an expeditious match, well, what are you talking about? Look, you say you're the APAC guy, and I don't get to be the APAC guy? Last time I checked, I was doing APAC all year long. So I can claim to be a bit of an authority, not quite in the know like this guy who's got, friends in high places and all of that fun stuff, which is, of course, a reference to another one of our teams that we have here. We're going to be moving into looking at exactly this lineup over here, going to the player cams. You're going to have to forgive me as I'm also warming up for the production side of things as I'm now taking the reins. Wiggly Spoon's gesturing over to say like, buddy, it's time to switch the screen. And I'm like, okay, there are a bunch of buttons here. I got to figure out. It's like flying an airplane over here, folks. But that's what we have for you now. Toxic Lotus up on stage, Navi across the way from them. We've sort of started to initialize our opinions out here. I say Navi is going to take it. Honestly, Toxic Lotus looked pretty scary. We didn't get to see, though, what sort of stuff Navi had to muster against Reply Totem, though. So I think we have to come in with our preseason preconceptions here, honestly, instead of what we've seen today.
Yeah, certainly. The thing about the preseason for Navi that I've always remembered is, truly, drafts are not their strong suit. And they don't have a coach here, whereas the side of Toxic Lotus, they've picked up Star Dragon as their coach. It's a last-minute sort of effort when it comes to it, and to be honest with China, a lot of effort here has to be pretty last minute because, as you said, they've been playing the entire time on a different patch. And it's something that you guys have covered earlier. But coming in and seeing the draft just now, it looks like Star Dragon's impact is definitely there because they are in the know of the meta. They're not letting things slip. They are picking really, really solid compositions. And against Reply Totem, dare I say, I mean, we didn't get to see how Navi played, but certainly we saw how they drafted. And I like Toxic Lotus and the way they're drafting. I think if they have just, not that they would have been able to see the match, which is quite ironic, because imagine if they could spectate like what was going on, then they'd probably, feel a bit better about themselves. And we probably know more about the drafts of Toxic Lotus and Navi compared to what they know themselves, because they didn't see anything. So that said, Toxic Lotus, I'm beaming mentally to you right now. Know this. You have the edge in the draft. This is the one thing they need to come into Navi. This is the one upset that I think nobody's expecting to see a mainland Chinese team actually make it to day number 2.
They can make it happen. This match is do or die, given that Reply Totem has won the first couple of matches. No tie-break scenario. It all comes down to number 3 in this group. Winner takes all. Whoever wins this match goes on to day 2. We have the potential to see Toxic Lotus advance forward or to see history repeat itself and see the best Chinese team be shut down as soon as they enter their match in the international environment. So we have a bit of time to wait here as everyone's going to be queuing into these matches, have a draft that we're waiting on as well. That said, when we look at Toxic Lotus, when we look at these drafts, you say we feel the impact of Star Dragon, for instance. I would say, though, across the way, Navi had some late season help with Ace joining them as an analyst and possibly helping them with some of those drafts. I would say that no, so that's not the case. So inform us what's happening.
No, I'm just shaking my head because you said helping them with it. If that was help, all right, no. I'm walking out right now because I mean you've got to be honest right now. Those comps that came out from Navi didn't feel very different from what they've been doing throughout the season. The narrative that looks like that some people would conceive is that you bring in a coach, you bring in a new analyst, and suddenly the whole team dynamic changes. Not in APAC. APAC is honestly a stubborn region, let's say the least, and communication is a big deal here. I'm sure Ace, no matter how great of an analyst he is, he can't converse in Nihonjin. He does not speak Japanese, Nihongo no understand. Which means then, how do you then express to a Chappie, in the most basic of languages possible? You've got line translate and stuff, but like, how do you express to them your ideas? The culture of analysts that I've seen in APAC, even Rival Esports and Crazy Raccoon, just tends to be, we give you the data, you interpret it yourself. Which is kind of difficult because then what's the point of being the analyst then? Because you're kind of just giving the raw data to a person who's not trained to look at data.
Very interesting. And is this something that the APAC teams insist on? Or is it just the approach that people have taken towards APAC teams?
It seems to be the case. There are a lot of aspiring analysts that have tried to strike partnerships with many of the APAC organizations and the top APAC teams. But if you look at Crazy Raccoon, for example, they have yet to bring in an analyst for the longest time. Rayleigh is their coach. And for the longest time, Rayleigh has been assisting Tensai with a lot of these draft preparations. But let's be real. Rayleigh is a relic at this sort. He's been around for a long time. We're talking 2020 era of Brawl Stars, world finalist, world champion, I believe, as well, in one of the earliest interpretations of the Brawl esports. But that was a time where drafts weren't a thing. And the common criticism of Crazy Raccoon is always that, they're such goated players, but they always choke on draft. We're 2 years in now with this kind of a system, and it's a sentiment that hasn't really left it. And I think that trickle-down effect from Crazy Raccoon to all the Japanese teams has sort of really shown through.
I see. You think we've seen like this kind of culture be fostered by some of the greater teams in the region? Very interesting. And I would also argue, though, that some of the meta in the dojo is dictated by the latency situation that we have in APAC, where for a very long time it was dominated by Japanese teams all on a server in Japan playing on the most sensitive ping. In fact, we've even talked about how some of the players are very sensitive to ping, where even at LAN, they're like, yeah, this doesn't feel right. They're playing Max, they're playing Mortis, two very latency-dependent brawlers, and they're like, something feels off. Like, really? We're at LAN, brother! Now, that influences the meta for sure. Now we're at the international stage. Everyone's playing on that excellent Frankfurt delay now. So there are no excuses at this point. It all comes down to, are your brawlers better than mine? And I think across the board, we agree that, yes, okay, they're very mechanically skilled, but you have to ensure, first of all, a level playing field by securing your good draft. There's been immense emphasis placed on this. There have been admissions from Navi that they have struggled with the draft. You have your opinions as well on what these drafts look like, where it looks like, maybe Ace had influence. Sure, but the drafts in the end don't really look that different. They don't look, especially for a legendary analyst such as Ace, who has helped so many teams achieve such high levels of play. We're not seeing those kind of results from his assistants. We look across the way. We look at how Toxic Lotus fared against Reply Totem in our first match of the day, and we see them kind of take the bait, I would say, in set number 1 on Kaboom Canyon, where they take this Frank, they take the Colette into the Meg, Byron gets selected, and I think this is precisely the draft that Reply Totem wanted in that instance, but they still actually played it quite well. So they have the mechanics, and I think they have a good draft sense too.
Yeah, that Kaboom Canyon set, I think, honestly, Reply Totem stole it from Toxic Lotus. I think if on the A stream, while you guys were casting that, I had the A stream on the other side, and STMN had a basically similar comp, but somehow Connections gave them Frank Meg, which was a completely different permutation.
Yeah.
At that point, Bobby and Angel Perk were just pressing W the whole game. There was no attempts made to dodge a single shot, and they won. On the side of Toxic Lotus, they had to do something similar. The Barry threw in a huge wrench in their plans, and I think it's not a stretch to say that Toxic Lotus played very, very inaccurately. In that set, there were a lot of mechanical mistakes made, and despite that, it looked like Reply Totem were always on the receiving end. That's why I mentioned they have to play with such clinical precision. A single death on Reply Totem sides could have just easily just turned away for Toxic Lotus. That's how nice, I would say, the draft advantage they had there, and if they just played a little bit better, the story could have been very different.
Well, with Reply Totem sort of out of the picture, I'll leave us with one more thought, which is that their analyst, Xcasta, said with such confidence in an interview with BSEN that he believes that not many teams can beat these guys, that on an even draft, they get that mechanical diff. And we saw them play this to an extremely high level of mechanics. Also, as a side note, everyone, we are, I believe, in game for Toxic Lotus and Navi. It appears that we are struggling, or perhaps we're not in game, but we see testing the ping, maybe testing some of the training cave over here as players are just keeping the fingers warm, trying to stay in the element as we're working through some of these technical challenges.
Yeah, fun fact, ready? They can't go into training cave. So on the
that's the new development.
No, it's always been the case. So
okay,
my players got scolded last year on stage. It was quite funny. You're allowed to go into training cave during rehearsals, but during the actual game day itself, because they don't want to, the observer doesn't know what's happening on stage. So they see the player go in game, and then they push the feed, and then they say change scenes, and they're like, oh, it's training cave. And we've seen this happen at Worlds, we've seen it happen all the time. It's always a goof that happens at least once. And so the instructions have gone on to the admins and gone to the players to say, just slap the head of the player that goes into training cave. And I've done so myself. I'd be like, I'm sorry, admin, I'm sorry. My player is an idiot. Please tell production that was just me. So no, if they're not going to training caves, absolutely not. Just to introduce to you, Oyu is the player on the left here for the first time, if you guys are seeing. He is certainly the most handsome among the few there. I believe that is going to be White in the middle and Engine on the right. I'm not entirely familiar who, I think, the coach there would be Star Dragon. This is the first time that I am seeing him in person. Boy, he's tall.
Star Dragon is very tall. He's towering over the rest of the team, but honestly, perhaps this is why he's coach, is because he can actually look over the players instead of having to peek over their shoulders. Maybe, he's not breathing in their ear or anything. He can just look directly over their heads, get a bird's eye view of everything that's going on. He's effectively in the crow's nest, looking down at everyone. So some team comms going on here. Of course, we can only speculate as to what is going on. Let's talk about some of the individual players for Toxic Lotus, because if Navi gets the kind of performance that I think many players are expecting out of them, then this may just be the last that we see of Toxic Lotus for the regular season. So let's refamiliarize ourselves with all these players. We talk about the talents of each one of them. White, regarded as a mechanical monster in mainland China, being one of the best players, period, I think widely agreed upon.
Yep. Toxic Lotus, they've had pretty much a smooth sailing journey throughout the mainland China. They were formerly BC Gaming of last year. So just to paint the meta narrative, they are the only team in mainland China that stuck together after the previous season. If you guys aren't familiar, mainland China is a completely different format from the rest of the world. So they have a very short season. They go through a series of elimination rounds, and Toxic Lotus came out on top swinging. They were one of the strongest teams going into this. Thumbs up coming out from the players that they look like, they're just taking a picture for the camera. I thought they were trying to tell us, we can do it too. Yeah, let's take a thumbs up for a picture as well. But yeah, so White, he is known as sort of the mechanical genius because before him, his predecessor was a player called Today, which unfortunately, he was supposed to be on Connections, but due to, certain issues, he couldn't make it for the event and he was replaced. So White was basically regarded as the best player in China after Today was no longer competing with them. So, and this was also confirmed, by the way, in the BSE and interview with OU. OU himself, when he was asked who's the best player in China, he didn't say himself. Despite the fact that OU, by the way, is probably the OG, the equivalent of OG in China. He's been playing for so long. If you go to his Twitter, which I just went to just now, he's got pictures from 2019. And he's got a collage of like 2019, 2020, all the way to now. And I'm sure he's going to add a new pictures collection after that was what happened just now. So OU is this hyper-experienced player. And some of the APAC players are just thinking to themselves, dude, how is this guy still here? Like, we don't see him as a hyper-mechanical genius. We don't see him as a drafting champion. But what we see is just a player with so much grit at the game. He is one of the longest standing players, as playing all the way from beta, from when China wasn't even brought into the fold yet. He probably got his own connection, his own VPN, and then just started playing in the international scene long before that. Engine and White, though, they are newcomers to the scene.
Yes.
White is the equivalent of your young upstart, right? Patchy when he showed up in NA for the first time, or Joker when he blasted onto the scene. He is that equivalent. And he shows up, he just brings a breath of fresh air, the playmaker that China really, really needs, because you've got these stable players like OU and Engine. To finish that off, that playmaker in the form of White just really makes Toxic Lotus work.
Gotcha. And I think if we speak a little bit more about just OU's tenure and also what role he fills, what his perspective on all this is, because he's been around for so long. In being around for a long time, you gather wisdom. And what OU says, I believe we also heard him in an interview. If you read that BSEN magazine, which is a fantastic read, I would highly recommend that you seek it out and give it a read as a preview of all the teams. Maybe after today, your list of teams is going to be truncated by a few. That said, OU has gone on the record saying, I'm not that smart. I'm not that talented. I'm just passionate about this, and I love the game. And he does this for the love of the game. I believe perhaps we see all of our players getting into the game, but we don't see the game ourselves, so we can sort of postulate about what is going on, given all of the groundwork that we have laid in terms of the tenure of the players, what their particular talents are, what roles we expect them to fill on the team.
Yep, I am definitely expecting, as you mentioned, that wisdom coming out here from OU. I expect that, we don't know much about their dynamic. I don't presume to know here. I've never sat in a call with them, unlike most of these APAC teams. But something that I personally know from OU in some conversations is that he's a really humble guy. He's a really nice guy. He's one of the few Chinese players that has a Twitter account, as that he mentioned, and he speaks English. He really respects not just the game, but the international scene as a whole. And that's the reason why Toxic Lotus came out of China as, honestly, one of the few teams that is unexpectedly good. We saw how they performed yesterday in the pre-LCQ Invitational. It's not something that we said would color our opinions, but after what we saw today against Totem, I sincerely believe that Toxic Lotus has a pretty good shot at sniping the Giants Na'Vi out of this group and making it to day number 2. They may actually be the only mainland China team here today that even have a shot to make it to the World Finals.
Well, and our teams, of course, in order to be in this stage, they need to be very good, but they need to also not be at the very top of the game. They have some weaknesses, perhaps that can be viewed by an outsider, perhaps only noticed by someone who's in the know in the game. When we look at a team like Na'Vi, we've talked a bunch about what all their strengths are, but maybe what are some of the weaknesses when we look at Na'Vi? What do you think Toxic Lotus might target against this opponent?
So, for sure, I think if there's something that they can learn from what Totem was doing, not that they could have seen, is that Totem laid very specific traps for Na'Vi to walk into in the draft, and Na'Vi took nearly every single one of them. Now, something that I know from Star Dragon in some of his drafting is that his preparation is extremely detailed and meticulous. He's probably plotted out like sort of like the Doctor Strange style, whereby he's permutated nearly every sort of draft that he thinks his team might run into for a given comp. And so if he manages to catch Na'Vi in one of these traps, I think that just might be the way that Toxic Lotus can secure an early advantage into Na'Vi. The part, though, that I am worried about is that Na'Vi might just still diff them mechanically anyway, because that's just how Na'Vi plays. They squeeze water from stone.
It's a great way of putting it, too. They are taking some situations that are very difficult, and they're finding a way to somehow make it out of there successfully. Just everyone, a reminder periodically that we are experiencing delays. We're still trying to get our spectating working. Getting some draft functionality before we head into this match of Toxic Lotus versus Na'Vi. But I hope you're still excited, despite us being at the peak of excitement for so long, because we are finally going to see the confirmation of which teams are going on to day 2. I wonder what Star Dragon is looking at. Min was wide-eyed. I wonder if they told him that it's going to be another delay. We should be focused up here, but
I think the synchronized looking at the screen there, and yep, you see the scrolling? You see
okay,
the scrolling?
Okay.
We got a draft underway for sure. I think we can, hopefully it's not a test draft here. Maybe they wanted to do something like that. But right now they are going into a draft. Taps are going on the screen, picks are flying out. There's a little bit of distraction from these players. Now, I haven't been at the venue yet, so I'm not sure if they're like looking at the A stream while they're kind of playing. That would be quite funny, because if we're looking at both OU and Star Dragon right now, they seem pretty distracted right now. And then, yeah, the other two are just like, a bit focused a bit more on the comms, a bit of the draft. Na'Vi, though, I don't see them scrolling through stuff. Perhaps we were wrong to call that a draft has begun. Maybe they're just in the Brawler select screen, and they're just like admiring the skins that they've collected, Mainland China, by the way, skins, completely different game from ours.
we have seen some of those. One of the ones that comes to mind is like some Piper skin that looks like some ethereal, spectral being. The Stew skin is simply out of this world absurd, where he like causes lightning strikes and causes the screen to flash black and white. Oh my gosh. Ask and you shall receive. We have a draft. We're getting started here on Double Swoosh and a first selection of Chester for Engine.
Yep, not to be unexpected. I think this is a comfort pick coming up from Toxic Lotus. We saw this a lot in the pre-LCQ final. Whereby it's a comfort pick, it's a flex pick, and this is the way that Star Dragon likes to draft, right? When it comes into the first pick, he's not the sort to commit to something like, we can see Frank is wide open here. And by no means I think Frank is a bad brawler here on Double Swoosh, and some teams are confident enough to just say, you know what, we'll bait out all the anti-tanks. We'll pick Frank into basically 3 counters because we want you to draft in that direction. But Star Dragon's not the sort to do that. He wants to make sure that every player on the team is playing an impactful brawler. Na'Vi, though, it's here. It's Max. Levi's got it. The best Max in the region finally gets what he wants. Will we finally get to see the brilliance of Na'Vi shine through?
That is the question. I think that Max combines really well with this scale. I also like that you point out Levi, best Max in the region, because I feel like the more popular take is that Tensai is the best Max in the world or something to that respect. But being in the know, it seems that even Tensai bows to Levi as a max play.
I wouldn't
Now-
say it to that extent, but
You
yes.
wouldn't say
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
really.
I
He
think-
acknowledges. He
I think
acknowledges.
yeah, they have an adoration for one another.
I see. They have a mutual respect. Well, everyone, just know that the Max is simply on that level. If you haven't caught Navi this year so far, because they actually have only been present in 3 of the 5 monthly finals, yet they've still made it here. Let's talk about this Buster selection for Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, I think it's just something that fares extremely well into the Max. They've drafted 3. This is, dude, Levi's got a difficult game in front of him. Like, looking at this Toxic Lotus lineup, if this was my Power League game, and my teammates like, you want to swap your Max with me? I'll just be like, I'll take the L here and dodge right now, because this is not a comp that I want to go into as a Max. Even as a gem carrier here, it's a pretty tricky situation. There's no really good lane that you can get. There are some Max supers that you can play out here, but even then, going into this Buster Pearl, it's pretty difficult to really make it work. I'm curious to see if the Navi still want to go for something. Yeah, I thought they'd go for something a bit more on the anti-tank side here, but they've opted to go for Mech. A pretty safe pick here, and for once, I think we're seeing a pretty even draft. Both teams here, they have very solid win conditions. I must point out, the Navi has that hypercharge lead. There's a lot of pop-off potential that can come up between Achapi and Levi here, which I assume is going to be the Gale and the Max.
I believe so. I see comfort brawlers out here. I see Navi playing an extremely meta composition. Each one of these brawlers synergizes super, super well with Max. Let's talk Toxic Lotus, though, because they all have strong brawlers, for sure. But when it comes to these meta picks, I see them more on the side of Navi.
Yeah. Okay, it worked. I was praying that we'll finally get to see a game, and we do finally get to see something. Signs of life are coming through from production. Thank you so much for keeping up with us this entire time. Right now, it's actually gonna be a Buster mid going up against Levi. Engine swinging over to give OU a little bit of that covering fire, and gems are being traded onto both sides, but relatively expected so far. No lane collapses happening just yet. White duking out on the right side gets the first defeat of the Meg here. Achapi has been de-megged. Nice word coming out here. And actually, White is going to fall here because he didn't really respect Levi too much here on that right lane.
OU's having a tough time for this Gale, but with Engine sort of butting up with him on that left lane, they did manage to shove this Gale back. On the right side, White is returning to the battle versus Achapi, but he doesn't want to give him that mech back if he can afford to do so. Got the shield back up. He's going to be quite immune to that damage. There's the kill onto Achapi, and Engine also comes around the right side. Can't get that surprise on a Levi. He's been scouted out on the left side. OU taken down by the 2K Super from Suzuku. The bushes from Toxic Lotus now seemingly belong to Suzuku. They could be overextended over here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hyper fixation here on that right lane. It is gem grab and not some kind of, right side grab going on here. Not entirely sure about this positioning. Engine finally going to be coming back here to the mid side. The speed coming out from Levi, getting that 9th gem. A nice dodge there of that pull. Just like that, they're comfortably 10-4 into gems. Toxic Lotus, a little bit strange adjustment going on here. Hypercharge coming out from Suzuku blows away Engine quite literally. And Navi are on the retreat. They know they have this one in the bag.
Excellently done here for Navi. We saw what Toxic Lotus was going for there when Engine popped off his gadget against Max at mid. He is trying to play this Buster mid with the use of the gadget. As soon as Max decides to commit and go for a gem, he's going to pull them back. And Max, I don't believe, is immune to any of that stun stuff while she is in the phase shifter. She can still get pulled back. So she's not entirely immune to all of that nonsense.
Yeah, I think you dodge the damage, but you don't actually dodge the pull or the slow there.
So you still get repositioned.
Yeah, you still get repositioned there, but you're playing against Levi. You can't just walk up into the bush and expect that this guy has no eyes. Vision is coming out. Meg was scouting out the entire time. They managed to give Achapi hell. It almost looks like they were playing a little mini game called how many times can we make Achapi get pushed out of lane? And then they were like, hold up guys, look to the left. Chester's lost his lane. Suzuku is carrying a new one here on that left side, and Levi just farming free hypercharges. I think Toxic Lotus, I expect to see that adaptation change up. Buster fares well into Max in the mid. I'm not sure why they opted to go for that strange sort of synergistic play when it's not really necessary.
Yeah, a little bizarre. However, Toxic Lotus is profiting as a result. On the right side, White's taking major damage against Achapi, tries to find his way around this obstacle, but Achapi just has bullets that fire around the obstacles on both sides. He's infiltrated Toxic Lotus's bushes. Might get a swipe off of Engine, goes for OU instead, demeched and dismembered. Now a 3v2 advantage for Toxic Lotus. Navi are slowly backing up, but Levi is safe and sound over here with the gadgets to escape, possibly a speed coming in. 7 gems on the count, but they're only 2 ahead of Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, OU's holding on to that super right now. We're not sure what it is. It doesn't seem to be something that he wants to use from long range here. I'm sure he'd love for some kind of a wall break here. Could be quite useful. White slowly edging forward here on the right side. We see Engine snatching up a gem from the Na'Vi side, and that's going to give them that slight countdown lead here if nothing really happens here. Both left and right lanes collapsing, though, for Na'Vi. White pushes up here with that hypercharge. Oh, you're going to be bringing down Suzuki here on the left side as well, and it's a complete different story of that game number one. White even going to be able to pop a Chappie with that hypercharge. That's the first time I've ever seen that one actually being used the way it's intended to, and Levi's going to have to try and make something work, but he's going to fall here to White as well. It's a complete reversal of that game number one as Toxic Lotus, they sweep Na'Vi off their feet.
A small note here too, good game sense for Toxic Lotus. Engine needed that 11th gem to keep that countdown from going the other way, from possibly being stalled out. It was very, very close. He almost missed the opportunity to do so, but we saw Levi push forward on that max. He fell, all the gems go to the ground. There's no interruption, there's no pressure for Na'Vi. So we have a tied ball game now. We're 1-1 in set number one. This is precisely what we saw from Toxic Lotus when they faced Reply Totem earlier. Not quite the momentum that they started each set with. However, they are getting really close in this first set.
Yeah, I actually am starting to like this Toxic Lotus comp more and more. I think they understand how they're supposed to play it now. And yeah, coming in this game number two, already knocking on the doors of Na'Vi. Levi's here, getting pulled back by Engine, and it's just like that. They've lost basically everything. Chappie, he's on the other side of the fence here. Not sure what he's doing here in the side of Toxic Lotus. They're going to concede a 6-0 lead. It's going to take a miracle for Na'Vi to get back into this game.
Dude was completely estranged, completely overextended, and beyond the reach of his team. Still possible for Na'Vi to bring this back. They're going to have to somehow get these gems off of Engine. He should be immune to a stun from Gale, and he should also be able to snag these gems for free. As long as he takes the gems that spawn right next to his spawn, then it shouldn't be an issue at all. So it will take a legitimate push from Na'Vi in actual mid control in order for them to somehow bring this back. But so far, the lane swap on the left side looks good. There's one kill for Engine and OU. Levi now speeding away, not even going for the aggression. He's got some thoughts over here. Suzuku speeding in from the left, could go for the pinch on Engine. Does he know he's positioned over there? He has to be aware, but he cannot safely get this next gem. Possibly, there's number 9. They're only one away.
Suzuku getting blown out of the water there, OU with a bit of a lucky that knife pull coming out here from Engine. White to follow up, and everything has fallen apart for the side of Na'Vi. That gem being picked up by OU just to secure it there. We see Na'Vi respawning on the other side, but they are a little bit too late. There is nothing that Na'Vi can do to stop this. Toxic Lotus, they dropped game number 1, but they run away with game number 2 and 3. I dare say in such a dominant fashion.
Incredible for Toxic Lotus. What a beginning to this match. As we put it, do or die for the squad. For both, this could be the end of Navi's run. If the momentum continues for Toxic Lotus. Game 2 and 3 were so vastly in favor of Toxic Lotus, it wasn't even close when we're just looking at the beginning of the game. That was phenomenal. We got stats on the screen. Everyone, things are turning up. Unless, of course, you're Na'Vi. They are not in a good position here. Now, Suzuku is doing quite a bit of work. We saw Levi trying to take much of a support role. They had a lot of good pieces. They did not make a good puzzle. It looked like some of these lanes were quite complicated.
Yeah, I honestly want to chalk it up to a lot of tactical blunders that came out from Na'Vi. The comps, it makes sense, but a lot of times we saw in both games, Chappie mispositioning in the wrong spot and just completely opening up one lane to allow Toxic Lotus to just take over. You're dealing with a Buster and a Chester here. You don't want to yield bush control, even if that means that you get to secure the backline. And in both games here, we saw Chappie just pushing a little bit too far on that Meg. Game number 2, the turning point there when he just invaded the enemy bush, took a swipe at the wrong player, and completely overestimated himself. I'm trying to make excuses for Na'Vi here. I'm trying to say that maybe it was a mechanical problem, maybe that they're just not used to the environment, maybe that they're just under a lot of pressure. But truthfully, they didn't play well that game. Toxic Lotus, on the other hand, game number 1 went by. They knew exactly what they did wrong. They said, guys, we're faffing about too much on this right lane. All right, let's bring it back a little bit. You know, start back from like, guys, literally just play the 3 lanes. Just play the 3 lanes, and Na'Vi will fold themselves. And it worked. It worked.
Jeez, yeah, and we also saw some good times where they doubled up on a lane to get a lot of pressure, and then they quickly flexed back. They got that 2-on-1. Folks, you're never going to win a 2-on-1. I don't care what the matchup is. You're just simply not winning a matchup where you are outmanned and outgunned, especially on the bad side where we see them playing the left lane. Toxic Lotus playing that left lane into the Gale. They are able to diff things out, and we saw some attempts from Na'Vi to get some lane pressure as well. Meg in particular swinging around wide to try and get that swipe that you pointed out. But the thing is, that's the same tactical blunder that we saw Toxic Lotus making game number 1. They had all their pressure on one side. They surrendered their own bushes to the enemy team. You can't really get them out of there.
I was expecting to see a lot more synergy coming out from the hypercharges of Shizuku and Levi. Even in the game that they won, I have to say, Na'Vi won off the mistakes of Toxic Lotus. They didn't play well. There was no real attempt made at team play of any sort. I must say, as an Apex viewer, this is really a very, very, very different Na'Vi. This looks like the Na'Vi that lost the April monthly finals, or this is the Na'Vi that didn't make the monthly final. And that worries me because right now, Toxic Lotus, if we take a look at them, they look so comfortable. They're chilling. They're watching the A stream for crying out loud. Wow, they're just playing and they're just smiling. And, we can barely see Na'Vi in the distance, but you can imagine the grimace on Achapi's face. You can imagine Levi looking to his 2 side laners and saying, guys, what's going on? I don't know what's with us today. Why are we playing so poorly? That's probably the thing that's going on here. You look over and you imagine the mental damage that's being done to be outed by a mainland Chinese team, the dark horse of the tournament, taking out Na'Vi?
That's precisely it. I think that when you're Toxic Lotus, yes, of all of your Chinese mainland compatriots, you are the most likely to make it forward. You are number 1 seed from the region. However, at the same time, you still have nothing to lose. You've gotten your set win, okay? You have not continued any sort of trend with the mainland China competitive scene, and you're just trying to get your first match win. You're doing a world's first. If you get a match win, then you are breaking a record, and you're surpassing, I think, the fair, at least, expectations. For Na'Vi, they've been plagued by the exact opposite the entire year, going back to exactly 1 year ago when we saw them as reject, minus now Shizuku with, at the time, I believe, Menmi. Excuse me?
They won Team Flash, yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Now, going back then, too, they still went out in the LCQ. So they don't want to repeat that. They come into this year with so much fanfare, with such high expectations. Flop in the beginning. What is going on here?
I am laughing because double max bans on both sides. Neither Toxic Lotus or Na'Vi want to deal with the prospect of a max on this side. And I think that's just a sheer amount of respect. Surprising. Toxic Lotus, obviously, they know that they're up against Levi and they don't want to deal with this max. But Na'Vi giving that same respect to White after seeing the pre-LCQ Invitational, probably how they played out that max from White, giving him that respect. We chatted this in the hotel room thinking whether there could be any of that kind of mental game. And yeah, we see it come out. The Carl ban as well, Na'Vi, they want to play a mechanical game, right? They've taken out both Gray and Carl and said, through the tactical game, we don't want to play tactics anymore because it's not working out for us. Part of our brain is shut off. We just want to play mechanics. And we know we can diff Toxic Lotus.
This is a little worrisome, though, because I see the potential for an 8-bit coming out here. 8-bit tick is such a popular composition. I think 8-bit should be fairly good into that gene, though you also, as 8-bit, have the potential to get backed up quite a lot, get reliably hit by some of those tick mines, get zoned out. But I still think Boosted Booster could be a massive asset to have here. Looking at this early gene selection as well, I fear, well, Carl is banned out, of course, but how are they going to get that late game control? Are they worried about some of the thrower potential in here from Na'Vi as a 4-5 pick? I have to be curious about that. Bell, another selection here. I have a feeling that this gene pool might not be able to connect if we keep on seeing these long-range brawlers.
I have to say, Bell, interesting for me coming out from Na'Vi. In my mind, I was thinking they're just going to pick up Piper and just isolate that long-range matchup. But I think perhaps respecting the fact that Nani is still in the pool as well, so they opt to go for this middle ground pick here, and that's going to be the Bell. Melody, though, being their answer to this tick into a gene, I might add, and into potentially, as you mentioned, that 8-bit pickup that might be coming, that is going to be pretty tricky. But I guess Na'Vi also preemptively, They've answered that, as you pointed out, with this bell.
Yeah, I think that they really don't want to face the 8-bit. I think that a lot of the value potentially for 8-bit has been eliminated. So we'll have to see what this final selection is. Maybe something that has an additional stun could be useful. RT is a fantastic reaction to that melody. Anytime you get close to the RT, you can consider yourself good as gone. But I think also, given the meta selection here in terms of gadget, that you're definitely going to be running hacks so you can get that instant damage at long range, get your kill confirmed, and likely not running that second gadget. So there's potential that after defending a melody, you do get stuck in the sort of, quote, Jackie form, and that could be a security hazard for Toxic Lotus.
I've got to say, we talk a lot about both of these comps. I am really worried for Na'Vi right now. The comp that Toxic Lotus have gone up, if I close both my eyes, I picture that this is an EU comp, mainly. It is it's something that, it's really very much in the realm of just playing very tactically. Fight for that early blue star. Navi's gonna get it though, which is great, because if Toxic Lotus had gotten that first star, this comp is a nightmare to break into there. So already I think Na'Vi, finally, they have a little bit of breathing room. Some signs of life are coming out for there. And we see Toxic Lotus, they do a lane swap here. They want to get, I believe, that take the hell away from that melody.
Yeah, it seems like he's actually moved over to the right side onto that Melody lane because he doesn't think he's going to be feeding Melody any shots. So if she doesn't hit anything, then she can't get a super. We'll still see Toxic Lotus pushing up here. I also want to point out that Achapi hit like 2 4Ks in a row on that tick, so perhaps that factors into why he's being pushed away. See the tick super come down, create some pressure, sap away some of those shots, and Suzuku now has the potential to take much damage from OU. He's having to migrate away from this back right corner. OU still is sort of having to fire down the lane. But so far, Na'Vi, they kind of get to walk around, farm up super in their own spawn.
Yeah, it's looking, the position-wise, Toxic Lotus, they have a good setup for that endgame. Now, Engine is holding onto this pole, slowly building up towards that hypercharge. OU as well, he's continuing to rain fire on to Suzuku. The pressure really is on Na'Vi to try and relieve this. They do need to hit some shots. Engine, actually controversial play. They're going to be going for that pole, but trying very hard to pinch out Achapi here. A clutch super flies up from Dionysus himself. Going to be able to top himself up, and oh wow, a mark actually landing onto white. That's going to make it even more tricky for this last 15 seconds ready.
A brawler that would typically leverage his health to be able to push in here in the last few seconds, which we are entering. 10 seconds remain. OU throwing down that super on the right side. Suzuku can't take this one out alone. He's going to have to employ the health of his teammate. There's 2 takedowns for Toxic Lotus. Nothing Levi can do. And Toxic Lotus go to match point.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe that we're actually uttering those words. Na'Vi not winning a single game. Just to point out here, they aren't doing well. Against Totem, I think they won 1 game. We didn't really get to see it, but they're not going to walk away with a single set win at this rate. And Toxic Lotus, that precision there, yes, they gave up the blue star. It is to be expected. There is a Melody on the other side with a shield. They don't really have an excellent early game here, but just the discipline that came out from Toxic Lotus coming towards the end there. They fumbled on a pull, they tried for an opportunity, didn't work out, bounced back, played absolutely amazing here. Na'Vi though, I gotta start rooting for them because we've been talking so much about Toxic Lotus that I've gotta start being the Na'Vi fanboy as well. We need them to play more aggressively. They've got that 1 blue star, but they cannot yield an entire part of the map to the tick. They need to let Suzuku cook. They need to isolate the tick and let Suzuku play what he has to do. The longer the game goes on, the more Toxic Lotus plays better.
But that's a hard sell to Na'Vi because they have this advantage. They had the 1-star advantage for the vast majority of the game until those final few seconds. They were winning. They were bound to take this one to a game 1 for themselves here in set 2 and possibly equalize the match. But it was taken back by Toxic Lotus in those final few seconds. That is their in-game. Gradually back things up. Yes, it may take 2 minutes, but as long as they get at least 1 kill in the end, they can make it happen. Stianuv over here on the left side. Engine missing that pull. And that does surrender a lot of pressure, especially with the takedown for Na'Vi. They're further in the lead. They're in a much more comfortable position.
Yep, the nest eggs are working in their favor. The previous game we actually saw, OU right now popping out one of those nest eggs. I'm quite sure Toxic Lotus, they're communicating extremely well on every single one of these nest eggs. They're trying to defuse it. That kill there onto Engine, little bit of an unfortunate circumstance, but they do need to eventually get rid of these nest eggs. Hypercharge is going to fly out from Levi, not connecting anywhere here. But remember, as we keep saying, Na'Vi, they're the ones that just have to keep relieving the pressure. If they can just keep this up, which right now Suzuku's in a great spot to do, they may potentially finally put a game on the board.
No need to risk it. White's going to be the personal bodyguard for any potential victims of Suzuku over here. They get one kill. They just need one more. They could make it happen. The seconds counting down. Just more damage. It's all they need. Engine trying to get the pincher on the left. But another kill for Na'Vi. Possible conversion. One more. A trade. But Na'Vi in the lead. The match point persists.
Thank goodness for that, because if not, we wouldn't have been able to see a single Na'Vi win on stream. So, for the purpose of the entertainment and the hype, I'm glad to see Na'Vi has finally taken one. We do see on the camera in the far distance, Na'Vi shrugging it off. They get up, they get a quick stretch. They probably breathe a sigh of relief and say, oh my god, we finally got one on the board, guys. We're actually capable of something. We're not going to let China sweep us today. But going into game number 3, oh dear, how does that happen? A different lane assignment, Suzuku maybe taking too many taps here from White or something, but Toxic Locust, they're going to take the tempo with that first blue star.
I entirely agree. This is a different lane assignment. In game number 1, I remember particularly seeing OU get hit by 2 4Ks in a row from a Choppy when he moved around the left lane. Now he's on the right. They didn't have that pressure to offer, but Suzuku does have a super. He can move in, but he needs to get the notes before he can safely make that push. Toxic Lotus also note that they are moving up to mid. This could be their downfall. We see major damage onto a Choppy, but he's still alive. Suzuku backed in the back left. He does have supers to escape, but everyone's ready to descend upon him. Does this leave them open? The pull onto Suzuku, he pops the shield, but there's the kill for Toxic Lotus. They're 3-0.
The bounce from Levi, the shot connected to White, but it looks like it was the final bounce. Not enough that White actually going to be able to walk away with this. He's only got 300 health. Choppy needs to make this one land. It doesn't connect. White starting to heal up right now, juking and jiving in the base. Suzuku, though, is back in position. Na'Vi looking very comfortable to set up for this endgame. They're going to back away a little bit now. The tick from OU, he is marked up. One shot from a Choppy is all it takes to bring this man down.
When they push into Toxic Lotus, Engine is going to fire away on that pole. Another kill from White onto a Choppy. That's devastating. They have 30 seconds left. One hypercharge available for Levi. He has a super 2. He's got to mark this RT, but there's already a mark on OU that makes him incredibly squishy. But pushing in close to this guy for the Melody would be possibly a death sentence since that super is ready to go. Some damage onto White. There's only one connection following the hypercharge. Levi is one shot. He's got to play it safe. Hypercharge in from Engine, but it's a miss.
It doesn't connect here with 10 seconds left on the clock. The ticket pushing back Suzuku. He's bought so much valuable time. Engine gonna be bringing down a Choppy. Why bring another one? It's Suzuku versus the world. He manages to collect by Blue Star firmly in OU's hands. And ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi will not make it to game number 2. The smiles, the elation, the joy as China have finally put themselves on the map.
A new record for Mainland China. The first ever international match win for this region. In the BSC, hug celebrations all around. For Na'Vi, a return to the beginning of the season with a reputation that they seek to ascend. So many expectations before them. And in the end, not a single set win at the last chance qualifier. What a journey it was for Na'Vi as well. They missed out on 2 monthly finals. In those 3 monthly finals that they participated in, they made quite deep runs. That is what has gotten them here. But they only usurped Coco Loco by a single point. And I have to imagine Coco Loco watching this, possibly shaking their heads, in turn with the expectations of many of what Na'Vi might achieve in this match. On the contrary, Toxic Lotus have now made Brawl Stars history.
Absolutely incredible. We're going to be seeing the standings here of Group B, which has been finalized. The Group of Death is over in a crazy turn of events. Na'Vi, they look so strong. The respect from Japan as a region always resonates throughout. But once again, Na'Vi will not join Crazy Raccoon in the World Finals. Day number 2. Reply Totem and Toxic Lotus, they will be graduating from Group B to face off against the other LCQ teams. And I must say, Toxic Lotus, I tear up a little bit just thinking about it. They now carry the burden of being the last Asian team in LCQ right now. I don't know how the other Chinese teams are doing. We're going to be watching another one later on. But Toxic Lotus, they've relieved that pressure. They know that there will be an Asian team in day number 2 of LCQ.
And they'll be represented by Toxic Lotus. I mean, what a team, too. The first seed from Mainland China, make it happen. They eliminate Na'Vi. what an upset as well. So what were all of our predictions? I wonder how we're doing on that front. Let's get an analysis of what has happened in the other regards of things. Group A over here, STM and EU lead. 2-0 Luminosity and Connections. The tie broken between the two, won by Luminosity. Seemingly.
Yeah, they look like they should still have one more game, right? My math is not mathing.
No, this is true.
This is true.
Yes.
So we're still not sure who has come out of Group A, whether it's Connections or Luminosity. If Connections take it over Luminosity and send Luminosity home, you and I are both going to lose our minds, right? Luminosity, a team that is touted, a team that should be making it quite easily into day 2. A team that maybe came into this group as the favorite team over STM and EU, now suddenly have the entire tournament lives threatened in front of them. We're going to be looking at the schedule though, and we're going to be bringing in different rotation of casters, because we're going to be going into Foot Esports versus Tribe Gaming very, very soon. Oh, excuse me. Ready? It's still going to be sticking with me for, I think, one more before we jump over. It's going to be Foot Esports versus Tribe Gaming. Now, this Foot Esports roster is one that we're not too familiar with. It is a different one from what we've seen throughout the entire year. It is a last-minute sort of signing by this organization. They have picked up the 2nd seed of South America. Anything you can tell me about them, Reddy?
It's true. We have a lot of history for this roster, too. In fact, I would almost argue that they're tied for #1 seed in that region. In terms of, I would say, skill level, I think that they are very, very close to the team that eclipsed them for #1 seed and took the world final spot for the region, that being Space Station Gaming. But as it happened, it all came down to the last monthly final to determine who was going to go to LCQ and who would go to World Finals. And it came down to a 3-2 matchup, as we had seen repeatedly throughout the year. But I think we can also speak to just what the year looked like for Foot Esports. They started off this year unsigned. That's Pekka, Motep, and Jubilee. We'll get to meet the roster in a more formal graphical sense in a moment. But we saw them start off the year losing to SK Kalales in the semifinals of the first monthly final. Well, that's just not going to cut the mustard for a team that is shooting for the World Finals, and all of these players are World Finals caliber. In fact, Tufa had been at the last several World Finals, going back to, I believe, even 2019. The guy's been around for ages, but seemingly retired as he departed the roster and was then replaced by Jubilee, who's been a miracle worker for the roster.
Yeah, a miracle worker indeed. A simple change like that, but one must also give respect to the person who brought the roster together. And I do believe that is going to be Coach Roll _09, not the ROLE that we know.
Yes.
Spaniard has returned. He did coach Tribe Gaming at some point. So the question that I think has to be brought here is they are going up against this Tribe roster. And Tribe, I think, is a very rare team that basically hasn't really shifted too much of their roster over all the years combined. If you think about it, they've kind of stabilized and found their form. But this is the first time that they're inviting somebody new, correct? It's the first time we've actually seen a roster change on Tribe Gaming. And I think immediately they start to pull a very, very interesting set of results.
Yes, we've seen also, this is, I think, them becoming more accustomed to just what the current meta is. Because the current meta, folks, let's not sugarcoat it. You pick tanky brawlers, you run it down, this kind of thing. And there are a couple brawlers that do it. Yeah, you got the guy that goes like this and the one that goes like this. Not a guy, this one, if you wanted an additional hit on guessing who that is. You got those two. So you need someone who can play these brawlers. In fact, I can think of another pretty good tank. We saw Toxic Lotus play it pretty well in Double Swoosh. Buster. This is one of Fade's strongest brawlers from the moment it entered the game. So previously, though, in this tank role, you had Zulon filling that. But see, actually, Teddy, who's not on cam right now, and I got the chance to catch up with Corey, who is now fulfilling more of a coaching role. He was a fourth for the roster. Now Fade is fourth for the roster. But Corey is still fulfilling that coach role. So what Corey told us is that Zulon was never team tank. Zulon was team flex, and he flexed onto the tank as necessary. Now Fade is there to fill that role. But if you ask Fade, he'll likely tell you that he didn't bring anything particularly new to the roster. He says, I didn't bring anything new to Tribe that they didn't already have. Instead, he proposes that he brought a new way to approach the game. And what that is, I don't know if he's willing to reveal the secret sauce just yet until they possibly make it to Worlds. This is the first step. There's so much to talk about that we will unfold over the course of this match. A lot of backstory. The year that precedes Tribe Gaming has been underwhelming at times, and this is their chance to redeem themselves, show that they really, really have earned this. Every single year prior, we've seen all the way back to 2019, Tribe has had a roster at the World Finals. It would be weird to not see them there. But this roster in particular has been at Worlds the last 4 years in a row, and would also be weird not to see them there.
Yeah, and I think looking at this Group D as a whole, we can see the 3 teams that are going to be matched up. It's going to be Foot Esports and Tribe Gaming. But VN Esports team, this sign, it's a last-minute sign-in as well. Formerly the Fennis roster from China. This is a roster that was put in the 3rd seed of Mainland China. So they're touted to be, allegedly by points, the weakest team. But here at the LCQ, because of certain roster changes, they are the only Chinese team. I mean, aside from Toxic Lotus, they are the only other Chinese team that are fielding a full roster here. Now, coming into this group, though, I have to say, you're going up against 2, what I consider to be World Finals level team, as you mentioned. Foot Esports, they go toe-to-toe with Space Station Gaming, which is already waiting at the World Championship. Tribe Gaming, they've brushed shoulders with Pioneers, with Elevate and NA. And this year, they looked a bit shaky. So among these 2 teams, I would say that VN Esporting, on the other hand, they're coming in with completely no track record. They're coming in with no experience. They're coming in with nothing but the expectation to get slaughtered. And that's a lot of pressure for a new team.
Yeah, it's a quite unfortunate situation for them, because what do you really do? You gotta just give it your best shot. You're versus one of the best teams in North America, one of the best in South America, one that was just shy of going directly to Worlds, and Tribe Gaming, a team that has historically been at the World Finals. So I feel bad for VN Esporting over here. I think it's exactly as you put it. They are coming here to be slaughtered, and not to be too dismal, but if they can take one game, then I will be happy for them. I think that's legitimately the sort of difference, the sort of matchup that we're looking at.
Well, one step at a time for sure for them, these Chinese teams. If there's one thing that I do expect is that among the Asian teams, there is a lot of camaraderie. I think it's the same for every region. You're always a bit biased and rooting for yourselves. I wouldn't be surprised to see that on the side of whoa, okay, we are looking at a replay of sorts between the earlier matches, actually, of game number 2. This is the ones that we missed, I believe. Coming in from production, actually surprising both of us, actually. We're watching some old footage from Totem versus Na'Vi. This is the story of how Na'Vi was eliminated. Teddy, you want to come and take a look at this as well? I think this is quite interesting. I think the feed that is looking a little bit buggy there, but basically, yeah, in the background right now, we
can still show it.
Yeah, I think we can show it.
If the folks want to watch, though, it is a little difficult to watch. Perhaps in 2 regards. If you are a Na'Vi fan, it might be hard to watch. Okay. If you are a fan of brawlers moving continuously, it might also be difficult to watch.
I'm a fan of 2 things. One of them is beautiful slideshows, but the other one, frankly speaking, is just in general Brawl Stars and being able to actually understand where things had gone wrong. And here, looking at Na'Vi's side, I think Teddy and I were on the mark for sure. I'm looking at 3 lanes, and I'm seeing no way that Na'Vi made any progress. Hypercharger is gonna fly out from Achapi. It just pushes IKOS back. No stun gonna fly out here. It's a temporary respite. And look at that, IKOS still getting to pick up that kill in a small mech form. And I believe like it's controlled there by the Willow and being told, you know, you get back to where you are. You got 1 super the whole game. I'm not giving you anything else here. Mari just playing absolutely well here. Achapi, they're gonna be blowing away the side's desperation here, right, coming out here. But the slideshow comes to the crawl here, and yeah, as expected, Shizuku not really doing much here as the B. The pick just now we saw, we looked at this B pick and we just thought, damn, what are they cooking?
Well, once upon a time, B was an acceptable pick. A lot of times you could just auto-aim it down and win, but the thing is, here with B, the only place we really even saw B at all was on, gosh, it was a very open map. It might have been, it was like open zone or something like that. Yeah. Which used to be in competitive. That was the only place we ever saw B. And B still had a fatal flaw there where, oh, okay, she's getting kills. She's getting control, I guess, but she's never stepping on that point. And she's the mid. She's not playing a lane. So she should be getting some zone percentage. But when you only operate at long range and your enemy's respawn bubble is wearing off by the time that, you know, they've just now entered your range and you're just off the zone, you're not getting any actual objective time.
Yeah, I have to say, it just seems to be a very unfortunate story of just a brawler that is outclassed now. There are so many better replacements than a B pickup. And on the side of Na'Vi, I would think that this is something that they are aware of, and yet they still wholeheartedly decide to invest into this pickup here. Maybe there was some technology that they knew back in Japan, but this is just the nature of international tournaments. You come in with certain assumptions. You come in believing that your meta is better than the world's meta. And then after a brutal gamble and maybe a loss, you realize that, yeah, this really isn't working out for us. And if you don't adapt in time, you're out. And unfortunately, that's, I think, what happened to Na'Vi today. Toxic Lotus and Reply Totem, both of them deserve their spot fully to move forward here. They studied the meta a little bit better. They came more prepared. And looked like even they had their cool better, because even in these games, I think we're seeing Na'Vi just play very frazzled. Like, they're not really sure what they want to do. Lane swaps are not looking really good. Achapi getting that blustery blow but not doing anything. Levi has done nothing for the past 2 minutes. He's even gonna get controlled by Mari. Mari's like, dude, I play a better stew than you when I'm controlling you. Oh my gosh. He can't even get this pickup here on Shizuku in the back just to add insult to injury. Levi finally gets 1 kill there. And yeah, this is what we were seeing. We were seeing Na'Vi, I believe they did manage to win this game. And I wouldn't be surprised it's off the back of some kind of amazing lane swap. And I think Levi probably has to play out of his mind. We're trying to pretend that we don't already know the results of this matchup here. Yeah. But yeah, we're looking at Levi. Yeah, zipping and zapping. Actually, yeah, it's exactly him. It's really the Levi show that's really picking up the Na'Vi roster right now.
I wonder why it took so long, though, for a wall break to be targeted there on the left side for Levi. Because I feel like when you're going into a Willow, that should be one of your first priorities. You're versus a thrower, you don't have any throw, you actually have 0 lanes. Here's a Chompy getting control on the right side. I mean, Maori's playing this crazy Willow around the right side. Now, he didn't get quite a kill off of that, but he's still getting control, playing extremely aggressive with very little regard for life on that right lane.
Yeah, the wall break is useful if you can get it. Mm-hmm. And I think Levi in game number 1 basically didn't get it. And in game number 2 here, we can see Totem. Yeah, all it takes is just a little bit of ill-disciplined movement. And yeah, you're already going to be putting Na'Vi on the back foot. Yeah, we actually do see some misfires coming out from Levi. This is what we talked about, the lack of adaptation to the device. That can definitely cause some issues here. And because Na'Vi is not playing, as we said, a tactical comp, they are playing a comp that you really need to play out of your mind to make it work. Hypercharge flies us here from Achapi. Expected to see in this game number 2, yep, the storyline seems to have unfolded in the way that we kind of imagined, which is kind of funny, right? We were saying in this game number 2, judging from how long it lasted, it must have been a brutal fight, and it must have been a fight that involved a lot of chaos, which Na'Vi managed to bring onto the table.
Yeah, I would say Totem is bringing a bit of chaos too. But when it comes to what you're mentioning, yes, I think that Na'Vi is going for some lane swaps or disrupting things for sure. I look at also how that Willow played. Once the walls were broken, it was a much different game. Stu's able to do Stu things. Previously, he was relegated to simply playing that lane versus Mari, who is doing the same thing. We've seen them actually take the opposite lane this time. I anticipate that Levi was actually trying to get this matchup versus Clancy on the right side, but both teams had the same idea of let's swap our lanes and hopefully the dice roll in our favor, we get the matchup that we want.
This looks really surprising to me because in this game number 3, it actually looks like Na'Vi got everything they wanted. Achapi managing to win out a lane. Levi gets that critical wall break that he needs. Shizuku landing 1 shot too little almost every time. IKLs, by the way, has been low for the past like 3 decades, and all that 31% is really just missed shots from Shizuku not really connecting here. And Mari, that's not very nice. You can't just keep making Levi play against his own team, but it's the nature of the brawler, and you know, just like that, I don't think I've seen a Willow that's this impactful. I mean, Mari is just literally toying with the Na'Vi squad.
He's pushing aggro, and then he's using the gadget to dive and just waste more of their time. Forces the engage for Levi. He knew he was going to die anyway. I wonder why he decides to push in so aggro. Perhaps they just know that they've already won in this matchup. Look at Mari also as he continues to occupy this right side. Instead of going for the left lane where he can fire from behind that wall, he lets Mari do the thing. Also, another mind control. Making a Choppy shoot his own teammate. Typically, and one of the reasons that Willow is actually one of the weakest brawlers in this game is that you're so vulnerable when you use a super, but he's always hitting it at max range, and he's typically taking it in a scenario where Na'Vi are actually already losing.
It shocks me. I think that was the most mind controls that I've seen in a single game. Mori, in otherwise a matchup that nonetheless, I mean, we gotta give it. It's a very good Willow game.
Yeah.
Totem picked it in I think a really, really good situation. I think I roughly remember the bans as well. They banned out so many of the throwers that the only thrower left to deal with the Willow was Dynamite. And Na'Vi didn't want to take that risk. They already picked up one suspicious brawler in the form of Shizuku, and they were like, yeah, it's like if Shizuku you miss a single 3k, we give them 20%. That's the kind of position that they put themselves in. And then if you pick up the Dynamite, you're putting yourself in the opposite position where you're like, yeah, if we miss a single stun on Dynamite, it's game over. And yeah, and then moving on to this Brawl Bar set, Teddy, he completely predicted that this Primo pickup was going to cause a lot of trouble. And I think where it sort of complicated matters is you get that first goal, and this Sandy Super flies down, and suddenly, all of a sudden, you do have quite a good positioning lead here. But we do see Maru, he plays so well there, understanding the assignment. He knows he needs to buy the team the position there, still manages to get out alive as well. Maru here holding on to the Super. If it's the bomb that I think, it should be a goal right now. I think he just refreshed his Super, trying to find it. He's going to pop that heal instead. Ball's going to be transferred over to the right side, though, as we see a slideshow pop out.
Yeah, look at this. Like, Levi's losing the interaction to Maru, who's coming in with a hypercharged super. It's an open goal, perhaps for Maori and iChaos. The stun surely coming in, and it blocks the goal for them. They're just opting to retain this mid control. I wonder at what point the Rosa was decided upon, because in my opinion, I think there are so many things that are good into the Rosa that it might not even be worth picking up. You can't possibly ban it all out. A lot of the meta brawlers are good into her. Look at Maru over here, just kind of tossing Levi around. Now he loses that interaction. Levi tries to continue that warpath, and now he has to face Maori, who's going to delete him in close range.
It's difficult. I think they were in a matchup there whereby if they didn't pick up the Rosa, it would end up being a problem for their comp as well. They essentially drafted themselves in the corner with these first two picks, and I think that is the challenge of being the first pick here, because they were first pick after all. Totem did have the last pick on this map. And bans wise, there were a lot of these anti-tanks still left open. I know Gale was taken out, but there's still so much other things here. A hypercharge here flies out from Shizuku. He barely got that super off. It's actually not really well placed. They're not centralized in the way that they want to. They may be being punished for that. We do see the shield fly out, and I don't think it'll convert into anything.
iChaos taking a beating over here on the right side, but manages to stay alive. It's a pocketed ball for Totem. Maori gets to help out iChaos and the team eliminate Levi on the right side. It just doesn't seem like there's really much play for Navi. We see a Choppy consistently trying to play around these walls as well, but he's not able to play super aggro. He really does have to obey the movements of the enemy. He can't really enforce anything of his own, even getting taken down at his own spawn by an El Primo simply walking up that lane, juking, dodging, baiting out some of the shots, and Larry's reload speed is pretty bad. So once he's out of steam, he's seriously out. What do you make of that Larry and Laurie pick here?
Honestly, no clue. Maybe statistically it looked alright. I think they were thinking probably on the lines of, I was thinking they could maybe consider something like a Barry, because the few ways that you could deal with that initial setup of a Chester Amber pick is to go for such a thrower pickup, because you basically lock down the lane, you're in complete safety at all times. So logically, it kind of makes sense since Larry and Laurie is like the only thrower that does fare okay against tanks, thanks to that Laurie pickup. But yeah, here we're actually seeing the opposite of what Na'Vi intended. Their comp, we analyzed, was supposed to be early game centric, but I'm not seeing it happen. Instead, I'm seeing supers all on the side of Totem. I'm seeing them dominate the center, and I'm seeing them just basically always be in a perfect setup.
If you're Na'Vi here, you have no wall break. You are very susceptible to stuns. You have a tank playing into the tank that's good into tanks, and an anti-tank, and someone that breaks bushes, something that Rosa simply needs to survive. The Larry over here, I think, is very vulnerable to some of these brawlers with the walls being broken open, also with Primo able to just jump over walls. Now, we already know the result of this, which is that Reply Totem took the victory. Do we know with certainty whether Na'Vi got at least one game win in here? I can say now that I don't think they did. The Larry's not making too much impact. And while they are at times getting decently close to the Reply Totem goal, they simply don't have the mobility. Once they get something huge, like a big team wipe, look at Levi over here, like stunned by Maori. That's a little bit of luck as well, getting the stun super there with Chester. But it is a testament to how strong he is as a counter to tanks.
It's difficult. It's a really tough spot here that Na'Vi are in. And usually, as I always say, they try to squeeze out a win here. Achapi does get one goal in, so we do get some confirmation that at least the game was a little bit closer here. But as we said, going into this overtime, it's not easy for them. This hypercharge super from the Sandy flies up, but do you see any real advantage Na'Vi just got there? Absolutely not, because they're going up against 3 brawlers that are actually okay to deal with the smoke here. Maru's is going to actually just dive in there, alleviate some of that pressure. Mari's going to throw out his bomb here, has to basically, you know, kind of just zone Levi away. The ball control's not really very good here from the side of Na'Vi as well. The entirety of the game, it just looks like Totem is dictating the pace.
Anytime Maori has a super, it's dangerous. He can self-pass, he can go for an alley-oop, maybe Maori passing up to him, break open the right side, slot it in through those boxes. And that was the finishing play. Oh, does anyone want to accept the friend request from Tyrant? We might want to spectate that guy in the upcoming match. You know, that's something I would pay good money to see pop up on my screen, is a friend request from TRB Tyrant. So here's a reminder of those scores from Group B. We did finally get to catch all of those games from the match that we missed, so we've gotten our fill of what all of that looked like, and we actually got some yapping on the side. So there's something to be enjoyed by everyone. But to reiterate, Reply Totem take both of their game victories, and we saw Toxic Lotus qualify instead of Na'Vi. We're now finally heading in to our next group. We're starting off with Foot Esports versus Tribe Gaming.
A match, certainly, I think, similar in nature to that Totem versus Na'Vi matchup. Jubilee with an excellent striking pose here, looking ever so menacingly. This is the first time I think we're seeing some of these players. Jubilee has not been on player cams the entire year. It's always been Brawl, handsome as he is. And they are missing Pekka on this picture right now, which we will see later on, handsome as he is.
There he is.
There he is. And yeah, this I think will be the highest quality match for sure in this group. No disrespect to VN Esports, it's just the way things are. You're looking at, I think, 2 storylines, right? The team that barely missed Worlds and the team that barely almost didn't make LCQ.
Yes, we are looking at also some pretty difficult years for the guys. I think for Foot Esports in particular, we're saying, oh yeah, there we go. We have a view of the Tribe Gaming folks on the other side of the stage, which is a lot of fun. But looking at Foot Esports for now, let's get a reminder of how their year looked. So first month, they went down to SK Kalalis in the semifinals in the monthly final. After that, they made a roster change. They dropped Tufa, or at least Tufa departed Brawl Stars, and they then picked up Jubileo. So Jubileo has actually been referenced as the pickup of the year, according to Roll, their coach, who, as you said, you attribute with putting this team of the SA Avengers together. So with that in mind, let's look at how that battle for first place went. Immediately after picking up Jubileo, Roll said, we're only going to prep round 1. Now, they prep that round 1, they get the win, they win all the way to the grand finals, where they then lose to SSG. They decide next month, we're going to come back, and we're going to prep all rounds. They win the entire thing, they win the next month, they won All-Stars LATAM, but then they fell 2-3 to SSG in the final month, and that is how they find themselves at LCQ, far from a story that ends with them having a difficult time headed into this season.
Yep, this is the part where you throw it to me, and this is the part where I throw it back to you, because you know what's the other story that you have to fill in as well? It's going to be your hometown region.
You know what?
The hometown heroes, it's going to be Tribe Gaming. Fill us in on their journey thus far as well.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Tribe Gaming had such a strong start to the year, where they firstly took down SSG, and then they also eliminated Luminosity. Luminosity's first ever sweep in a North American monthly final was at the hands of Tribe Gaming in the finals in month 1. At that point, it was regarded by many that Tribe Gaming was simply the strongest team in the region. But that turned out to be quite far from the truth as we headed into those subsequent months, where for the next several months, we actually didn't see them beat a top 4 team in North America a single time in a monthly final. And in one case, they even lost to CT Esports in a monthly qualifier. So this was certainly an upsetting occurrence for Tribe Gaming. I would say that their efforts throughout the year to consistently qualify for monthly finals, when it came to those quarterfinals matches versus, since they were often qualifying from the upper bracket, those lower bracket teams, they put in the effort there and they won those matches, but they could not secure a win against a single top 4 team. When they eventually beat Stamina in the final month, Stamina was actually at number 5 in the region. Certainly a worthy opponent, but the fact remains the same. I think Tribe Gaming have qualified for this as a result of their own efforts, but I still think that the manner in which that they qualified for LCQ was a bit unceremonious. In the end, it was simply a very lucky circumstance that would have allowed for STMN and Luminosity to both go to the Last Chance Qualifier in place of Tribe Gaming. It simply did not occur because Luminosity and Stamina were put on the same side of the bracket. So there's an argument to be made that Tribe got a little bit lucky, but they certainly proved that in the instance where that didn't happen, they could have earned their spot to LCQ by defeating STMN in that very first round of the final monthly qualifier, final monthly final. So now they really, really have the chance to prove that they have what it takes. Not only that, but they can earn their way back to their 5th consecutive World Finals as this roster, at least with Tyrant and Zulon at the helm.
Thank you there, Reddy, for giving us an excellent thing. To summarize it for the people who have the lower attention span, just like myself, all right? The things that I'm hearing from you is that Tribe Gaming, okay, they got a little bit lucky at the end, and throughout the year, they haven't really had a chance to prove themselves on the world stage. Because every time they go up against a top 4 team, they always fall short. I don't know if the games are close. I don't follow any as closely as you do.
2 sweeps.
But they could, if they're getting sweeped in 58th place every single time, but they still make it here. This to me spells a story of redemption for them. And I think that starts with this pickup of Fate, as you mentioned earlier. They finally found the missing piece. We talked about how in every team there has to be a linchpin. There has to be a playmaking sort. There has to be a flexible sort. The structure of the team has to make sense. The question I'm asking now is, has Tribe actually found it, or is it too late for them in the season?
I would actually wager yes, because let's look back at that last monthly final. This is our most recent performance that we really have to judge them by, where they took down Stamina in a reverse sweep. So Stamina almost made it happen. Tribe, with the absolute reversal, ended any of their plans of possibly overtaking Luminosity. So now let's also consider how they fared versus Luminosity. They simply didn't get past them. But I would still say that I think they look pretty good. I think that they are all feeling pretty good, especially with the addition of Fade. Got the chance to speak with Corey, and Corey is of the opinion that, dude, it's like a world of difference. We needed a 4th so bad simply to fill this role, because every member of Tribe Gaming is a phenomenal player in their own right. But what we have always said, what the spectators have said, what the analysts have said, is that Tribe tend to be a little bit behind in their play style when it comes to this current meta. So having an aggro player is essential to surviving now.
Yep. It just so happens that we entered a tank meta. The tribe that I know, that I'm familiar with, has always been cursed with this idea that in a control meta they do well. This is something that I think Corey said at length in the past, which is at every LAN event he says if it's a control meta whereby control comps are very viable, Tribe tends to do a little bit better. Mm-hmm. But if it's a tank meta, like last year towards the World Finals, it also became a tank meta, and this year, I think this is the tankiest of the tank meta that we've ever seen. It's tank winter, I dare to put it. Tribe really needed to make an adjustment, and I think they found it. Fade is an excellent pickup. As you mentioned, the missing tank player that they needed, it's lucky that they were able to find it because NA has so many talented tank players, and it's lucky that Fade just happened to be on the market for Tribe to pick up here. We do see some gestures coming out here, on the side of Foot Esports. I just want to say, in all the player games that I've seen, Foot Esports are one of the most eccentric teams when it comes to Brawl Stars. I've seen legs put up on chairs when they play. The full Uncle Roger suite comes out here for them. They always look so relaxed, and even when they win, they don't look like they're basically doing anything except having fun. Whereas Tribe, on the other hand, I think they tend to always take themselves a little bit more seriously.
Yes.
There's definitely some pressure, and I think everyone's familiar with the Zulan scream at LAN. It only comes out if they're doing well, though.
Yes, I think that they are very good at tapping into the vibes and using momentum to their advantage. I think at times they actually were actually quite susceptible, though, to backwards momentum and could get quite tilted. Now, whether that's still the case, I cannot say with confidence, now that we see them at LAN, which these days is actually a rare occurrence, so it's nice that we got a taste of this for our North American players. We'll see if that is still the case here for Tribe Gaming. For now, though, we can see them sort of milling around there. Corey just begging for something to do, probably. But this guy, Corey, is going to be helping out with the drafts and making sure that everyone gets on their correct brawlers and also doling out the correct brawlers according to the map. If they want to draft a particular brawler that Fade is good at, then they'll put Fade in. Fade, some of his best brawlers that come to mind, you look at like Frank, you look at Buster, I look at Buzz occasionally, and then also the Bell for some reason. Not a tank at all, pretty good in the tanks, but that's just what Fade is good at for whatever reason. So we'll have to keep that in mind. We're still, folks, just to paint a picture here, we are still waiting on these games to get started. Apparently some tech issues, which have been plaguing us throughout the day, but I wanted you guys to be aware that we are as much of Brawl Stars fans of you. Actually, can I make the bold claim that we're more Brawl Stars fans since we're like making a career out of it?
We're professional Brawl Stars fanboys. We get to
Yes.
fanboy in front of a mic and yap and basically try to make some semblance of a show so that you guys at home can actually enjoy it and feel that energy from wherever you are. If you guys are in Cologne and you guys are catching this, once again, hats off to you for you guys being in the hall. We'll be there very shortly to see you guys too. But right now, we are indeed looking. The boys, they seem to be lining up. I am getting hungry, Ready Set, because I just noticed, and I don't know if this is a sponsor from last year, but Foot has KFC as a
Oh
sponsor.
my gosh, they do.
Did you notice that?
I did notice that.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, Colonel Sanders is in the house, and with their blessing, maybe they will make chicken out of Tribe Gaming.
Do you think he's cooking up a draft for Foot Esports possibly?
Oh yeah, I mean, I can imagine if Colonel Sanders was a Brawl Stars player, he does seem like the coach sort,
Right?
right?
If instead of Colonel Sanders, he were called like Colonel Ruffs, and he had an ability that gave you a damage boost and a slight health boost.
Oh wow, that's such a great idea. They should put it in the game. Yeah, I'm not sure if it already is in the game. There might be a dog brawler of sorts that looks like that.
There is a dog brawler, but he's just called Ruffs. I don't know like how he lost his title, whether it was a dishonorable discharge, possibly for stealing the chicken. Folks, we have officially run out of things to say. We've been filling for a very long time. I mean, we can maybe delve deeper into the specifics of the season and what the mentality has been like along the way for both of these teams. In fact, one thing that we haven't mentioned yet, in terms of Foot's year, is that in the we're in the postseason now, but post-monthly finals in a third-party competition, they actually did beat SSG. They beat them in the CBBS, which is a Brazilian cup, and that's also an important marker of how they currently stand within the region, because it's up for debate. In fact, it might even be subjective. Who do you think is the better team at the moment? Foot, SSG. You are perfectly, entitled to keep your opinion to yourself. But what we've seen most recently is that SSG was taken down by Foot.
I think historically, it's always been a back and forth affair. They always seem to make it to the grand final. It's the El Clasico of the SA region. Now, I've been casting the B stream throughout the year, so obviously I have some love for certain teams in the SA regions that are unfortunately not in the LCQ. But the respect that I have from Foot Esports is tenfold, as you mentioned. Having a rough start to the year, we have to bear in mind, this year was a different format. It's a shorter year. A lot of these teams that you see here potentially wouldn't be here if you had one more month. If you just had one more month, the standings could have changed completely. Foot very much so could have been the world finalist representative from the SA region if you just gave them one more month to ease up and take the lead over SSG. And in all the games that I've seen up against SSG, it always looks so close. When you mentioned it's the 3-2 story, I think it's 3-2 every time, but it's also 3-2 in monthly finals wins.
Yes.
Imagine if this was a 6-month season, they could have tied it to 3-3, and then we'd have to go to the tie breaks of who got more second place wins.
Possibly so. It's also worth acknowledging that Foot Esports, that first month for them, where they went down in the semifinals, was quite an underwhelming performance, and probably was going to impact their performance in that head-to-head if we headed to a theoretical month 6. They're actually not even the only team here, not to lead the conversation astray, but Angelic, now name change too, possibly may not have qualified for the last chance qualifier if we headed to a next month, because they were kind of on life support. They were tied up within, I think, a range of possibly less than 10 points with Coco Loco and also Navi.
Yeah, it was a 6 and 7 point gap
Jeez.
respectively. It was really close. And BC Gaming, right?
Yes.
Which right now, I mean, I'm seeing something go on stage. Okay.
What's going on?
All right. We've can we stop filling? All right, is it the time? Is it time for us? Lights, camera, action coming out here. And yeah, we can see that the hurdles are coming in. Roll is warming up literally for it. And yep, jumping for joy as we do see the game coming in. Yeah, we're finally gonna be able to see a draft of some sorts as we jump into the first match of our Group D. Now, this is the highest stakes match because, as we mentioned, whoever probably takes the win here will be seeded number 1 because we're assuming that VN Esports is on literal life support and they're gonna have to like literally do everything in their power just to try and deny and upset the odds here. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's predictions at home that it's something like 99% to 1 on those predictions. That's not even an exaggeration. Toxic Lotus look good, but VN Esports team as a team really untested. So Foot Esports and Tribe, the stakes are big. They need to try and secure that first seed to try and supposedly face up against the weaker team in the other groups.
My goodness, it seems that the aura of Foot Esports is actually corrupting our footage right now. They need to tone down the excitement just a little bit so that we can actually watch the game here, because for now it seems that they are still corrupting our footage here. But we are waiting to get into the game. Tribe Gaming across the way, I wish we could see their reactions. Hopefully, similar to Foot Esports. Look how quickly the excitement has died down. Everyone was excited. Do you see Roll rubbing his hands together as if he had like just been presented with a meal? Man was starving for a match. They got that for just a moment. Now they're ready for this draft. In game, ready for their picks.
Yeah, the aura is overwhelming us a little bit here as, yeah, they are turning into pixels right now. We're going to be jumping into a draft. It's probably been underway for a while, so there's going to be some catch-up. It might be an instant draft. And yep, Frank going to be picked up here by Foot Esports. Just very quickly looking at the bans here. Meg, Gale banned out here. Clancy banned out as well. On the other side, it's a double Clancy ban. And then it's going to be that Colette and Crow banned out. So really, I think literally almost every good pick against the Frank has been taken out.
Yeah, this is interesting because when you look at Foot Esports' picks here, you would think that they actually have last pick. They're getting rid of a lot of brawlers that you would want to pick up early in the draft. Here's Melody from Foot. It's going to be a hugely aggro brawler connecting to the safe. Tribe Gaming on the opposite side, they go for that 8-bit and the Amber. So burning up some of these bushes. What is the Bonnie doing here? This is a pick from out of absolute nowhere.
It's a South American idea, I suppose. Roll must have, bad hands coming together. That could be him putting Bonnie in the cannon and preparing to fire a motab at the Tribe Gaming safe here. And Tribe Gaming, we mentioned time and time again that they are not a tank-centric team, and they've gone here for this Nita pickup. It looks like Tribe Gaming, they are set up for more of like a one-push comp, but for esports, they've picked Press W. Essentially, it looks like if they cycle their supers and cycle their devs very cleanly, I don't expect to see Livy ever leaving the base.
That said, though, this is not a roster that you want to be cycling against. Maybe against Amber, because she only has so much fire to go with, but Nita is a brawler that's going to be getting those bears. You don't want to feed her hypercharge. It's going to push you basically all the way back to spawn. She also has the potential to stun that Frank. She can throw on the shield if she needs, possibly. But against this Bonnie, I'm still a little bit perplexed what's going to happen.
I think he has a good target here in the form of this Amber. The Nita pickup is fantastic, by the way. It's probably one of the best picks I could have come up here. Tribe Gaming, looking at the way that they are drafting here, Nita has a lot of excellent targets to farm this super off. They are looking at, as I said, sort of a one-push comp, right? They just need to find a little bit of tempo. One push is all they need with a good hyper bear, with a good hypercharge bear, and maybe with Aslivi on top of the safe and Tyron on the safe, it could really just go from 100 to 0. But getting to that point, the question is, can they actually get there?
Another thing that I want to point out in a completely different direction is look at Tribe Gaming's Amber here. And I want you to think about what that could possibly do into a Melody in close range. If Melody gets directly on top of you, do you pop the Amber gadget? I anticipate the game is going on right now, so hopefully we head into that pretty soon. But I want to bring something to everyone's attention that you may not have noticed, because why would you look for it? The Amber gadget, you can get 6,000 damage by popping at the one that circles the flames around you, as long as an enemy is directly on top of you, and you are on the true red side of the match. Now, the way that this works out in competitive is if you are on the lower side of a bracket in a monthly final, then you're always going to be true red, which means you're always going to get the good Amber. Seeing Tribe Gaming on the red side here, I think possibly confirms that they do have a good Amber.
Yep, I think that makes the Bonnie and basically the Melody pretty difficult to play into this Amber. I mean, I mentioned that Bonnie would otherwise be a good target. I mean, The Amber would otherwise be a good target for this Bonnie to sort of jump into. But if that's the case, I think for esports, they are looking truly at a pure aggro comp. Perhaps there is some hope. And perhaps they just want this high HP brawler, maybe with 4 gadgets from Motep. By the 4th gadget, they're hoping to just jump on to save, cycle their supers, and just finish the game outright. Now, once again, whatever you guys are looking at is whatever we're looking at. And now we're looking at players, and we're looking at Kentucky Fried Chicken again. And I'm telling you, yeah, we want to see the game as much as you guys. We are seeing some variance in postures, right? I think Jubilee is the first player who is standing pretty upright. He's carrying the weight of his device as he's playing. That means that's some serious grip strength we've got there.
I think also he's probably been scrimming in this position too. It seems like kind of an odd angle, but given that he is such a tall player, it might be uncomfortable to lean over there. Now we have gameplay, and seemingly Foot Esports has taken the very first game, meaning Tribe Gaming are against the ropes here. They're still looking for that first push onto the enemy safe.
Yeah, it's the first push, but Pekka's already through here. And right now we can see the press W strategy kind of work out in the favor. Motep even going to be going in for Tyrant, trading it out here. So truly, there's no damage coming out on the side of Tribe Gaming, and they have just so many problems to deal with here. Jubilee going to make a little, kind of a hop over there, buying a bit of time there. Pekka going to be trying to go in against Tyrant. And just look at the notes versus the fire, the parity coming out here. Motep firing out here onto Livy as well. The cycling has begun. Damage coming in. A bear flies in, but is it enough, Ready?
Geez, well, it's enough to get a trade, at least. And not for Fade to go down, but for Motep to trade with the bear. But Motep's now coming back with a hypercharge. Pekka's going to go hyper aggro on the safe. And it's down to Tyrant and his Livy to respond. A bear now headed the way of Pekka. Are they really concerned? Well, looks like they're going to try and set up Fade here, possibly get that pinch with the bear. And Tyrant now being the personal bodyguard of the point. No stun onto his Livy or onto Fade. Motep on very, very low health. Now, how close is Fade to his next super is what I want to know. He's gotten a couple of bears since his last hypercharge, so it's got to be soon. There it is. Only 2 taps is what it took. And we'll see this bear now push onto Pekka. They are wasting so much time for Tribe.
Yeah, Fade one more time, one more super coming out here. I expect he's probably pretty close to the hypercharge. He's not going to wait for it. Just pop up the bear here because the tempo is in the right spot as Livy also joining the fray here. But Pekka going to be trying to go for this backline. Actually going to be picking up Fade as well. Tyrant is finally on the save. They're going to do quite a fair bit of damage, but Motep answers the question, completely denying the Tribe Gaming assault. Pekka throws out that clown pin because he knows he's in the right spot. The hypercharge flies out from Motep. The omnidirectional super flattens everything in his path. And with only 5 seconds on the clock, they can bring down the save easily. Hugs fly out from Foot Esports as they claim set number 1.
And in a dominant fashion, too. We didn't see how game number 1 went, but what we do know is that they got the win. They did 2 in a row. If this is at all representative of what happened in game 1, this is a draft diff. But the thing is, for Tribe Gaming, it looks like they did have some counter selections here, some fun, it seems, going on for some of the players.
Jubilee was just wiping his hands there, and he was just like, oh, my hands are sweating after that game, dude. Like, did you see? Like, oh, you know what I did that game? Absolutely nothing. Like, we just pressed W. It was a draft tip. They looked at Roll, and they're like, Roll, doing so well. Look at Jubilee, just shaking it out there. Maybe there's a bit of nerves. Maybe, to be honest,
Perhaps jitters.
perhaps cramps, right? Because you're holding the device.
You're
while
only one
standing.
position.
Yeah, you're only one position, and you could imagine that maybe in a scrim, you're a bit more relaxed, right? And you know how important it is to breathe and stuff like that.
Yes.
But imagine here on the world stage, guy stops breathing, guy clenches too hard, and halfway through the game, he's like, "Oh, I'm cramping," but he still has to play, right? Because it's the world, it's a World Finals caliber tournament here.
Well, he's not going to lose his posture at all. In fact, they look to be in just the same form as they were as soon as they heard that they were going to get the match. Jubilation for Jubileo is what you could call it, but cannot celebrate too prematurely. I think everyone's just in a good mood. They can relax a little bit. They're not going to get swept. At worst, they go all the way to set 3. They have it under their belt. 1 game separates them and a winning position, a match point. So they have to be feeling more comfortable now. Can't really afford to get comfortable, but definitely helps to alleviate some of the nerves. Now, when we talk about that last set, let's talk about the last game because that's all we really got to spectate. I see pretty much dashing all over the place for Melody. I see Frank walking directly forward. Fade is shooting away, but he's only got so much DPS. Doesn't matter if he keeps on popping the hypercharges off. Usually the thing with the hypercharging mid-bear is it backs you all the way up to your safe. Well, what if I'm willing to die? What if I'm willing to just keep on pushing in, take damage, and full send it, then that all starts to fall apart. And we also saw moments where Tribe Gaming are frantically trying to defend against a slippery Melody that's like on 1 hit of health, and she just keeps walking around. And by the time that they finally get rid of her, here comes Frank, and then here comes Melody, and then here comes Frank.
Yep. Don't forget Bonnie. Bonnie's in the picture too. She.
That you?
He's like the. Oh, he or she. It's a she. She's small. She's forgotten. She's an F tier brawler by many people's accounts of the tier list. But F is for Foot Esports. It's a Foot Esports brawler. It totally works because tactically it makes sense. And that just goes to show. Foot Esports, by the way, they had first pick, right?
Yes.
Traditionally, everybody always seems to say that the last pick has some kind of advantage because you can set things up and things like that. But if you're Tribe Gaming and you set up your second and third pick with H-Bit Amber, you've already basically created 2 massive holes in the draft. You know, you didn't answer the Frank problem very well. You basically left Frank open and not really picking out the immediate answer and leaving yourself flexible to the rest of the draft.
And I think also the struggle there is, look at the bans. What do you even do into that? Look at the bans from Foot Esports. They banned Clancy, they got rid of the Colette, and no Gale either. So the Frank would, of course, feed that Clancy. I mean, you're not going to run like Surge here. Then you'll just get outranged by even a Bonnie, which is something that would often get outranged as well. So I don't think that there were really good ways for Tribe Gaming to respond to that Frank. I think that their best hope was just that, okay, so we'll get raw DPS, we'll prevent them from running us down. But Amber only does so much in a full clip, and it probably just barely eclipses Frank's health. He has 15,000 marching directly towards you. Hold down your auto aim. Congratulations. You used all of your ammo to deal with one brawler who's going to be respawning with all of it by the time that you make it to their safe.
Something that I think is often forgotten in the realm of Heist is that the compositions don't just look at the matchups, they look at the idea of tempo. And oftentimes, whoever gets the first tempo in a map like Kaboom Canyon just basically dictates the pace for the rest of the game. Yeah. If you have no real like tempo comeback, so in this case, the Tribe Gaming lineup, they do have the Nita Hyper Bear. The Nita Hypercharge also sort of recovers a little bit of tempo, but that's the key. If you're behind by 5 tempo in chess, for example, it don't matter how much tempo you get back. You basically you're too far behind. It's very difficult to create any kind of initiative. And then just a point of fact, Tribe drafted 8-bit. That's negative tempo. They're coming into a lineup that's extremely high tempo, and they're like, we're gonna chill. Yeah. Okay? Azlivi couldn't leave the base. His beacon wasn't even the speed beacon. He was using the damage beacon, which is kind of like a bit odd to me as well, because traditionally, I would think in such a scenario when you're going against so many tanks, you need this 8-bit to function differently. I know it's greedy to think of it as you want to buff up your teammates, you want to set up for that last push, but there is no push. It never happened. So hopefully, Tribe Gaming, right now, already out in the open, I like this draft more. I like the bans. They knew that Frank is just way too big for them, and so they take it out of the picture.
They got rid of the Frank, and maybe they've identified one of the issues for themselves in getting rid of that 8-bit. But by eliminating the 8-bit, they also, I think, have gotten rid of a huge way to deal with the Gene. So it's perhaps the case that they want to bait that Gene, and Foot Esports, go ahead and take it. Gene Max. Are we going back to 2020 with this one? I mean, what an era. Probably not Sandy coming through, but seeing these two together is always a treat. It's such a great synergy, but it could be difficult to execute on considering how aggro Max can be often. She gets that super for free. She's going to have synergy standing next to that Gene 2, getting the constant healing. I think that this could be a good launch pad for that final selection from Foot Esports. They're keeping themselves flexible. Bell could possibly be a pick for really anyone, but I anticipate it could be a fade Meg over here as that aggro pick.
Yep, Tribe Gaming, I think, going for more stability. This is something that they are a lot more used to. And this Bell pickup, I think, works well. It's a very old school, to be honest, idea going up against the Gene. You just want to like disrupt them from sticking together, playing that HP game, deny it completely. And yeah, they're going to lean into an Eve pick of all things. They really, really just want to lock it down, snatch up this sort of tri-lane setup here. Nothing really out of the ordinary here. That's going to leave Foot Esports, I think, with a lot of options in general to deal with this. If this was APAC, I think a Carl would be on the table right now. Something that would just kind of, be able to push back this Eve, set up for that Gene late game, and just play that way. That said, though, I think the draft is a lot better.
Let's see, Brock final selection. So I think that I actually like this because Eve is going to be able to float over that water and pretty much instantly get the left lane. So P.E.K.K.A is going to respond also by having easy passage up the other lane. I think that Brock should be able to contend with these guys at long range. My concern, however, is that Brock is really only good at max range, where he gets that explosion radius. His shots aren't fast. He has big wall break. He has a hypercharge, but he's going to have to earn it. When you're facing as Livy over here on this Meg, which I anticipate will actually be swapped over to Fade, but we'll see. I think that he'll be juking, bobbing, weaving, dodging out those shots. Fade is going to be piloting the Meg this time. He's going to take this early left lane versus P.E.K.K.A, also dropping down that toolbox to tank extra damage.
Yep, Tribe look like they are basically in a really, really good spot as expected right now, even though they do manage to open up here. Every time we talk about Meg into a max matchup, ever since Meg got reworked, it's honestly a really good matchup for the Meg. It's really easy for them to just push up and just get so much of this tempo. Now, P.E.K.K.A is going to be forced to pop the Let's Go here, trying to get that little bit of space back there. Vengeful Spirit will fly, and Motep, as you mentioned, playing at that max range. The map has devolved into a little bit of a left-right split here. Eventually, Eve is going to be able to push back out here, but P.E.K.K.A is the one taking the charge on the left side.
He's going to initiate a charge too. Now in with the speed, they're navigating around the Bell Trap. Not that it would be possible to capitalize on it anyway, due to the positioning of Tribe Gaming in a very rear position. Tyrant eliminated on the right side by the max range Brock. Fade demeched. It's a bad position for Tribe. Fade looks to diff P.E.K.K.A over here on the left side, but the magic puffs save his life. And that's going to be round one.
Round one indeed. As we jump right back into round number 2, the Hypercharge Supers fly out. Jubilee is going to be picking up that G-Pool max range, and he catches one. It's going to be the critical as Livy. And just like that, the dreams of Tribe Gaming start to dash away. P.E.K.K.A going in for one more assault, pairing up with Jubilee. There is an egg flying out, but is it to any avail already?
I don't think so. We see Foot standing their ground. They got plenty of ammo to work with here. They have a man advantage. Hypercharge in from Motep, but he's just shooting these rockets every which way, perhaps without concern because they are in a very advantageous position. But the Hypercharge did absolutely nothing. He didn't get any positioning. No one backed away. He didn't even get any damage.
Yep, and right now, just waiting for the late game, you know, P.E.K.K.A just keeps spamming those clown pins. I think he's trying to become second in himself, but he wants to be the second of clown pins. The, max speed is going to be flying out and it's going to be pushing back Tribe all the way back to the gutter. I think Fate knows that he's beat here. He's trying to run out here, make some Hail Mary play. A nice mech super flies out, but Motep, he's got this unbreakable wall to stop it. It looked good for a split second there. Jubilee going to be able to pop this hypercharge just to clean this up. 3 HP is on over there. They were like, who's going to get this kill? It's going to be me. And just like that, oh my word. I'm quoting Ark here because Foot Esports, what a performance.
Oh my goodness me. In the words of the famous caster, we're moving to that match point. But look at the way that Fade fought till the very end. He is fighting tooth and nail. He even clutched up on that mech towards the very end. Nearly got kills. Look how close those enemies were to dying too. He got one down to 4 health. And while he was left alone at mid in the end, still decided to go for the kill. He is in the mindset. He is absolutely locked in. We're going to be getting into game 2 very shortly here. We're just watching the players do their thing now. Hopefully we get into game shortly and see them actually make the impactful plays.
Yep, I think I came into this game a little bit with a bit of premonition. I keep mentioning that Tribe have a good comp, and I keep mentioning that Tribe have a good early game comp, but I fail to realize that, you know, Gene Max is Gene Max for a reason. There's so much that this comp can do. And every time that you make an aggressive play like Fade, as aggressive as he is always inevitably feeding hypercharges to both Jubilee and P.E.K.K.A here. And these hypercharges, they mean business. The hypercharges that they have actually are super impactful here. Jubilee, you can see here flashing some of the pulls here. P.E.K.K.A's going to have to play a bit of insect duty as he tries to bring down some of these pets. But with the late game coming in here, the pulls are starting to look a bit more inevitable. Nice drop there from Fade that he doesn't have it. But here, it's a different story. Motep brought down by Tyrant. Shots fly out. It's P.E.K.K.A against the world. And he's not going to be able to take it. Tribe, they get one on the docket.
But Foot has preserved utility for the next round. Look at this over here. Jubileo has a super, and P.E.K.K.A has to be getting this super sometime soon. He locked in quite a bit of damage in that final fight despite falling. There it is. Now, when do they go for that combo? They're ready to move. Jubileo trying to push in anywhere. Perhaps a pull? Well, no. Do they even have their eyes on a target? Perhaps as Livy, he can't block a pull, but Fade can, and he was the closest one to them.
Respect is given right now, and I think they know that it's more of just trying to get that advantage over here, Pekka, he probably can get another super quite soon, so not really too concerned right now. We can see Pekka just going Lone Wolf a bit right now, just trying to get it. He got that Hypercharge super. This is what we were talking about. And now grouped up, they are waiting for that late game. The Hypercharge super flies out. It gives the Supercharge to everybody. Jubilee with a Hypercharge. He goes for the worst target I could imagine there. It's going to be Tyrant. A Hypercharge flies out here from Motep, and all the shots fly out. They do finally manage to clean up as Livy. And like that, they do have a numbers advantage.
Tyrant and Fade gonna fight for their lives on the right lane into a 2v3. Jubileo still has his Hypercharge. Everyone is alive and healthy, but Motep is marked up. He could be taken down by Tyrant. Fade on the top side. There's one on the bottom. It's a 2v2. Tyrant trying to block things off, but Jubileo still has a Hypercharge. It's active. Has the pull if he needs it. Fades out of the mech down to the wire. Could not be the victory. That's the round for Foot Esports. One round from taking the match.
Such discipline coming out here from Jubilee that he had a good pull. It would have been a double pull there, but they wanted to split the fire. They wanted to focus fire one person. The pull there would have been detrimental for them. Such high-level game sense coming out here from both of them. The synergy between Pekka and Jubilee, the star player that we keep mentioning, just playing so well. And look at this round. We mentioned that it's supposed to be a tempo lead for Tribe, and yet they're locked in the base from the start of this round.
They have to back away.
My
oh
word.
my gosh. And is Livy taken down? And an early one. A missed Hypercharge pull on the right side is lost util for Jubileo. See, also, this egg placed down. It's going to be eliminated. Fade going to go for a huge play. This is do or die. It's just one round, a 2v3. Practically unwinnable, but they're giving it their all. Fade at risk of being demacked on the right side. There he is, popped out of the mech. Could be just Tyrant remaining. 3v1. Ensuing, and Tyrant eliminated. Foot Esports take the 2-0.
Amazing stuff coming out here from Brawl and the boys. Motep, Pekka, and Jubilee himself. Very well played. Hugs deserved from all around. But this was kind of what we expected here. Tribe coming in here in both cases. The comps, they looked, a little bit suspect, I would say. I mean, and in the gameplay side, I think Foot Esports, my goodness, this team really looks like a World Finals team. This was probably the most dominant match that we have seen thus far in all of today. And yeah, the happiness that comes out from them, they look so thrilled to be going through. It's as if they know that they're going to day 2 at this point, because I think they realize that the match leading up to this, after this, shouldn't be as hard. Tribe, though, they're going to be able to take a short break, I believe, because right now it's going to be VN Esports team that's going to be coming up next. But before we wrap that off, any thoughts on why you think Tribe fell there?
Honestly, I think that Tribe thought that they could outdraft the current meta, is what it comes down to. I think they knew what to expect in the current meta and tried to play reactively, but instead ended up just not playing the way that you currently play. We saw reactions to the Frank, okay? The bans, I think, also had to be in Kaboom Canyon. A little bit surprising. Check out some of these stats over here. We see the Bell. Just what is it really doing? As Livy's not a bad player. He should not be going 0 kills with 92 DPS. I think it was just tough for Bell to find any impactful moves there. So as it stands, Foot Esports lead the group 1-0, Tribe Gaming at the bottom 0-1, but we still have not seen VN Esporting play, and we'll see them play for the next 2 consecutive matches. Welcome back, Teddy. It's good to have you back on the desk.
I am back. Things have been crazy, whether it's on B stream or A stream. Whilst that was gone, that was absolutely spectacular. What a victory from Foot. Again, I didn't get to say much about Toxic Lotus either, but what a crazy upset over there. Right now, there is a bit of a storyline unfolding on stream A as well, because I believe BC Gaming just swept the Clipsar.
Oh my gosh. That is a completely shocking outcome.
I think that's the biggest underdog story yet.
Yes.
To be completely honest.
Without a doubt. Especially considering the fire that this team has come upon. Not necessarily like the super harsh criticism, because honestly, they will say themselves that like, hey, we don't think that we're that good. We think that we ping diffed the entire year.
Yeah, that was like just a crazy storyline that's been unfolding over on the A stream. It seems like LCQ is the land of the underdogs so far. Crazy stories left and right. And I'm so excited to see what tomorrow is going to be looking like, because so far it seems like anything is possible. Now, of course, there's 2 more matches to be played on A stream and B stream for the last 2 groups. So it's far from over in those groups. but the story is starting to unfold, and that means that some of the teams that were favored to go through, like Tribe, like Eclipsar that won the pre-LCQ Invitational yesterday, they are going to have to adjust, go back to the drawing board, and come back stronger for their next match, because if they fail, it's going to be the end of the journey.
This is tough, man. This is wow. I'm still speechless, just without words for what has occurred here. Which, honestly, my reaction is almost as if someone died, which is not really what happened, but you could perhaps say that the story has taken such a shift that it's almost unrecognizable from what we anticipated coming into this. With all of that said, though, there's still more to be done on the B stream. We've now wrapped up our first match of Group D. We have Foot Esports versus VN Esporting coming up, then Tribe Gaming versus VN Esporting. We already have preconceptions for how this one is going to go, though.
Yeah, it's definitely one that should be favoring Foot and Tribe later on. VN coming in as an underdog, one of the lesser teams of the LCQ. But I think there's the same argument that a lot of people were saying BC could be the weakest team of the LCQ, and yet they just beat Eclipsar, which I think many people had maybe as the favorite of all the teams at LCQ. So it is looking messy. It is looking like we have that sort of international clash where we're actually like showing how things actually are rather than the perception that we build throughout the year. And this is why we need international LAN events. We got Wiggly Spoo back now next to me. We're doing 3 switches in the span of 2 minutes. But what are your thoughts, real quick, on BC just beating Eclipsar? I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, I just heard, and my face is completely struck because the entire year, let's not mince words, right? So the former Angelic roster, BC Gaming, they basically brought Crazy Raccoon to its heel, king diffing, right? 2-3 they lost, but that was really what set them up for the rest of the year. And then they had really underwhelming performances throughout the rest of the year where they were the equivalent of the Tribe Gaming of the year because every time they go up against an actual APAC team, they would lose. And now they're making me eat my words because I'm thinking to myself, and there's a lot of haters out there that are probably saying to BC, you signed a team that's just going to bottom out. They've just proved everybody wrong. And I can't wait to go back and just hear all the haters basically think to themselves like, okay, maybe this team they did something in their boot camp. Maybe they did something that nobody expected, but they truly have also put APAC on the map.
It is absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, you are the APAC expert, and I think like we've talked multiple times over the last 2 days about BC Gaming, namely, and you were mentioning that they were one of the teams that like, you know, kind of slipped their way into the LCQ. Somehow, they are on top of their group right now. There's 2 more matches to be played on Group C. Same for Group D. So it is far from over, but the narrative is being set up currently, and that narrative says BC leading in Group C and Foot leading in Group D.
It's incredible. I think the storylines so far, we have seen some upsets. Already we've seen Toxic Lotus graduate from Group B, where we expected Na'Vi to be the team to come out there. Now here in Group D, I have to say, it's a bit more predictable, right? Maybe the part that I didn't predict correctly was that Foot would drive Tribe into the freaking ground, beat them up, kick them out, mince them, and throw them to Reddy's house and dungeon and say, yeah, you guys are trash. I didn't expect the domination to be that big. I thought that, you know, maybe Foot, they were good, but Tribe, maybe this was the year with Fate being to pick up something could change. Now when I look at VN's esporting, I think this is where I'm going to be judging them. Because honestly, with this game, yeah, they are going up against probably one of the strongest teams in the entirety of the LCQ. I expect them to lose. But what I expect them to do is to size up their opponents a little bit and maybe their chances to beat Tribe instead.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you. I think this is a part as well of the best of 3 format, right? Instead of a best of 5, is that it is quick. If you're not warmed up, if you're not feeling it on the stage, it's over before you realize it. I think that's the scary part with best of 3, is that you've lost your chances before you even realize that, like, you know, you're not doing well or you're not feeling your game right. And that is really tough. We got 2 rosters coming in here. Foot, very familiar, of course. very strong team from South America. VN, a little bit more of a question mark, a team that doesn't have as strong of a past in competitive Brawl Stars. As a matter of fact, I think that Hurthong, it's his first year competing in the Brawl Stars Championship, which is crazy to qualify in your first year. And like there are a few results in the past. I think that it was Story and Midgap that actually placed second last year, so they didn't quite qualify for the one World Final spot that was in last year's format. So they are familiar with competitive. Ishan as well did have some appearances both last year and the year before, but nothing like really striking when it comes to results for any of those players. It's not like Toxic Lotus that have already proven themselves both in China and abroad. Here, it's complete unknown territory for them. They have never competed in a LAN event outside of China.
So I'm not sure how it turned out in Group A, whether Connections has already been eliminated by Luminosity. I assume that would be the case.
Yes.
That would mean that VS Esporting right now, they are carrying the hope of China once again. They are carrying the hope of Asia to try and prove the world wrong. And it starts here with this Foot Esports lineup. I have to bring the attention, though, to a little bit of the hair game. Because both these teams, I think, are coming in with some of the most eccentric hairstyles that I've ever seen. I think on the side of VN Esporting, PowerTech is rocking that bob cut. Absolutely. In case you guys don't know who PowerTech is, he was the substitute that was fielded for this tournament because Midgap, I believe, couldn't make it. And he's a dear friend, not just of the Mainland China team, but of the region itself. He has his own YouTube channel. I'm not promoting it for him, but truly, it's not something that you'd expect, right? He is tried and tested, more of like a content creator and less of a pro player. And yet here he is, and he's going up against the Goliaths of South America. I'd be quaking in my boots if I was him.
It's a scary first match on stage. Let's say that, especially if we see how insanely well Foot played against Stripe just earlier. I mean, they entered demon mode for the span of those two sets. And now VN, like, it's their first LAN event outside of China. They have to go on stage and have to deal with this Foot roster that seems unstoppable right now. Still on a high from that terrific victory they managed to find in their opening match of this last chance qualifier. So things are lining up superbly well here for Foot Esports. This is the thing as well for Foot is, in theory, they've already gone through the hardest part of this group stage.
Yep. The hardest part for them was this Tribe. The next hardest part is going to be tomorrow. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, and we're just assuming that Foot's going to basically beat VN Esports even harder than Tribe. But, you know, just posturing, literally posturing. Look at how energetic Foot Esports are on stage. They look like they own the space. They're feeling it. They've been here like so many times. This is not their first LAN tournament. And meanwhile, on VN Esporting, it's a different picture. You can see that there's basically next to no movement. I see glances across the stage, and they're basically having this worried look of like, wait, we're playing that? Like, I want to be on a different group. Why are we playing against this team? And they're just going to take it. It's as you said, it's a difficult start, but you know, what better way to start your Dark Horse storyline? Or what better way to start a David versus Goliath sort of storyline here?
You can definitely see that confidence on the stage. I completely agree with you, Spoo, and I feel like it comes because of the precedents they've been able to set. You know, if you look on the Chinese side, VN, they've only really competed in the finals LAN of the Chinese qualifiers. And on the other side, you have Foot, who just alone this year won 2 monthly finals, got 2 second places as well, a 4th place in the 5th one. And they've had experience in previous World Finals, playing in LAN, both in 2023 or in 2022, even though with different rosters at the time. They recently won the All-Stars LATAM as well, with a 3-2 victory over SSG, the kings of the region. So they can do it, and they know it, and they're not shy to show that stage presence and try to intimidate their opposition just with that.
I think between the two of us, this is where we've got to make a really bold prediction, which is, will VN Esporting even be able to take a single game off Foot Esports? Because I'm rooting for them truly as an absolute underdog. This is probably the most underdog that you could get of any matchup so far. I know I talk a lot of crap about PC Gaming, you know, about how they probably are a team that if one more monthly final went by, they may not have even made it here. But they've just proven themselves in their group that they are not to be trifled with. Perhaps VN Esports, in the way that we've been playing, maybe we got it all wrong. Maybe scrims are coming out and they're actually doing really well.
Yeah, not really. They have been consistently called amongst the weaker teams. Now again, BC has been too, so who knows? But if you look at like their history from a statistical standpoint, this year in the Chinese monthly qualifier of April, this is where they secured their spot actually for the elimination round. So the format is a little bit different in China, right? You have 2 monthly qualifiers where if you place in the top 4 of each, those 8 teams, they will go to the elimination round, where finally the best teams make it to the finals in which were a LAN event. And actually qualify here for LCQ with those 3 spots. But if you look at the result, they got second in the Chinese monthly finals of April. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. However, elimination round, they got 4th, barely got in. The finals, they got 3rd. The last spot is the one they were able to field. And this begs a question a little bit. You know, if they're the weakest team of China mainland, one of the weaker regions, how much can they bring to the table here, especially considering that yesterday they got swept by SCMN and by Toxic Lotus in the pre-LCQ Invitational.
Yep, they look like they've jumped into the first game. Actually, the draft has blitzed by, and now as we can see, Jubilee assuming his signature dominant pose, just holding up that device proudly. He's the only one with 4 arms big enough to actually carry it. We'll be jumping straight into the game. No bans for us. But yeah, we do see VN actually getting a comp that I think they are quite comfortable with, actually. It's going to be a couple comfort picks here in the form of this Meg. Yishan's going to be on this Barley, and there's a Sandy comes out from Story. But Foot, they are the ones that are starting to get the early zone, Teddy.
Yeah, this is the thing that is very nice when your comfort picks are like very strong meta picks. Barley is a threat on this map. Is it Barry? No, but it's pretty much the second best thrower besides that. Maybe Larry Laurie also giving it a run for its money. But the Meg is really good. The Sandy is good. So far, though, they've not really been able to establish any sort of mid control just yet. The fights are scrappy. Some messy lane swaps as well. And by the looks of it, just a bit of a lack of confidence of VN. Not able to really spend much time in that zone right now. Foot Esports was over 4 times the percentage. They are running away with this game so far.
It's really hurtful. Honestly, it's quite painful to watch personally. Looking at the way that V8 Esports thinks, there were a lot of advantages that they did actually get. In fact, I would even say that comps-wise, it's not even too bad on their side. I think Foot is still slightly favored. But that said, you know, with some of the slip-ups made by Foot Esports, they gave away quite a lot, and yet they are still being completely dominated. The clown pins fly out as Pekka. He likes to rub insult to injury, but honestly, they deserve it. They are crushing them right now, Teddy.
This is one of the most dominant games we've seen all LCQ so far. Foot Esports take game number 1 without giving even a shred of a chance here for VN. That's got to be a devastating way to start the tournament.
Jubilee wiping the sweat off his hands, not the blood of VN Esports, like he's completely brutalized them on that search there. You know, we were trying to look for some signs of life. And I think, honestly, I think Foot aren't playing amazingly, to be honest. They are, like, playing intentionally a little bit more relaxed. I wouldn't want to say sloppy, but it's working out for them. And you can see Jubilee poised right now against Story. He's kind of just like, you know, he's saying that I can win this peak war. In most other games, if you actually respect the opponents you're going up against, you wouldn't be playing in such positions here. VN Esports, they are doing slightly better. Pekka going for a really aggressive play here. And this is what I mean. In every kind of micro interaction, it just looks like Foot Esports, they just diff VN Esports.
They got the right lane setup as well. You know, that's the problem. When you get the right lanes early, it can be so hard for your opponents to swap it around and get things going. Well, it is complicated. It is complicated. Do they also want to switch off that thrower versus thrower? I don't know. There's a lot of decision making to be made here. VN with a better start than in game 1, but still not plenty enough percentage as Foot Esports are running away with yet another game, looking to make it a set here, unless VN can establish some control, and the Sandstorm will help. They are in the zone for now, but can they hold on to it?
With Moltup landing a nice super onto Story, he's going to be basically taking that out. They kind of seem to have forgotten about Pekka Hurtong. He kind of pushed a little bit too far. Didn't really want to help and pinch him out. He's going to be D-Mech right now and take out Pekka. But the name of the game is the zone. Right now, Jubilee going to even jump in. It's going to be a complete team wipe. Foot Esports, they're brutalizing VN Esporting right now.
Jubileo's surge is filthy in this hot zone game, just getting so much value for his team. And the second game is better from VN, but still a far cry from what they need in order to turn things around. Foot Esports was a dominant opening set here, really not leaving much for interpretation.
Yeah, it's looking really dire for them. Not going to lie, not going to mince words here. VN Esporting, they are in a really, really tough spot. They are going up against not only a team that drafts well, not only a team that's super experienced, but a team that somehow basically just, it's like they should have just gone to Worlds directly. And yet here they are, and they're going up, the worst of China has to go up against the best of South America in their opening debut match. That was as well as I'd expected to go.
This is a crazy thing about Foot, right? Is that those guys, they qualified for every single monthly final. They win 2 of them, get 2nd place in 2 of them, get 4th place in 1 of them. In any region, you qualify for Worlds directly with that. Unless you have SSG in your region that wins the other 3 monthly finals. So honestly, it's really, really stacked out in South America. It is a bit of a weird region as well, because I wouldn't say it's like the highest level region. It's just that their top 2 teams are so good. They really, really fare well internationally as well, like outside of their region. And Foot Esports showing that right now. I think we saw some nice glimpses of it as well with Nouns last year in the SPS in Europe when they were staying over and to compete in that tournament. And they were showing everyone that, like, those guys are serious. And the level in South America is very, very high. And it's always been good, though. Like, all the way back from, like, 2021, INTZ making quarters and just showing how strong of a team they can be. Now, it's completely different rosters to today, but I think SA is just very much an underrated region still to this day, despite having achievements under their belt and incredible teams to field at those international events. So far, Foot looking like it's just exactly as people have been expecting that Foot would be performing even better, I would dare say.
They're so relaxed right now on stage. Actually, even just looking probably at the A stream and smiling away at something that's going on, something that's hilarious. The match currently between Eclipser and Team Queso is indeed underway. If you look at the other side of the stage, yeah, the Chinese team here, VN Esporting, they are just, eyes down on the on their devices. Eyes down on the tablets, just really just trying to focus up and trying to find a way to come back into this one. Whereas for esports, it's a walk in the park for them, right? They've been in this position so many times. I will always remember, I believe it was Motep who carried, literally in INTZ, the Brazilian flag onto that World Final stage. He's so proud of the fact that they put SA on the map. They've carved up this reputation, as you said. It's a region that everybody neglects. It's a region that they always think, the overall skill level of the region isn't very high. And then you have these top two teams. Their skill level is international worthy. This is proof of that.
Well, this is why we need international LAN events, right? Because even if a region isn't the most competitive, like, it's just so hard to like actually look and compare the teams, because yes, SSG and Foot are super dominant in their region, but then if you look already at 3rd, 4th, 5th place, the competition is way lower. But would you look at that, a first pick Frank gonna be met immediately by a Surge, as you should. A Meg as well being brought in. I think Colette was still open. That could still potentially be a final pick. We see the Gale as well being locked in. I think a Colette could even be a pick here for Foot, because it deals well with the Meg, plus takes it away from VN for their last pick. But for the most part, they already do have, I would say, sufficient ways to deal with that Frank, just with that Surge and Meg.
Yep. But right now, we're going to be seeing a Sandy. It's kind of like Foot want to double down on this full-on aggro style. Now, Foot Esports, I think they have a little bit of breathing room here. They can afford to draft a little bit more liberally, because they know that they just have such a dominant mechanical gap between these two teams. Traditionally, if I were to see this comp, right, and you put any other team except VN Esporting here, I would think that, yeah, the comp is going well. It looks like VS Esporting, they planned for the Frank pickup. They wanted to give them the first pick, and then now they respond to it in a certain way. Foot Esports going to wrap up the draft with this Ems pickup. It is committing to a full-on bush assault sort of composition here. And I think a Rico pickup might be what VN Esporting might look for that stability to just kind of hold off the game until an end game.
Yeah, they got some tank awareness with that final pick of Ems. I don't think it closes the door completely for tank either, though. We could still see like a Primo or a Bull or something like that just, well, the Primo comes in. and just goes in the face of that Frank. And our draft that's the one from the previous set. So
Right.
I'm pretty sure the draft we just saw was correct. This is the one from Open Business. So once we jump in game, it will be the Primo, the Frank, and all that jazz. But I think it's a solid shout. I don't know if I love how Foot closed out their draft. I kind of was hoping they might maybe go like Colette Max and just try to completely overwhelm their opposition, which isn't very hard to do when you have a max boosted Frank heading your way and you take the Colette away from your opposition. But it's not the case. There is some stopping power on both sides towards those tanks. Still, it is going to come down on how much space the Frank can find, how much the Primo can counter that Frank and stop him from shining. And I think those interactions are very much going to be key here. There's some X factor on both sides, and I can't wait to get into that game.
Yep. For esports, it looks like we've been pushed out of the lobby. All the players are reset it. I think they will probably just draft the exact same comps as
That's usually...
Yeah,
how it
they've
goes.
already finished up the comp here. So, analyzing a little bit, honestly, I think for esports, they might be, saving comps or playing with their food a little bit right now. They've gone full aggro. I think all of them full well knowing that in a map like Center Stage, whereby, simply put, if your game sense is lapsing just a little bit, you get a little bit too close to one of these Sandy, NMs, a Frank in this case, and you can utilize a little bit of that chaos of just the whole team bearing down towards your goal. I think Foot Esports are trying to go for a speed run goal of sorts. I think they want to end this one in maybe under 30 seconds and not give BN Esporting a single bit of breathing room. So I do like that Primo pickup in the very end. At least it does offer, as you said, that stopping power, bit of tempo control, at least being able to slow down the side of the aggression just on there.
I think it brings in counterplay as well, where like if they just went for like another tank counter or something along those lines, like it's nice to have, it will help your defense, but does it actually help you turn your defense into a counterattack? And I think the Primo does have that power where if he wins his matchup, if he gets a super, he can go for aggressive plays, has some win conditions too, and some goal scoring opportunities that are very unique to that brawler. And when you are an underdog, those things are very, very valuable. Now, is it going to be enough to stop Foot Esports from just stomping through that set? Doubtful. But hey, BN can give it their best shot. I have my eyes on them, and I want to be proven wrong. But Foot Esports do have one hell of a draft coming into this one.
Yep, I think the game has begun. We're going to be diving straight into it. And yep, it's a 30-second score. Less than 20 seconds in, already one goal off that. And it looks like even Pekka might have even just gotten like a super of that. Motive going to be able to stop up Story here. And yeah, Pekka is going to flatten this Primo in its tracks. The team play from Foot is just too much on point. And BN Esporting, they just look so disconcerted here. Hypercharge flies out. Hurdle's going to be trying to use his Mega Form to stop him. Story going to be jumping to the side. Ishan actually runs away with the ball here. This might be a good goal scoring opportunity, but Motep, he's there to stop this one. It looks good for a split second, Teddy.
Pekka with the clown emotes as well. That is crazy. Foot Esports should be able to slot it in. The stun from the Frank, but actually Ishan is able to defend for now as the ball has a super. Can he slot it in? The trick shot. Just in time here to lock in that goal for VN. And it's not over just yet for this third seed Chinese team.
The meteorites do fly out here from Story. It's a bit of an interesting one to go out here. A nice super to cancel out Pekka there. No noise cancellation for him. It looks like he's using the pole here. BN Esports, they look like they're mounting a very good assault. A pass over to Herdog, and I can't believe it. But they're going to take actually one game, and this could be the start of something great for them.
What a phenomenal turnaround here from VN Esports. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, that I felt like maybe they were undercommitting. I would have preferred to see like something like a Colette Max. Still a bit weird, I guess. But if they wanted to just go quick and score, I feel like maybe that was like the sort of like overcommitment that would be required. Here it felt a little bit tasteless after that opening goal. Not easy for Foot to really find any opportunities. And I think the difference as well is that the Primo started popping off and the Surge, my awards, the Surge was putting in work.
Yeah, it was a bit chaotic on the side of Pekka here. Oh, Meteorite's gonna be flying in right now, opening up the goal right now. Story gonna be trying to shove it in here, but the caustic comes out here from Jubilee, barely being able to defend this. Ishan gonna be a clean up Pekka here, and Motep's gonna try and consolidate this position with this Sandstorm.
Yeah, the Sandstorm making sure that Ishan takes a bit longer to reset, creates a bit of space. Jubileer is going to be caught completely off guard by the Primo. There's a hypercharge available for P.E.K.K.A. Gadget as well. Misses the Gadget, actually. So a bit of lost value. P.E.K.K.A. goes for the hypercharge, but no one in sight. And for now, VN taking a slower approach. And I can't blame them, because if this was to get to overtime, I would very much favor their comp.
Yeah, a pass play across the Yishan doesn't really connect here, but all of a sudden, it's actually VN Esports that surges into the lead. A nice goal over there. We're going to be throwing back to the camps real quick here and jumping back in. One more game to be flying out. P.E.K.K.A. going to be trying to get a stun here. The more map he seems to open up, I think the worse it becomes for his comp, Teddy.
This is a terrifying moment here for Food. They don't want to give away that lead that they fought so hard to build up after that first set. Nice pickup from Motep though on the right-hand side with the help from the Frank. Pass to that hypercharged Frank. Does actually troll around a little bit on that top right side, but eventually decides that enough is enough, slots it in, and evens out the scoreline here in this Brawl game.
Yeah, by opening up the map here, Story going to be trying to go for a super here. It's a bit off the mark, throwing it away right now. Jubilee pops out that hypercharge, starts to surge forward here as Foot set up very nicely for a nice goal-scoring opportunity. Yishan going to be pushed back. Hurtling going to be diving in right now. They're trying to make some kind of a defense happen. At least they secure the ball here. But P.E.K.K.A, a stun flies up, but VN, they've already transferred the ball all to the right side. A nice defense by them so far.
The right decision, I think, to corner that ball on the right-hand side, but Sandstorm gonna find a kill on Ishan. Story has a super, he needs to defend. Can he find a way? Jumps over the ball, and Motep slots it in. Food Esports on match point.
Hyperchargers are the name of the game over there. I think I misspoke a little bit when I mentioned that opening up the map might be a pretty hard thing to do, because I just realized that if there are no walls, the pathway to the opponent's base tends to be a lot clearer there. And this M's matchup, actually in an open map setting, when there's this much beef on your team, you can't really focus fire anyone down. Going for it, melting the entirety of the VN Esports thing. They're going for a speed run. If they score in 20 seconds, they want to score in 10 now. P.E.K.K.A. going to be picking this one up. And already, goal point, match point, VN Esports thing, their tournament life is on the line here.
VN Esporting need to fight for it here. P.E.K.K.A. goes for the stun, doesn't find a connection. Story pushing forwards, gets slowed and pulled now by P.E.K.K.A.'s gadget. Ishan just trying to keep the ball away, but it's a team wipe. And I think that this should be a goal-scoring opportunity to pass back. Motep able to slot it in. And there you have it. Foot are through to day 2 of the last chance qualifier. And VN are going to be fighting for their lives against Tribe in our final match of the tournament.
As mentioned, right, we are already impressed with the way VN Esports played. That one game that they played, if they just executed in that same fashion, right, maybe, just maybe, this could have been the map that they took away from Foot Esports. But nonetheless, this is just the difference in just how experience, how all the skill level differences come to fruition. Foot Esports, so much wisdom under their belt, under with Brawl, so much talent across Motep, P.E.K.K.A, and now with Jubilee on that roster, they are on a train ticket towards the World Championship. I have no doubt that tomorrow there will be a very, very, very highly anticipated team going up against it. Yeah, we can see the different cam perspective actually coming out here from production. Handshakes fly across. I find that it's quite interesting that it's always the winning team that walks over to the losing team's side to give that handshake. And yeah, we do see VN Esports, they're going to be staying on the stage because they will be facing up against Tribe Gaming. Yeah, it still smells. It's the Battle of the Red jerseys, I believe. I think Tribe and VN Esports, they have the exact same color palette when it comes to jerseys. They don't look too frazzled. Hopefully going up against Tribe. Now, it's like, imagine this, okay? It's the kind of like both your siblings just got scolded really badly by like your parents, right? You came in, you just got a really bad scolding, and now you're both like looking at each other awkwardly like, okay, so now who's next? Like what's gonna happen? That's the kind of vibe that I'm seeing here. We're gonna be seeing some, okay, P.E.K.K.A.
Respect to Frank. I think it's like, you know, one of the things I would just kind of look at. I mean, insane DPS from Hurtong. I think overall this set was much better from VN. Actually giving me some hope against that Tribe match. I mean, let's be honest here. Both teams got clapped just as hard. Like, if there's any consolation here getting into this final match is that neither Tribe or VN looked good. Like, they're on an equal footing there. There's still a story to be told here in our final match of the LCQ, but it's gonna be a fight to the death, and it's gonna be hard to watch. It's going to be sad to watch as well, because this means we'll be saying goodbye to another team. Looking at the updates, perhaps on the other side, Eclipsar is leading 1-0 right now in sets versus Team Queso over on Group D. As a reminder, it was a loss actually for Eclipsar against BC earlier that put them at a deficit. So they are truly fighting for their lives here in the tournament. And this is going to be just as much the case for Tribe versus VN coming up next.
It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a really, I think, honestly, it's always difficult to play for tournament life. And today we've witnessed this how many times already? In every single group, there seems to be a dominant team. STMN, they took their group by storm, taking it 2-0 in Group A. In Group B, Reply Totem, they proved the world wrong. They showed that EU is still number one. In Group C, still unfolding right now. We're not sure how that will go, whether there'll be a standout team as well. But here in Group D, already, Foot Esports, they've shown, yeah, we didn't come here to play. We came here to win. And so it's just left between Tribe and VN Esporting to compete for the crumbs.
Very much so. I mean, the first seed is decided, right? We all know it's going to be Foot going out of Group C with, of Group D with the number one seeding. However, second seed is what is going to be decided now, as well as, and that's the heartbreaking part, who goes home between VN Esporting and Tribe Gaming. Ready Set is back here to cheer for his home team. Do you think Tribe's got this?
Look, folks, we are supposed to be unbiased casters up here. But
Sure.
all that means is that we don't have favorites, okay? That doesn't mean that we can't have teams that we think are going to take it all, okay? I think when you look at the track record of Tribe Gaming, then they should have this. Now, that's not to say that VN Esporting have not shown signs of life over the course of this group stage, okay? We saw some games actually go quite well for them, but Tribe Gaming, despite getting taken down by the number 2 team in SA and only barely so, they looked good in that match. I do think that some of the drafts were a little bit too reactive instead of proactive, but I still think that they knew what they were doing in that circumstance.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I feel like it's been a bit of a weird year for Tribe. It just feels so wrong to see them having to fight for scraps when it's a team that literally, like, since Tribe picked up Omen Elite all the way back in 2020, this is the first time they don't directly qualify for Worlds.
Yes.
And I think that's like such a powerful statement for the NA region that has completely changed, whether it's the meta of the game and the evolution of fresh talent. It's a completely different scene over in NA that it was a few years ago. And Tribe Gaming, I don't feel like they've benefited as much of all those changes. It's been a sloppy year. And even though they brought Fade in so far, I feel like we haven't quite seen him shine. I mean, was there even time to shine in that Foot match?
No, honestly, I think that there were some opportunities. We saw Fade play Fade Brawler singular because we saw him pick up that Nita into the Frank. Thing is, though, I think they were kind of panicking when it came down to the Melody, the Frank running them down. I was seeing a lot of missed shots. The Melody was in a position where she could not be ignored, and they also didn't have any wall break to deal with her. So I think pretty solid draft, except for that one part of the geography on Kaboom Canyon where you cannot remove someone. So that's a frustrating that's a frustrating situation to be in. You're all playing your best brawlers. It's just one little thing that you failed to consider. And the thing is that, hey, were they really thinking, they being Foot, oh, we're going to run Melody and we're going to hide it in this corner, and then they'll be forced to play defense. The Nita's going to do nothing all game, and they will simply defend. Hey, perhaps. I want to see what they can do versus VN Esporting. I want to see what happens when they feel like they're in the driver's seat, because I think that is the opposite mentality that they had when they were facing Foot.
Yeah, I didn't feel like they were in the driver's seat at all. They were just kind of like reacting to whatever Foot was throwing at them. And when I say reacting, I mean like tanking the punches that were like, you know, going straight into their guts. It was a bit of a heartbreaking performance here from Tribe. Rarely do we see them so like quiet and underwhelming on stage. I feel like Tribe is a team that like okay, maybe they're not as much of a land demon as STMN. However, they still have some X factor, you know, like Zulan on stage is a very different beast. intimidation factor can definitely come in, but it's hard to build that sort of momentum up when from the get-go you're getting absolutely clapped.
I think there's a lot riding on Tribe. I think also that Tribe, as being such an established team over the course of many years, having made World Finals, has staff. They have so many resources, right? And as a result, they have been made so aware of exactly what they are up against. And sometimes the ignorance or just the lack of knowledge about what you're facing and what the stakes are, the lack of those reminders can allow you to be more comfortable up here. And I think perhaps just knowing exactly everything about this opponent, VN Esporting, that they actually could lose to these guys and they shouldn't, is possibly weighing on them. It's also not a good feeling to be down to, this is a 3-man group, but it's also a bracket. And now they're down to the lower part. They cannot mess this up. We're starting off the draft with the first selection of Meg here on Double Swoosh. I always love the Meg here. Meg is going to equip Vision Gear. She's going to run it up that bad side, run it up the right side, and you'll be fighting the hard lane. But since she has such a large spread on her attack, she should be able to do that quite well. Gale also is going to do Gale things. He's going to be possibly slowing things down or stunning people and scouting things out in bushes.
Yeah, those early picks, they're going to be all about bringing either the most broken brawlers, even though they might have some counters that will be picked up next, or bringing up brawlers that have very few counters. In this case, Meg ticks both boxes, really. You know, it's incredibly strong. It is hard to counter. Gil, I think, has some similarities here as well. Amber, very versatile. Hard to really find a consistent way to deal with it. Will run you down if you make any mistakes in that draft. Very matchup reliant as well. Byron coming in next here for VN Esporting. I don't mind it. I think that like Double Swoosh is a bit of a weird place for Byron, but you always have that nice synergy between Byron and Meg, which is always incredibly threatening in Brawl Stars.
I think, though, that is quite important that it's a bizarre pick on this map. If you have some control, if you have vision on people, I think Crow is going to possibly accomplish that. Then it's possible. The thing is, though, that Byron's going to get most of his value by sort of being attached to the Meg. And Double Swoosh is a map where you need to be playing all 3 lanes, otherwise your mid is going to get pinched, they're going to get surrounded. We've seen previously in Double Swoosh today what happens if you commit too hard on one lane and you end up losing your bushes. I would still predict that this Meg is going to be playing the right lane for VN Esporting and that you'll have a Byron mid. But Byron's still pretty good. I don't know how he's going to be against this Jessie. I think he could have a bit of a tough time trying to take down this turret. Can still get peeked around the walls. Jessie is always a phenomenal mid to have here. And there's some frustrating places where you can put that turret, but it's still a more traditional pick. It's going to be tough for Crow to get rid of as well. Just a lot of things that this responds to, really, but it's also kind of telling of, hey, we weren't too off about Tribe, that they do kind of stick to the classic stuff in general in draft.
Yeah, there's kind of no easy way to deal with that Jessie turret either on the other side. I mean, Crow takes like 10 shots from afar to take it down. It's not easy, it's not fun. Byron as well, since it's kind of a poison effect too, it is a bit slow to take down that turret, even though you don't need a lot of shots necessarily. So it is a nice pick, I think, to close out that draft. So far early on, getting some good value as well with a few early tags. The lanes are being played a little bit more reserved. I think that Tribe is not really willing to give anything away, and the Crow as well. He knows he's outranged, so he needs to play behind cover.
Look also at the lanes and which brawler's on which lane. It's a bit bizarre. It's actually not what I was expecting at all. And it starts to make a little more sense, because Byron is going to be outranging this Amber. She can burn open the bushes, but okay, fine. Meg wasn't planning on going there anyway. It does rule out the option of a sneak attack from Meg coming around the right side, but I think she's perfectly content just trading gems with Tyrant with no actual territory gained at mid. That said, Tyrant is still gradually getting a few shots on Hurt Hung here and could possibly get a hypercharge and a turret to push up for more control. With Zulon around the right side getting that burn onto Meg, that is essential. Now, Hurt Hung's position is going to be visible at all times, can't really peek out here. And Zulon, there's an attempt at pinching him, but the guy refused to go down.
Big pickup from Story on the right-hand side, but the trade from Tyrant is there. Gemcode getting more and more steadily in favor of Tribe Gaming. With that mid control, they're going to get to 9. They get a 10th gem. The only way to interrupt the countdown is going to be either a kill on Fade or onto Tyrant, and the countdown is starting now. Story gets sniped off on the left-hand side. The turret is buying some time as well, and Triumph Gaming are so far away from the action.
There's no way for them to push past Zulon here. They can take him down, but Fade and Tyrant have plenty of room to back up. We see Hurt Hong demeched. Story and Ishan going for whatever they can, but it's not going to happen. It's game one going the way of Tribe Gaming, and what a slow, controlled game. Really only one major play was made there, if you ask me, and that was Zulon pushing up against the Byron on the right side, then getting the burn on the Meg, forcing her back, and allowing mid control for Tyrant.
It was a very passive game on both sides, but I mean, that completely lines up with Tribe Gaming's playstyle. You know, this is how they like to play. This is also their weakness, right? This is one of the reasons I think they've been struggling, is because the meta has been much more dynamic than what Tribe like to play. And right now, VN, in many ways, are just really playing into Tribe Gaming's game style, one that Tribe Gaming over the years has perfected.
I think also, though, that they sort of spearheaded this charge down the right side. If you noticed early on, Story and Ishan and this Crow double stacked that right lane. They got the early kill on Zulon, but look what happened as a result. Basically nothing. They only got one gem at mid because Tyrant was still holding down his part. They won versus Zulon on this right lane, but they failed to then push in onto Tyrant. We're seeing more brawlers fall for VN Esporting. They lose Story. They lose Ishan on this Crow. Tribe Gaming can push them all the way back in their spawn. Now, Tribe aren't super occupying some of these bushes. Zulon on the right side is determined to stay here for as long as he possibly can and afford room to have Tyrant pick up these gems. Fade also dominating this lane versus a Crow.
Tribe Gaming with a countdown. VN need a kill on Fade or Tyrant once again, unable to make it happen in game number one. And with Story falling now, Ishan burning down on the right-hand side. VN Esporting should not be allowed here to interrupt that Tribe Gaming countdown. It's gonna be Tribe opening up the scoreboard with the opening set going their way. Brilliant plays from Tribe, playing their favorite playstyle, and VN not at all trying to switch the pace. I think that was their only win condition.
It is a rare case where you see this sort of playstyle actually being possible. And also, let's talk about this draft from VN Esporting where we saw the Meg and the Byron, the possibility of that synergy, and then it was kind of not utilized at all. Byron being played as just a lane down the right side. Now, look, Byron can be a good lane. Once you hit 4 shots, you can get that super, and you can get those off pretty reliably, auto-aim it. You'll hit it at a super long range. Check out Ishan over here on that Crow. He was diffed reliably by Fade. And it's a little surprising to me that that one time that he did double stack the lane with Hurt Hong on that Byron, that he wasn't even the one who secured the kill. It was Hurt Hong, in fact. So I think this was a rough one for Ishan. That left lane was tough for him. It's the bad side. We call it that for a reason. It's just tough to push into, especially versus a Gale.
I want to see something different from VN getting into set number 2. We saw against Foot that, like, honestly, it wasn't easy, but they did show a little bit more promise when it came to Brawl. I want to see that sort of aggression they brought in with that Primo. I think that this is the weaker side of Tribe, is that highly dynamic and versatile meta that we've been having for the last like year and a half. I feel like that's their weakness. And that is what VN absolutely need to try to exploit. I don't know why they try to play their slow-paced game and try to match that sort of energy, because like they're facing the experts at that playstyle. You don't want to do that. You want to play under your own terms, and preferably the ones that make your opponents uncomfortable. And that should be facilitated by the fact that like that's the general interregional meta. That's like how everyone else is playing. I don't understand why VN are just so happy or like okay with playing Tribe Gaming's game.
It's a safe play style is what it is. But see, there's playing to win and there's playing not to lose. And we see VN Esporting just playing this reserved game. And occasionally Tribe Gaming does get the upper hand and they win that lane. And VN Esporting actually, in the times that they did get kills on lanes, they were just kind of content with winning it and then backing up and waiting for Tribe Gaming to come back. There wasn't really that momentum that we need to see, no snowball effect that you see on Double Swoosh. When someone wins that right lane, you as blue team, as home team, should expect your mid to be under immense pressure. But we saw Ishan on Crow in the left lane, never making significant progress over there. And that's a tough lane to play. You can't even see your enemy most of the time. You have to hit them once. And then once you see them, you have to be ready to push in and confidently capitalize on that vision.
Yeah, and then your mid needs to be able to like hold on to some control, otherwise their mid is gonna completely chase you out of that positioning. It is challenging for sure. Overall, I just think that the solution for VN here, getting into set number 2, is gonna be to bring in a more aggressive draft. The problem is, like, when you're a very inexperienced team like VN, you are a set away from being eliminated from the most important tournament of your life. How do you go for an aggressive draft? That just seems very unlikely, and I think that really favors Tribe.
Well, we're getting into some sharpshooter-y matchups. We're starting off with an Angelo for Tribe Gaming, and a response of RT from Hurt Hung over here on the side of VN Esporting. Now, RT is yet another very defensive pick. I don't anticipate that this is going to be played super aggressively. Gene also has good potential to be played defensively. It's going to require something like a Max to even make this an aggro brawler, and it's been banned out by Tribe Gaming, so that's no longer an option. So unless VN Esporting have a plan on how to get this blue star early on, it's going to be complicated. Now, they could secure the Carl with that Gene pick. However, it's been banned out by Tribe Gaming. They don't want to play this game where they're fighting against an enemy that plays D and has the blue star off the beginning of the game.
Brawl is going to be brought in, and it does open up, again, like, it's a brawler you want to play for the late game, right? Once you have enough time to set up, get to full heat, get that shield, get that extra damage, and just play max range. If you need to open things up, you can with your super. If you need to try to get like some nice burst damage, you can with a gadget. So there's definitely like a lot of plays to be made with the Pearl, but it's very passive, especially in the start. You're gonna lock in the Bell as well. Great brawler here. A brawler that has fallen off a little bit more in favor of Mandy in the most recent meta, so maybe a bit more of a comfort pick on the side of Tribe. A brawler they're more comfortable on than Mandy. But I don't mind it. I think it's decent across the board. VN Esporting, this is not going to be easy here. They could maybe go for a thrower. It's shooting star, there's unbreakable walls, so that's still an option. They could go for the Mandy, try to go for the snipes. Maybe find something a bit more aggressive, but that's not easy either. Byron, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. It's double healer, right? So they do have a decent amount of sustain, but do you really want to go sit next to that Gene when you're facing a Bell?
Not only that, yes, like there's a hazard now to utilizing the magic puffs, but are you really going to do this into Pearl, who's just made of health? Your Bell option has now been eliminated since it was double picked with that Pearl. So what do you even do? Do you plan on out healing them? I see a potentially pretty defensive composition from Tribe Gaming. They know how to inch forward. This is their specialty, is to play for control. As Livy can get this early off the beginning of the game, it all also comes down to the safety of this. Did he decide that he was going to bring the jump to the battle, or is he going to be going for the ability to pierce through walls? It's a question that will be answered as soon as he pops that gadget.
Yeah, that transaction of picking up the blue star wasn't like free. It did feed a little bit of that gene pool, but honestly, absolutely worth it. Like, it was not that much that was fed. The gene will eventually get a pull anyway, so might as well start with that blue star. However, VN, it's all about what they can make out of that sort of value. They're gonna benefit from the magic puffs. Poison gonna be popped by his Livy, trying to get that extra damage plus the extra sustain from his star power. And for now, it keeps him nicely topped off, even though he takes a little bit of damage.
There's one hit from Izlivy. Story is staying alive thanks to the heals from Ishan on the left side, but he doesn't seem to be faring too well into Fade. But Fade knows better than to push in too far, given that he is, I believe, outranged by Ishan on this left side. A missed pull and a bit of a latent jump away there from Izlivy. It's a good thing that that one was a bit of a tile off, because Izlivy would not have escaped otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's his first jump as well for Izlivy, so better safe than sorry. But that would definitely not have connected. The nest egg is absolutely brutal. There's no way for VN to protect him either, not if they don't try some sort of a breakthrough play. And now that first blood is gonna grant another 2 stars to Tribe Gaming. Final 30 seconds of this game, and VN will need either a double kill or to take down Izlivy.
20 seconds left. This is time for VN to make a big push. There's no way that they can respawn and make it across the field in time if they fall now. 15-second countdown active on the screen. We see the super in from Ishan on the right side. No kill on a Tyrant just yet. Is Livy and Fader cornered on the left and Tyrant on the right, but they have so much survivability. There's one kill. They cannot afford to lose another member. Tyrant on the right side. We see 1-2 pickups for Izlivy in the team. That's a match point coming in for Tribe.
Yo, Faye, don't leave Livy hanging. All right, he got him. Wow, Tribe Gaming with a strong showing here. Again, both teams with the same exact game plan. Play it slow and steady wins the race apparently. But right now, for VN Esporting, it's not working out. They will get the heals onto the Gene to pick up that blue star. So that is good news for VN, but now they gotta hold on to that lead.
That was what we needed to see from VN this whole time, I think, because we saw Gene simply march in confidently, grab the blue star, and about face. Previously, we saw Story kind of try to contend with Livy at mid, but he knows that he can take that damage. The only hazard was, does he get killed by Tyrant? That's where we saw Ishan come in to take the attention for Tyrant. So now VN Esporting lead by this blue star. They're all the way back at their spawn. Some damage coming in from the Vengeful Spirits from Gene, but everyone seems to be relatively healthy. Tyrant as Livy now have to back up. There's the kill for Fade onto Ishan. And the Tides of War have now swapped Tribe Gaming in the lead.
Why did Ishan not super himself to heal back up and avoid this incoming disaster? What a terrible situation here coming up for VN. They've given up that lead. Now Story does have a pull. I don't know if he knows it, but he misses yet another pull. Why pick up Gene if you can't land those magic hands? Another kill, make it a double now. And surely Tribe Gaming are all set up here to make it to day 2.
40 seconds remain for VN Esporting to pick up a 5-star deficit. A prudent jump away there from Livy to avoid all forms of damage and cycling that super for the Byron. The hypercharge in from Fade for the kill with the curve shot. And around the backside as Livy picks up the kill. Ishan is the final member to pinch out here, and it's as free as can be. Tribe Gaming lead with 11 stars. Almost no win in sight for VN.
VN, this could be their final 12 seconds of the tournament. Unless they get a team wipe right here, right now. That's their only chance, but the Byron is out of the equation. And with that, any further chances for VN to go further in this tournament, it's gonna be Tribe Gaming joining Foot Esports out of this Group D. And finally, some smiles here on the Tribe players' faces after what hasn't been an ideal day, but hey, a win is a win.
We know that the most important match for Tribe Gaming, not just for them to win in the grand scheme of things, they have secured day 2. They will have to face a random seed 1 from a different group. But their primary focus was on taking down Foot. They wanted that number 1 seed. So they'll have to settle for their win over VN Esporting, which I think they already expected.
What a performance from Tribe in this match. A night and day difference with their performance against Foot Esports. Ending the day with a W, I think, is something nice to take into account when you have to look at the tough matchups that will be revealed for tomorrow. I don't know if we'll actually get to see that today still during the stream or tomorrow. We'll hang tight for a few more minutes. Although our time is limited here as well. Wow, what a day. Some crazy storylines. We got Wiggly Spoo back with us. Do you have any thoughts to share about this final match of the day?
I think our predictions so far have been pretty on point. We did have some upsets happen in today's cast, but I think this was not one of them. I think we did expect Tribe to get completely destroyed, and they did. And we did expect VN Esporting to finish, pretty much bowing out. I did see some fight, impressed by what they did, and I hope that they come back.
I hope so too. I mean, I disagree with you a little bit. I think that the predictions were a bit crazy if we look at things. I mean, with Toxic Lotus going through, we're still waiting for some results as well from the Group C, but I think we have some information coming up here. This is the final standing for Group D. It's Foot Esports with the 2-0 victory here that make them jump through to the next round. We got Group C as well that is actually still ongoing. The match between BC Gaming and Team Queso is not over just yet. So Eclipse are here looking to potentially secure the second place unless we get a 3-way tie, in which case it's going to be a lot more awkward. Back with Group D, and again, Foot qualified with Seed 1, Tribe Gaming with Seed 2, VN Esporting, unfortunately, it's the end of their journey.
Yeah, at first it did say that VN took the win over Tribe Gaming, so everyone hold your horses. You're cool. If you're a Tribe Gaming fan, you can exhale a deep breath now, knowing that your team is going to go to day 2. VN Esporting, as in incredible and entertaining as it would have been, did not pull off a miracle today.
Yeah, I would have loved to see those kinds of storylines. Were there any like particular stories for you, Wiggly, that you think like impressed you more than anything else?
Well, production's hearing me. Toxic Lotus taking up against Na'Vi here. Now, I gotta say, threw my predictions out of whack because I did want to see a three-way tiebreak in this group as well. Didn't happen. I should have gone to my gut a bit more and trusted the Teddy prediction. Totem is still rocking it strong. They just completely dominated this group really, really well. Toxic Lotus, though, I think they really, really showed up to play today. I just congratulated OU over text. Dio, I hope that they do well tomorrow.
Yeah, it was an incredible day for them. They got to be thrilled with that result. It's good to say Reply Totem winning as well, because I mean it's been a long time since we've seen them kind of like dominating the way they did in that Group B. Toxic Lotus were super impressive. I had a gut feeling that they might just do it. I was kind of scared it would be at the expense of Reply Totem, but I mean as a European, I'm happy it wasn't. And finally, Group A here, STM and EU with a 2-0 scoreline in their group, going through with first seed Luminosity Gaming with second seed, as they did lose to Stamina, but they won against Connections that unfortunately, even though they fought really hard against both of those teams, just didn't quite make it through.
I was completely shocked, but also very entertained by the fact that they took a set off of STM EU. Given that that was one of the earlier matches in this group, I had to reconsider my preconceptions about what STM EU is going to be capable of. Well, STM EU come back. That made them look a little bit shaky, but then they confirmed their spot in this group by taking down Luminosity, which I personally expected to be leading this group with a #1 seed. So STM EU with Nob not able to play, and then Bobby now taking the spot, seemed to be actually a quite strong roster.
What an incredible story across the board here for today. Guys, this is gonna wrap up the B stream for this last chance qualifier. There's gonna be no B stream tomorrow because it's gonna be only 4 matches. Those will all be on the A stream. So all our colleagues in Poland will be covering that. It's gonna be super exciting. Make sure you guys check out social media so you see all the announcements for tomorrow's matches that haven't quite been decided just yet. We have to wait for the final results of Group C. It's been a pleasure and it's been an honor to cast with my very dear friends. You guys were phenomenal. I could not have been luckier to be paired with the biggest yappers in EMEA, to fill all the long waiting time, to cast the players' faces and whatnot. It's been a rocky show, but I do want to make it clear that like the effort that everyone here has provided to provide this show in like the highest form of quality possible has been like insane. Like the amount of work it took to put all of this together has been like honestly quite mind-blowing, I think. I'm super happy with like some of the results. There's still things that I hope get improved overall. But if you guys have any closing remarks, maybe ready, so you start.
Yeah, I mean, you know, thanks for having me here, folks. It's honestly a great thing to be able to cast in person with you. Never cast in person with you. We had moments where we were all 3 on camera at the same time. We got to yap and talk about absolutely nothing while we're waiting for tech issues to be resolved. It's a fun time, and I'm glad to be here in Cologne. This is not the last you've seen of us if you plan on tuning in tomorrow, because I don't know if I'll be able to drag you guys along. I want to be in the front row and be in all of the camera shots. So that's my objective for tomorrow. You've not seen the last of us this weekend.
I want to end off. I want to thank everybody for watching. This has been a crazy show for us to watch, to produce, and it's been a crazy show, I think, for you guys as well. I thank production in the background. I think they probably had a massive heart attack after heart attack today. And of course, we have to thank the beautiful people here at SK Gaming here in the Magenta facility. Thank you so much for letting us borrow their facility. We're going to be wrapping up the show right now so we can hand this facility back to them because we've been occupying it a little bit too long. But thank you so much. And with that, I bid you farewell.
All right, well, you heard it here, guys, from Wiggly Spoo. We are done for today and for the last chance qualifier on the B stream. We are going to be ending the stream here. I think there's still a match happening on the A stream. If you guys want to have a look at that, I invite you to switch over the tab on the event side or just switch to the official Brawl Stars channel on Twitch or on YouTube, the Brawl Esports channel, if you want to follow those matches. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. It's been a pleasure to be here. We had a lot of fun, I think, covering this event. and we are hoping for some more fun events to cover in the future. Thank you very much again to production, to the teams that have participated as well. Congratulations to the ones that are through. Commemorations to the ones that are sent home. And we will see